Eto, nasisisi ko siya eh.
Favorite si Maring Mason sa mga kaibigan.
Welcome everybody to another day of intense Mobile Legends Bang Bang eSports action. We are here, of course, to give you the blow-by-blow and the analysis for our first matchup for today. It's going to be very exciting. Onyx PH versus SGD Omega. Of course, before we get started, I'd like to introduce myself. Of course, I am Rockhart alongside Nomad and Seiya right here on the panelist desk for the first two series of today. Again, I would like to remind everyone that, of course, MPL PH Season 5 is brought to you, presented by Smart. And together with PLD Smart Foundation, alongside Smart, we, of course, can help our frontliners as they stand together in these challenging times. For our frontliners through SMS, text donate to 3456. As donate 3456, and donations will be open from April 16th, July 22, 2020. MPLPH Season 5 is also brought to you by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partners, and of course, organized by Moon Ton. We also have a lot of prizes up for grabs here today. For a lot of you guys who will be watching, of course, a lot of you have been waiting for this since yesterday. It is the legendary and mythical raffle draw prizes. So make sure to join us for our prizes, for our draws. And if you join from yesterday, today, and tomorrow, you'll also get a chance to join us in a mythical draw where you can get a chance to win a lot of stuff. For legendary, it's going to be Smart Giga Games all day, Realme Buds 2, and 30,000 worth of diamonds and in-game items. And if you get lucky enough and get chosen on tomorrow's draw, which is mythical, you'll get a chance to win Smart Giga Games all day, Realme Buds 2, 300,000 pesos worth of diamonds and in-game items, 2 Realme smartphones, and MPLPH signed jerseys and jackets from your favorite pro players and teams.
Man, I want that Realme phone, man.
I want that. I've been talking to them. Maybe you can send that to me as, just for being here. I'd work for that all day. And anyway, before we get started, how are you, Nomad and Seiya?
It's a very hot day, but that just goes to show that we have a very hot action here for the second to the last day of the MPL. So I'm pretty hyped about all of the matches that we're going to be witnessing today and tomorrow.
May not be evident, but I'm eternally screaming right here because our first series today, Onyx versus SGD, man, this is already like a good treat for us.
It is. It already is. I mean, these are high caliber players. Yesterday, they gave us a great showing. Of course, SGD Omega a lot stronger in the finish with a 2-0. I think they were the only 2-0 that we had yesterday, if I remember correctly. And Onyx PH just kind of fell short against their old-time rivals. Again, they are here to see if they can get that second chance to get that revenge. My gosh, that revenge has been a long time coming already. I wonder if they'll be ready for it this time around. But before they can get off and try to do that again against Sunsparks, they need to do that against SGD Omega.
And man, SGD Omega and Onyx PH are not a stranger of the lower brackets. Onyx PH was sent down to the lower brackets during the last season, and SGD Omega also experienced the same fate. Now this time around, they're going up against each other. The standings might just change here in terms of how these players are going to be playing this.
Yeah, for sure. Again, what are the biggest things about this is if Onyx PH fails, there's no more second chance, right? And Execration, Billy's still looking for that trophy. Come on, right? What the heck? Billy just cannot catch a break. I feel like that's what's happening here.
Interesting to note, though, Execration went up against Onyx during the same round last season. Now they're going up against the Blacklist International later on, and it's going to be a completely different story because I feel like Execration can completely go through Blacklist International later on.
Mm-hmm. And it kind of depends too, because both of these teams, specifically Execration and Blacklist, has a very different games or gameplay in terms of how they manage to secure their victory. One for the side of Execration, it's a bit messy, but they still manage to pull through. The other one for the Blacklist, they sometimes depend on hyper late game or with some really sturdy drafts in terms of picks. So it's kind of interesting to see our match later on. But for now, in our first series today, Onyx, PH, and SGD is a different story. Because like you both mentioned, both of them have different calibers of performances. Onyx PH being dominating, especially when it comes to early. Actually, both of them are really good in early games. But come the mid to late, it's a bit, this is where things get a bit shaky.
So I feel like that's been the story, right? Historically, though, SGD against Onyx has been Onyx favored, I think. So if you ask me, they might have a great chance in this one as long as they pull through, as long as they stick together and use their identity. Although a lot of people would say maybe Onyx PH has been read through by a lot of teams, since even us, like spectators and analysts, already see that they really like that early game, right? So I think a lot of teams have already prepared themselves for that. And here is, of course, the journey of Onyx PH going into the playoffs.
This Onyx lineup is still something that you cannot mess with. I'm curious to see if they're actually going to let Fuziken play this time around compared to yesterday where they just let Jay play in place of Fuziken.
Mm-hmm. But I think for this time around, I think we will be seeing Fuziken right now because we've already had him coined as the Kingmaker, right? So, and you have to take note, like what Rockhard said earlier, this is their last chance. If they lose this series, they don't have any more chance to, have that revenge plays that could, go on through. And going back here, I think this is where the cards will be going all out right now, since this is one of the riskier series of this day.
Yep, and a lot of fans would be super sad probably if they don't make it through. Fans always want to see Onyx and Sunsparks play it out together, right? And if they fall here, that will not happen. And of course, on the other side of the coin, it's a completely different story. It's SGD Omega trying to get back to their season 4 power. I feel like they were just such a powerful team on season 4. Again, this is still a team that's been reeling from the loss of some of their key players. One of them is, of course, Carl TZ, who's been flourishing, to say the least, on the Bren roster. And they've been trying to make it work really hard for them with the guys that they have right now. And especially, of course, never forget, we still have some gold medalists here who have already proven themselves on the international stage. Of course, on the PH, they also have like championship caliber players already. And again, some of these guys are a little younger, obviously, but this is SGD Omega for you. Their story. So, SGD Omega, what do we want? We want Haji to show off on his tank. We want to finally see him play. Is that what we want?
So, Noma, do you have any thoughts on this for the side of SGD Omega first?
Nomad might have actually dropped off. But anyway, SGD Omega, Hayes, Hajizi, Kenji, Toshi, Heath, and Nina. This team is from centering around, a lot of people have been looking at Hayes and been saying, you know what, this guy's a beast. He can do anything. He can carry the whole team of SGD Omega. But I think for a majority of that, like one of our analysts, Midnight, did post on social media, like just yesterday, a lot of the plays that Hayes actually does will probably not be possible without the support of Heath. Always the dependable tank, always the guy you want to go to when you want to make a big play setup when you need it the most. So,
Also, you have to take into account though, had Jeezy's also been performing quite well in terms during the regular season as well, and we really can't knock him out there too. And of course, there's also the mysterious factor, as Nina also still has wasn't able to play during the regular season, but maybe just maybe for this playoffs, if she would be able to be in our roster for this series, this is going to be like let's say the wow factor for us.
Represent. Represent.
They'll represent it. Yeah.
We never really saw a female representation in the MPL, and it would be good to see Nina play for once in the regular season, in the playoffs, I mean.
Yep, absolutely. Anyway, game will be starting very, very soon. We are going to head into the first draft of today. Onyx PH versus SGD Omega. We've seen a few blunders from Onyx PH as well on the draft, but maybe sometimes some of that will be fixed here today. We'll have to find out as we head into a little video for you guys, which will be happening in a bit.
Well,
there you go. All right, I got a little ahead of myself there. Sorry about. Anyway,
you're pretty excited, huh?
I am super excited. I really want to get this match underway. So you guys will have to forgive me if I'm a little overzealous and I'm pushing to have the video on right away. I don't know. That's just me, I just really super excited about esports. Yes, last night I actually didn't get a chance to sleep much, thinking about the matchups for today. So it'll be very interesting to see what these guys really have in store for us. So I want everything else to get the ball rolling,
Yeah.
All right.
There you go. That is Onyx PH's journey through the MPL PH Season 5 regular season.
Oy, pero yun nga lang po sa game, dalawa na stand doon, patay pa nga dito, ang isa pa. Oh, yeah, ako.
Daan gumagapag sa base.
Nakuha na huli. Oh my God, walang immortality. Yung kailangan yung luminogas. The dash is there for Wise. That's it, the main damage to the SGD Omega is gone. Nahuli na kagad. Wala na yung force ng SGD Omega. Triple kill for Wise. Onyx PH, they're inside the base.
Dogman locks down Jay on that Natalia. Great hook in, but everyone else from Onyx, they are seeking revenge.
Too difficult for the side of STI. They don't have their core damages right now, and this leaves an open space to just go for some kills. And just look at that.
Basically, that is all I remember, Kimmy going in, flickering inside the base by herself. That's what I remember from Wise. Anyway, we are into the draft here, ladies and gentlemen, for Onyx PH versus SGD Omega. This should be a fun one for us here. And will Onyx PH actually learn from a lot of the blunders that they've had yesterday? That's the biggest thing I'm looking for right now. Because SGD, they've got a lot to prove, and they're up against a monster.
Indeed, but they are a low-key monster for themselves. They just need that correct timing to really unleash the beast, And for the side of Onyx PH, they will be denying that Selena and Link pick away from SGD Omega, and of course in exchange the Popol and Koopa I think this is a respect band for Oh My Venus, and of course the Claude. We already know the reason why this Claude is a priority ban because of the mobility that it brings and the funneling that it gets.
I like how at the start of the ban we are seeing
Your
a
team
respect
is
ban
picking.
on the Ling.
Oh, yeah.
These teams really don't want to face off against the Ling. Ling has been a complete problem yesterday. Yes, there were ways to shut down Ling, but for now the teams are still trying to figure out how to properly shut down Ling. But going back into the picks, it's a pretty safe Grok pick here for Onyx PH. Might be a Jawhead Kaja pickup here for SG Dragons.
Mhm.
Okay, so I would not be super surprised about the Jawhead Kaja. Again, a lot of these are a little
Your team
a
is
little
picking.
just that's just how SGD likes to play. They want to capitalize on Heath doing a big capture, then with Haze doing basically everything else, like a follow up and the damage output, right?
Yeah, and it's also
Yeah.
it's also interesting how the Kufra is also, not hovered into play right here. I think they
Ooh.
have, very interesting picks up their sleeve. Okay, so Onyx Peach going for a Thumbs and possibly a Hanzo.
Hmm. Come on, that's not gonna be.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
It's not. I think only Bren's gonna have the guts.
Yeah,
to pull it
yeah,
out at
Yeah,
this point.
yeah.
Since they've been practicing with it extensively. I think even if the team saw a great Hanzo yesterday by Bren Esports, they don't really have the time to
True.
incorporate it onto their lineups yet. So,
Oh.
although if they kind of force it, I'd be super surprised. On the other side, though, reminiscent of the greed counterplay that Bren Esports did yesterday, the Sunsparks did yesterday against them, it's the Natalia pickup.
Probably going to be an Assassin Ling. Huge factor. It's a huge factor that Natalia will be able to just burst out Kimmy in the back lines, at the same time provide a lot of information for this team. So this is a really good pickup for SGD. Omega. Cho is going to be banned out here for
Yeah.
SGD, trying to limit out the options for Onyx PH in terms of correct controls here.
Mhm. And for the side of Onyx PH, I think they will be banning out one good 4 damager against SGD Omega because that's essentially what they need right here. Come the remaining 2 pick. So, it looks
Your
like they
team
will
is
be
picking.
banning out the Angela instead. Well, we've already seen how an Angela can be independent even
Your
though the
team
Ling is
is
not coming
picking.
into play. So,
Yeah, it actually works well over with Wise himself, but so I'm not sure why they went for an Angela ban. There's nothing really to ban here. There's nothing. Angela doesn't really have much utility on the other side anymore. But maybe they just want to be cautious. They don't want a scary Esmeralda with an Angela on his side, right? That does sound a bit scary. And now it's more of a well-rounded composition here from Onyx PH. Good damage from everyone, and the crowd control galore. Everyone does damage here, decent amount of damage here on Onyx PH's draft.
A lot of sustained damage from Onyx PH too, just to add to that. SG Omega, on the other hand, they need to find, I don't know, a suitable marksman if ever they want to, but instead, they're gonna go ahead and hover over the Hanzo.
Oh, come on,
Potentially-
please do it. Please do it. Do it for us.
If they lock in the Hanzo's place out here is that he's gonna try to go towards Kimmy, go towards Valier, where Grok and Thumbs and Xboard won't be able to protect them.
Very
Yes.
few people will be able to stop this Hanzo.
all right.
Oh,
it looks like
they
it's
do it.
locked in. They did it. They did it. But
They did it.
okay. You guys mentioned the pros of this Hanzo right here, being able to target and pin down one of the squishier heroes of Onyx PH, specifically the Kimmy and the Valier. But there is a con to this too. Where will the follow-up damage come up, if ever so that there will be miscommunications that might come into play, and especially if the Natalia uses her kit alongside with the ghost of Hanzo, where if ever so the cleanup is needed. I think there's a bit of mystery to that to me. So
Anyway, yeah, any quick
Interesting.
predictions though? I think we need to start predicting right away. What do you guys think?
I'm gonna go for SGD Omega with that Hanzo pickup. It's gonna completely shut down the Kimmy and the Valor for that matter.
So, yeah.
Even though I did say there is lacklusting in terms of follow-up, I think I'll go with SGD on this.
All right. On the other hand, I think it might be an Onyx game just because if the Hanzo fails, I feel like there's so much that's gonna fail for SGD. So it's a 2-1 here from the panel. I wonder what Wolf and Leia are up to. I haven't seen them since yesterday. The animals, take it away.
We're still here, Rockhard, and thanks so much from the panel, Nomad and Seiya. The animals back at it again. You know who's back? Fuzaken is back now playing for Onyx PH. With SGD Omega, they're donning a very cheeky lineup. Well, it's cheeky for the uninitiated, but this is already meta picks, and it makes a lot of sense versus Onyx PH. Leo, what are your thoughts on that draft?
I mean, the Hanzo pick for SGD was really 50-50. It could have been that, or it could have been the carry, really. I mean, if they were playing safe, it would be the carry, and they would be playing for the late game, right? And on the other hand, it's Onyx with the Kimmy. We've seen Wise go ham with the Kimmy since yesterday, and he was almost untouchable throughout the day. It really just came down to Carl TZ doing Carl TZ things against Bren that put them Sunsparks. Sorry, there you go. It's JP doing JP thing that really knocked Onyx down here into the lower bracket. But with that being said, I'm looking forward to what this Hanzo brings to the table. I think the goal here for Hajizi is to really just plant his body, Kinjutsu, Pinnacle Ninja all the way into where Wise is and just burst him down. That's really all it is. And I think the Natalia here is going to be used to great effect to really make sure that Wise doesn't have free reign.
We'll see if that will be the case. Because one thing that we have not talked about, or at least so far for the lineup of SGD Omega, is that they don't have the push. Well, if they do eliminate the members of Onyx PH, they can push, but with the broad force of this Kimi lineup, with this Grok, they are going to lose turret. And I'm honestly thinking that the invade speed of Onyx PH is actually high compared to the speed of jungle take of SGD Omega. Fortunately, Hanzo, okay, not really fortunate. He had to sacrifice himself just to secure the buff, but he'll lose it anyway, so I don't think it's a fair trade. Kenji here securing that beautiful red buff or orange buff for himself with the retribution. What a play. Oh, they have to be careful here.
That's interesting. Who's going to go down? I was just going to say, oh my Venus going to follow suit. Hayes gets the kill and Wise going to survive. I just noticed, you're right, it's Kenji, the Uranus with the retribution, and now SGD with an invasion of their own, but they're gonna go in, take a life, down goes Wise, the Kimmy pays the price, and they lose another buff. They're trading, Wolf, they're trading, and Kenji pops the purple with his retribution. This is the first time I believe we've seen a Uranus with retribution.
Yeah. Second time, I think. It's also from Kenji. When they want to, I think they went Ling on that specific game. Or at least what's important is that they notice that their opponents can easily invade them. So what he does is he secures the red buff from invaders by having his own retribution. So this is the perfect scenario for SGD Omega in the early stage of the game. Not really perfect because Hanzo still needs some farm. But when it comes to just like raw idea of shutting down the Kimmy in the first 2 minutes of the game, they have done their homework. Now, they're leading by 6,000. Onyx PH with still 4,500 just now. Do you feel that this Kimmy will now face a lot of problems heading into the mid game?
Thinking that way to stop the Hanzo train here on SGD is to maybe be a little more aggressive on the part of Diakno and Venus. Like, they need to track down where Hajizi is. And I think they did well in the first couple of minutes to do that. But real quick, an engagement down bottom, a pushback with a torrent by Venus. Triple flames from Onyx PH here. It's good to push back if you're coming from the front. But if you're a ghost like Hajizi, then that's a whole new problem. So there's also the Natalia. So I think Wise is going to have a very hard time here as compared to the previous matches they played this weekend.
Oh, definitely. But he's playing well. Now, Fuzaken is going to be ejected up.
Ejected?
You know what? Ejected. There you go. I love it. Yeah, it's the proper word. Yeah, I think that majority of the early stages of the game, they were able to shut down Hajizi, but they forgot the fact that Hayes is still here with the Natalia execute, and then Kenji is available with the retribution. So those are the things that maybe they have taken for granted. Nevertheless, Onyx PH, they still will secure their second round of buffs, which is very important now. Now, oh my Venus, bad spot. Now jump in, coming up from the clone of this Hanzo, but easily shut down. Good thing about having the Valir is you always have control and damage on that clone. Haze though far too forward. There's the last insanity. Kenji wants to dive here, but Dilar as well as Fuziken will hold their ground. They fended off the attack, and Onyx PH will get a little bit of breath of fresh air coming into the second round of this game, the second phase of this game.
Still on it on the back foot here. Fuziken taking a few hits from Hajizi's clone. Kinjutsu, Pinnacle Ninja, chasing him right through the turrets, but Fuziken with the ancient gift gonna barely survive, but Venus gets an off-cam kill down bottom on the Toshi with the help of Iyakmu, pop in the Continent Inferno. But here we go. He's gonna go for a revenge kill, but he's not going to. Instead, throwing a minion over onto Iyakmu. But Iyakmu's in line. There's the flicker. He's gonna get the kill. There is the smart missile. But no, Iyakmu, you patient at times skip to survive, and they back off. Hayes once more getting a little too cheeky, takes down Dilar, but dies in the process as well as Kenji. That's a good trade, Wolf. I'll take that any
Very
day.
good trade. You know what Iyaknu did? So smart, honestly. He's waiting for the Joy to be there, and he knows that Heath is not like a core Jawhead with high and dry, so he will not be killed nonetheless. And whenever if Heath does dive, even when he is at like 10% HP and Heath is like 100, you can still take him down because he's the Thams. But anyways, there will be a clash here. Heath with the Unstoppable Force not gonna get the turtle as he is taken out. Now, Hajizi with the clone. Gonna be defended by Wise and Hayes. The backlines gets the kill. Not an execution, but he will get the kill nonetheless. Hayes still invisible, wants to go for Oh My Venus, but Oh My Venus knows better. Instead of going back to base, just straight up went to the brush to teleport away. Nicely done from Onyx PH, and they have fully recovered this time. Obviously, SGD Omega has got a little bit net worth lead, but it's not that much. On Yaklu though, being taken out. There's Hayes in there, not even needing the execute.
Yeah, I think any level of sustain from Iyaknu would not be enough to survive a three-man assault from SCD Omega. Not at this point, but look at this now. Toshi being rained down upon by Wise with his orange buff, and once more Fuzakin getting ejected by Heath. Nice pick off down bottom as a revenge kill for Iyaknu's loss onto Toshi. Not feeling that Esmeralda too much, now sitting at 0, 2, and 1. I think Toshi has focused on stopping Iyaknu from essentially split pushing down bottom this whole time. But maybe soon we'll feel that Esmeralda.
Maybe soon. Well, Kenji, the problem I have with Retribution on Uranus is it doesn't have that much presence in the later stages of the game. Unless it's a battle between getting turtles or lords. But look at that. They burst down immediately the Hanzo. And one thing that you have to take note when you're playing Hanzo, it doesn't matter if you have so much damage output and so much survivability. If you're not careful with the usage of your clone, you can easily be destroyed by your opponents. And we can see that with Valir and Kimmy, the damage is actually overwhelming from Onyx PH that they can take out that clone even when it's just a fresh clone, I would say.
Yep. And that's two kinds of damage for I mean, it's mostly magic, but one is a sustained type of damage, DPS, and the other is more burst in the form of Valir, Kimmy on the prior. So, Wolf, I gotta ask you right now. I think you'll agree. We're still at parity, right? We're both seeing these two teams stay relatively on their side of the map. If they would cut, then it would most likely be from the tanks, the chunkier heroes, or Hayes on the Natalia. But I just gotta ask you right now, 7 minutes into this game one, Fuzaken, the Kingmaker, has been fielded by Onyx PH.
Yeah.
Are you feeling this more than Jay's playstyle yesterday?
That's a weird question, though. I can't answer that because when he played the Hylos, it was so good. When he played the Kaja, it was underwhelming, even when it was the Akaje special, right? I guess that there's a difference of
of play style. But maybe I can answer that question after the late game, because that's when Fuza can rise. I mean, we know this. We have interviewed players who have played with Fuzaken before, and Fuzaken is more like the advisor to the queen, to Queen Venus.
Mhm.
And with how Onyx PH operates, like having Venus in at the helm as the queen, sometimes they can be authoritative with Venus on the helm, right?
Yeah.
And that might not be the best approach. So Fuzaken is like the equalizer for team. Look at how much control they have on the clone. They will lose their Kimmy, but there will be a shutdown on to Haze. Turtle will be taken by the Retribution. Uranus can just still chasing, still has got some firepower in him, and will be able to run away. So it's a 1-for-1 trade-off, but definitely SGD Omega are happy with it, as Haze was the exchange for a core.
Oh, Yaknu
he
barely
missed the
alive
push.
here. Kenji smells blood. He takes out Yaknu and barely still alive once more with two kinds of buffs here. Down goes Venus. Hajizi gets the kill with his Pinnacle Ninja. And look at what Toshi did, man. Toshi just doing the work. All right, it's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. And he pushed up top, almost even taking the last tier turret. Man, if we're gonna look at the score at this point, if the game ends anytime soon, I'm pretty sure he would have a low score, but that's great. Like, nobody else on the map has been doing as well as Toshi when it comes to pushing, and kudos to him.
You know what? I think that you can kind of feel that Onyx PH are losing grip of this game, because they done the Kimmy, and they might be facing problems now. Like this one, Hajizi is so strong, they want to go for the dive on the Wise. Wise will be safe. What a nice ultimate from Fuzaken with the wild charge, making sure that Wise is safe, and they are able to convert into a kill. Now the punishment coming out from Onyx PH, they have to take care of themselves, take control this time. So Wise will be able to secure that red buff. Genji now trapped in a very bad spot. Fuzaken with that gate, closing down the gates, even when Genji is still so far away from exiting that platform. It means that Onyx PH will get 2 kills and have secured the red buff. And that's more than enough for Onyx PH now that they're struggling. That's very good news.
Yeah, it's good news, but it doesn't put them in a position yet where they can be comfortable. They can be confident. Now looking at it in hindsight, again, it's 2020.
Lord,
The draft
resurrecting
was
soon.
won by SGD Omega. I mean, since it's so alien to us to see a Hanzo, then maybe we're not comfortable with a lineup like this. But against the Kimmy, even on Wise, even with Venus, with the protection, it's still just so lethal. And look at this now, Haze punishing Wise for just exploring his even own side of the jungle, almost being bursted down to half. But Wise, ever the wiser, backs out of that fight.
What's gonna happen now is SGD Omega just applying the pressure. Onyx PH trying to recover with securing their own boss. And Hajizi still ain't that much of a problem for Onyx PH, as long as they stick together, as long as Oh My Venus is guarding Wise as well as this Grok, and be having a little bit of security onto this Kimmy. And anyway, this Kimmy went for the mystery shop, so it's not that bad in terms of the late game, but Wise is gonna be taken out nonetheless. Haze and GC teaming up. Oh My Venus is gonna be the next casualty, I mean, for Onyx PH, as they have defended at least, or maybe not a defense actually, as they have lost 2 members, with Kenji stealing that buff once again. Red
Man.
purple this time.
They keep the turret, but they lose 2 in Wise and Venus. If it was Fuzaken and Yaknu or Fuzaken and Dilar, I'd take it. But yeah, this is gonna convert into a free lord. It's as free as it gets. This map is completely red right now. I mean, it's just a matter of time before this turret gets broken down in mid. And down bottom, look at this. Toshi's starting it up already. So, not looking good for Onyx right now. 11 minutes in, they're down almost more than 5,000 gold.
Oh, this is bad news, honestly, because they have Kimmy with 3 dead. I'm sure that there can still it can be turned around no matter what. And I honestly think that Onyx PH are having a good time with Dilar as well as Yaknu, even if you count all the death. As you can see, you still have pretty good network. I believe. Nevertheless, SGD or Omega, if they do continue to push, that's when they will run. Whenever they are able to isolate Fusaken and Wise away from Wise, or maybe just run through them like with brute force. I mean, with this clone coming out from Hajizi, they can take out the members of Onyx PH. But we will see, because Onyx PH, what they can do now is defend. They are defending at least their base well. I'm actually surprised that they have not lost any inhibitor even after that Lord.
You know what? Compared to yesterday's Kimi lineups on Onyx PH, I noted down in their bout against Sunsparks, in your face draft, 0 deaths Wise. And this is just quite the polar opposite here, Wolf. And I think it's no short credit to SGD's draft. Again, the Hanzo, even Toshi able to jump into Wise if he needed to. Hayes just able to jump in there. It's unfair. There's a gap closer in the fact that nobody can catch you because you're invisible. So it's gonna be an uphill battle. So far, the pushing lineup in Onyx not even able to push one turret. Already 13 minutes in.
I think that the real MVP of this game, at least the game changer of this game, is Hayes with Natalia. It's weird because and Kenji with the retribution as well.
Yeah,
it's not flashy, honestly, but if you think about it, it serves a lot of purpose. Like this time, Onyx PH had to get 5 members to secure an orange buff because they are threatened that somebody can jump to them. Like Kenji can just pop the retribution at any point in time.
That feels miserable.
That is miserable.
And the fact that at any point, if Onyx loses Wise, then that's such a large hit to their damage output. But if SGD Omega loses Hayes, they're fine. If they lose Haji, it's kind of okay too, right? So
yeah, they still have Toshi.
This is the anti-funnel strategy that's not funnel at all. You know how we called yesterday Ling the anti-funnel funnel? Yeah. This is just no funnel at all.
And if you think about it, Hanzo can easily farm and recover because of the fact that he has that instant devourer of creeps.
He makes a num.
Forget what it's called. The num-num. The num-nums. With Heptases, I'm sorry, with the Blade of Despair. So strong right now. We'll see how SGD Omega will approach this. Maybe they'll wait for the second Lord. Maybe wait, not because of the presence of the Lord on their side, but more about them forcing Onyx PH to commit a mistake. And I think that come the second Lord, there will be a big mistake from Onyx PH, and they might lose the game because of that. If they don't, well, at least they still hang on.
Yeah.
Lord, sorry, the buff is gonna be there again. Oh my goodness, gonna be with the onto Venus. He is taken out. Oh wow! Oh, Iakno actually in a very bad spot away from his teammates. He might buy the time, but I don't think he will survive this. Nor will he get the kill, unless of course he outplays Hayes. My goodness, Iakno! I shouldn't have doubted you. He will fall, but that jump, my goodness, Hayes. He did not expect that at all.
That was the best case scenario for Iakno. I mean, he had no business surviving. You were right, Wolf. I don't blame you for that. But the fact that he got Hayes, that's something, right? It's not nothing, it's something. But still, this Lord, man, it's looking free for SGD here. They are up 1 man earlier. Now they're at equal footing. Hayes for Iakno. It's a 4v4 situation on the map. Kenji here was able to take it. Yeah, I think he stole the orange again. What a bad boy. He stole the orange in Wise's face. And that's clearly because of a lack of retribution on the side of Onyx PH. Alright. The jungle of Onyx PH is a hot zone, ladies and gentlemen. They can't even take their own stuff without risking life and limb. And SGD Omega, despite the small amount of kills and deaths on either side, 10-14, by no means is it a stomp. It just feels miserable. It feels like Onyx PH is getting choked in by SGD. And now Venus blasting Hajizi's clone down, and they have begun hitting the Lord as Wise picks up the glaive. I don't see any contest here for Onyx PH. SGD is going to take this Luminous Lord now. 16 minutes, 40 seconds in. it's as free as it gets. Who's again trying to put Kenji down, but no siree, not gonna be enough. Nice Courage Mask onto Heath. Only one death across this whole match. This is looking very dangerous. Wise spotted out by Heath. Not exactly gonna be able to go in. The fight is now in the orange, in the purple here. Oh, there you go. Ejected once more. Who's again his favorite target. Smart missiles blasting down the big tank. Dilar, last insanity onto nothing. He spun his head right round the air as SGD goes ahead and retreats, waiting for the Lord, but still maintaining pressure across all three lanes. Lord gonna be marching up top, and I'm guessing that's where the first penetration will be onto the black and yellow base. So far, so good. Heath, once more with only 1 death and 5 assists. They're just waiting to be able to collapse down onto the Onyx PH facility, their headquarters, their base, if you will.
Wow.
Once again, and the gang, this is a 4-man coalition from Onyx PH going for the defense. Toshi waiting in the wings. I'm guessing he's gonna jump Wise? I don't think so. Man, it's just so bad for Wise. Him being 4-3-0, that's a miracle because there's so many who can jump him now. Pinnacle Ninja Hajizi going on to Wise once more. His phone dies. He needs to wait, needs to recover a little bit more. We are just raining down the fire onto these minions, and the fight is yet to break out.
I think I'm back, my friend.
Hello.
Alright. Some hiccups. Maybe I was also hit by that what do you call it? The King Jutsu.
You're ejected away.
I was ejected away, but nevertheless, you know what? I kind of expected Onyx PH to have lost an inhibitor turret. Honestly, because before I was disconnected, I think it was Yakno getting a kill onto Hayes, and SGD Omega was working on the Lord already. And I'm surprised Onyx PH did not lose any turret. And look at their inhibitors. They're fairly healthy, honestly, even with 2 Lords on the side of SGD Omega. That is, to me, very surprising. Now they toss Buzakin out, those ejector out again. Yakno live-stealing it away. But of course, that's just the clone.
Yeah, but
and
check
they
this out.
of course it caught them in front of. Yeah.
Check this out. They rain down all of their ults almost and just get rid of the clone. But look at this now. Heath looking really low. He needs to back out. He rained down everything. He still has an unstoppable force. And in comes Toshi. I think Toshi's gonna get the job done here. Hajizi finishing off the Yaknu, gets a double onto Venus, and they're not even done just yet. The clone goes down. Actually, Hajizi, his actual body has been decimated by Fusakin, and that's their only loss. Kenji's gonna be next here, but not just yet. Hayes, get away! Hayes gonna be taken down by Wise. What a turn! It's a 2 for 2, and Fusakin has been the factor here. He's the changing tides for Onyx, and a losing game has become now a little more equal, but I don't think I should be speaking just yet, because Wise is still yet able to get his own buffs.
Oh man, such a beautiful play from Fuzaken here. Double kill, obviously, for SGD Omega. Hajizi, after the double kill, kind of felt that he can get to the fight, but unfortunately, he didn't know that the Kingmaker was there. And if ever Fuzaken can make kings out of Onyx PH, there's Queen Venus and there's King Wise, or maybe the Wise King with the Kingmaker at their side. This guy is such a great wingman to the team, and so far, with his presence, playing now for Onyx PH has shown that Fuzaken can really change things up. And maybe I'm able to answer your question earlier. Is it more impactful to have Fuzaken? Well, you can see now the results of the Fuzaken Rock.
And I think this is a little more significant because they have been on the back foot this whole time, and the fact that they haven't lost means Fuzaken's doing his job right.
We'll see. They still are lagging behind SGD Omega. And I still think that the problem for Wise is gonna happen until the end of time. I think that at this point, he has to accept that he will not get any buffs at all. Oh, that's actually, yeah.
He won't get any buffs, and he won't be able to fight as comfortably as he usually can.
No. He He's maybe playing something with a platform, so that was later had GZ's flow is gonna be taken out. Heath jumping onto Oh My Venus, but Oh My Venus gets away! But combo in there from Fuzaken was the wild charge and the maximum charge. Double charge. Fuzaken, Guardian's Barrier, perfectly placed, but of course there's the dash coming in from Hayes, but Yakno makes sure that they will clean up. Cutter Inferno still available. Toshi as well as Heath. So much shielding coming out from SGD Omega. And did Onyx PH already overstep their bounds? The answer is no. Fuzaken makes it sure that the clone is going to be taken out while Yakno still fleshes out. SGD Omega's remaining members will not get any additional kill, but they do take out Hayes. And that's already good for Onyx PH. But look at SGD Omega. Look at Kenji. A playmaker. He doesn't care about the clash because he knows that his team will survive anyways. He just takes care of the orange. And I think he will get it.
The bad boy.
Indeed. Bad boys in action. In comes Kenji. In comes Heath. They want to go for the Wise. What a wild charge! Once again, coming up from Fuzaken. They kill Heath, I mean. Even through the immortality, and they pop Kenji's immortality as well. Or was it an immortality from Kenji? I failed to see. I think it was. But nevertheless, Onyx PH, man. I think your questions are answered now, Leo.
Yep. Waiting. Nothing against Jay. I love Jay as a player, but there's something else with Fuzaken this season. You know, there's something else in the Kingmaker, and I think they really just needed to unleash him in the playoffs. And right here, despite the disadvantaged draft, despite the tough early and mid game, you're right, Wolf. The advisor, the Kingmaker here for Solomon, Wise, the Wise King, and Queen Venus. My dude, I really think that this is the difference. You know, the Fuza can make a difference.
Yes.
So
Love it.
I'm still looking forward to this. It's not over. 9,000 go down, but they're taking kills where they can, and they never really are put down. Or, well, they're put down, but not out. And they've been winning trades left and right in the past couple of engages. So I'm looking forward to this. Finally, they get to push 2 lanes, mid and bottom. This is a breath of fresh air for Wise.
I actually failed to see that was the first time that they were able to get at least the turrets. And so far, this is maybe the farthest they went away from their base.
Yes,
the longest time.
It's better late than never. It's
Better late than never indeed. Toshi actually taking some damage in there. Wise starting to hurt. Getting some farm for this Kimi, but they still have the bodyguard, the Queen, and Fuzaken, the Kingmaker. Do they wanna contest the Lord? I advise against it because there's the retribution on Kenji. They still have Toshi and Hajizi. So much, I would say, burst damage. Oh, my Venus. So be careful. Oh, okay. So that's
down. The Hitman. He hunted down Hajizi. Down he goes. Dilar is gonna be running away from Toshi. What a take, Wolf. Oh, but Dilar, the dream has been shut down. Toshi gets the kill.
There's an innate advantage for obviously that Esmeralda, but look at this. Onyx PH on the advance. Is this the first time they'll get it's still on the blue buff? Yes, they will.
Got the purple! They got the purple!
Oh my goodness. You know how they did that? Because Kenji still has retribution. It's again Fuzaken with the wild charge, making sure that they knock him up. Now they're breathing because they know that Hajizi is not available for 10 seconds. But they have to be careful. I think that this is the better time to back down Wise. Oh, you have to be careful. Hate is there. Has mortality. Oh, my Venus cannot help you. Fuzaken, where's the wild charge? It's not yet available this time. Can they save Wise? They're trying. They're doing their best. Heath trying to run away. Oh, what a good usage of the tension. And now it's they eliminate Hayes. Toshi jumps, takes out Venus, but he's gonna be Yaktu on the backlights, but there's the kill. Yaktu, they finally take out the Kimi. Yaktu on the stamps. Really wounded at this point. They're going for Heath, they're going for Kenji, but honestly, they have to run away this time. Yaktu pops a Counter Inferno and gets some life steal out of the jungle creep, jumps to the right side, but he's gonna be chased down by Kenji still. Look at this, 2 tanks, 2 reap damage dealers, but in comes Hajizi. The killing blow is there, and they might get Yaktu even after that immortality, and indeed they will. Fuzaken, the wild charge, far too late. A very extended fight for SGD, Omega, and Onyx PH, and I can't keep track of who got the better of it, honestly.
Yeah, it was an extended team fight, exchanging left and right. But I think the headline of that whole engagement was Saving Private Wise, directed by Steven Spielberg. All right, they just had to literally save Wise to get the most of it. And I think after 2 kills on the side of SGD Omega, that's when Wise finally went down. But that's more than you can expect. I mean, I expected Wise to go down as soon as Hayes got a hand of him. But to be honest, it was such great play, especially from Venus pushing back what was left of his kit before he eventually also bit the dust. But yeah, that could have been so much more disastrous for Onyx PH, and it was quite sour, I'll admit. But in the end, I think they won the exchange still.
In all sense of the, in all, I would say the entire grand scheme of things in this game, at least, they have won the trade because one, they are able to survive, and two, they weren't pushed by SGD Omega. So at least they will prolong this game. 27 minutes in, it's not yet over, Leo. It's honestly just starting, perhaps.
Not even,
As the- yeah.
not even a single lane pushed in to the base, and there's still one more second tier turret for SGD Omega in the Lord stands. This is it's not even a scaled up Lord, so that can still level up.
Oh My Venus finds 2 members of SGD Omega. One thing that Onyx PH maybe should always consider is that they can be picked apart by SGD Omega. So at least now, you always have to keep tabs of where Hayes is. So it's a winter transition indeed for the Kimmy. Wow. So he sold one item and then bought an immortality. And that is also the thing, though, that he's already got his immortality before. But anyway, there's could be a clash here. GC with the clone, dealing damage to Weiss, but a wild charge once again in defense of King Weiss once again. Fuzaken makes it sure that they will keep him safe. Toshi jumps, and this is a bad jump actually. He will be stunned up, but not punished by Onyx PH yet. Kenji is gonna be the Guardian's barrier to close the gates. I mean, as Kenji's trapped, slowed down so much, and will be taken out by Onyx PH. But in comes the clone, round number 2 for it. But look at the damage of Oh My Venus and Wise. They immediately blow up the clone. And without without Kenji, SGD Omega, they will just back away. Or will they? Toshi, spotted by Fuzaken. Or was it Fuzaken who spots them out, both of them? And Yakuno just shoving the lane in the middle.
I think it was Fuzaken. Fuzaken is the one who's dictating this battle, and Iyaku now collapsing down onto mid, and they're able to push. And I think I gotta give credit here to Iyaku for keeping tabs onto Hayes down bottom. He always knew where Hayes was with the help of that exclamation point on your head as a status marker. So these team fights really could be just demolished by the presence of Hayes. But because of Iyaku just always checking in on him, they're able to take those kinds of wins and take down Kenji.
At 30 minutes in, Lethal Wanderers are takes a lot of time to actually take. Nevertheless, they scale. Okay, now SGD Omega complete with their squad. Iakno is gonna shove the bottom lane actually, and SGD Omega might think about this, but Toshi is also very far away from the team. Hajizi will be fleshed out. There's the clone taken out as well. No deaths yet on Onyx PH. Heath taken out from this. Very low, but there comes the kill onto Oh My Venus. Toshi with the jump. Wise in trouble. Still has got the immortality, but he's away from Fuzaken as well as Dilar. Can they save Wise this time? Kenji dealing the damage. Where's the wild charge? Some lifesteal will not help him as Wise is taken out. Iyaku far too deep, but goes for a GC. Finds the real ninja and takes him down, but at to what expense? Is he gonna die from here? He's gonna be ejected to the turret. The execute will not kill him, but the damage of Toshi will. No more lifesteal for this guy, and he goes down. Fuzaken with a wild charge, not gonna get a kill onto Hate, but he's buying time for his team. Doesn't have the immortality, or does he? Yes, he does. Gets away, so tanky. And Dilar wants to go for the fight. My goodness, what is happening now, Leo?
I could have sworn that Onyx PH made a mistake there, but this is again one of the best things that they can do. Buy themselves time, force SGD Omega to be elsewhere on the map, and because of the wave left down bottom by Iaknu, they're not in trouble. Look, the map is mostly blue, to be honest, right? Just now, it became red because the rest of the minions were able to move in, but up until this point, Onyx was actually making a good push. They were forcing the issue on the map. And now, when Wise and Iaknu come back, I'm wondering if Hajizi can make it in time because there's a team fight just waiting to happen here in the Onyx PH jungle towards that Lord Nest.
Ooh, okay, so because Wise doesn't have the immortality anymore, sells it, goes for the genius ones. It's all about
Juggle
damage. Yeah,
Juggling at this point.
juggling at this point. So what you do is to sell your items when you don't need it, all right, and then
You're on cooldown,
yeah, if the cooldown is already off on, I would say the immortality, and I'm sure that they're timing it out. I mean, there's no sense for you to do this if you don't time it properly. I think I saw a few did do this, and it makes it so that that secret shop or mystery shop, I mean, is still viable in the late game. You know what I'm saying? Usually it's just an early game emblem, but with this kind of place, on a very farm Kimi this time, 20,000 gold.
Down
Anyways,
bottom though,
yeah.
Iaknu, caught out by Toshi and Hayes. Gonna pop the Conqueror's Inferno, get a little bit of time on you. Venus, Wise and the gang to the rescue, who's again only surrendering himself once to the Omega squad. That's impressive. I just noticed now that Fuzaken's sitting on 3-1-1-1 or 3-1-11.
My goodness, I was astonished, honestly. The way he plays is so aggressive, but he still just
Gets
got
away with it. Gets away with it.
I'm impressed. Welcome back, Kingmaker. Welcome to the playoffs, I mean. So here we go, Onyx PH.
Wise gets the little.
Yeah. Onto the bottom, there could be a little bit of a 1v1.
In a team, in a fight that lasts this long, walkie grass is still good. Like, even if it's
Yeah.
the late game, walkie grass just dictates that you can stay in fights much longer. You can rotate instead of go home to base.
That's
And
right.
I can respect the hustle here. Hayes now being chased down by Fuzaken. They have an idea where he is, and they just instead push him back. Toshi just waiting to pick a fight. And look at this now. Heath and Kenji just once more watching out for the purple. Maximum charge.
Have to be careful. Heath in a very good position now. Not spotted out. Heath and Hayes. Oh, they could go for the backstab, but Wise finally shows himself there.
Oh! Ejector onto Wise! Alley-oop to Hayes! You're welcome! Triple H, it's time to play the game! Venus gonna be up next. Immortality is popped. There's a wild charge onto 3, but it's not gonna be enough. Tochi takes down the Queen, and now Dilar is trying to repair, trying to band-aid that mistake. The death bush from SGD Omega is real. And right now, Toshi gonna be back in out, flicker in through the base, through the wall, I'm sorry, of that serpent. And now, I don't think Onyx Page is in any shape or form to get a kill here. It's not enough. And look at how Jeezy, he's taking Lord.
Instantly, SGP Omega wants to go for the Lord, but they kind of recognize the strength of Onyx PH, and even then, what a beautiful Guardian's Barrier from Fuzaken. Set the Lord maybe. Wild Charge, not gonna reach Hayes. Fuzaken is out. Dilar pops the last Insanity. Wanna go for Hayes badly this time, but it's not advised. Oh, Guardian's Barrier is not the best. Flicker forward from Dilar. Man with a plan. Really hungry for the kill. Had GZ is here. Decides against jumping onto Dilar, but this time with Toshi in and Fuzaken low, they might be able to take out the export, and indeed they will. The lanes are being shot here. The rest of the pitch, and Fuzaken is still alive. Iaknu is in the bottom lane.
Whoa, forgive me, Your Highness, Onyx PH, eSports PH, MLBB royalty. They seem to have planned that out. They seem to have baited out the Death Bush play from SGD Omega, opening up top, opening down bottom. They're able to push that final turret before the base and just lose Wise and Oh My Venus in the process. Dilar, though, trading for Hayes. I think that's a good deal in itself. Onyx just won that overall, in a macro sense, I think.
I would agree with you, honestly.
They didn't even mind. And look, now they're in good shape to take Lord themselves, and I think they can take it faster. They can take it faster than Hajisti for sure. What's going on?
You know, I just want to say to the viewers that when we prepared for the broadcast of MPL, we call Onyx PH the gods of macro. And I think that it is showing up right now again. Anybody could have said that Kimi with 4 death come 8 minutes, we'll just straight up lose the game. But Onyx PH says, not if you macro your way out of it.
Nah, fam. Nah, fam. They remind me of Game of Thrones House Martell. You know, plans within plans.
Yes,
Unbent, unbowed, unbroken. There you go.
there you go.
They'll take it. They'll take it. But in the end, yo, give us 36 minutes. Nay, give us 42, 48, however long it takes, and we will get it done. All right. He's here. It looks like he's next, and I think they know exactly where he is. Oh, it was a birthday yesterday, but not today. Down he goes. Wise gets the kill.
Ain't called Wise if he aimed twice. That was a sniper. That was at sniper range, at least for Wise. Maximum charge at maximum range, able to hit and identify where his opponent is. And now, SGD Omega, their friend, Kenji, as well as the gang. Interesting Guardians to pick down his opponents. The GC with the damage though, with return shot placed properly. They have to be careful of Death Brush. Wise! Oh, just recently now gets the immortality. That timing couldn't have been more perfect. You know what? Honestly, if Toshi didn't see that, I would have sworn that he jumped Wise there.
I mean, he could have started to charge up the Falling Star Moon.
That's
but,
right.
You know, let's not count out the mechanics on Toshi. He himself was once a very good Kimi player,
That's
able
right.
to dodge Falling Star Moons himself with Kimi's dash. So he knows the mechanics involved. But look at this now up top. We're talking about the young man, Adrian Chibokalo on Toshi. Dilar bursting him down. I think it's going to be Heat in their iron sights. They have him as the next target. Hajizi with the ghost. Alright, it looks like we have to watch out for what Kimi's up to, what Wise is going to be planning.
Yeah.
And are they planning out already?
What is this?
Yeah, he lives in the pit, man.
Okay.
Just bought some time. Kenji still got it.
Kenji. Alright. Oh my god. How many close calls does this game have? What? Nevertheless, Heat.
I lost
Gonna
track.
there you go. There's the kill of Iakno.
But Heat is looking low.
Ooh.
I think fine. Nope, he has an immortality. He's at
Yeah,
maximum range. They're okay. But yeah, Yaku, nice pick off. But I guess they were just buying time. Wise couldn't make the call. Should I go for the crab or Lord? Neither was a good idea at the time.
Well, yeah, we were enjoying this game so much that we didn't notice. It's already 39 minutes. Did you notice that?
I think I mentioned earlier 38.
Okay.
No. But no. To be honest, I acknowledge the number. I acknowledge the duration, but it feels like a good match still. Alright? I'm not tired at all. And Kenji now, look at this. First him down, the Kingmaker takes him out. Yaku just goes down another time here. Actually Toshi now follows through. Venus, the sacrifice. Very much worth it.
Happening!
2 for 1. Ejector onto Wise. He's still alive. Smart Missile is not gonna save you now. Down goes Eat. It's currently a 3 for 1. Yaku sacrifice earlier was very much worth it. Hayes, what you gonna do?
3
jump
down
away.
on SGD. That was a 4v5. Iakno wasn't there.
Yaku wasn't there.
And now the Lord. Or will it be?
I think it's prime that they do take
should
Lord.
be. It should be Lord.
I think they're counting out. Oh, they're clearing the waves. They're clearing the waves.
Oh my goodness. Wait, I think they know where Hajizi is. No, Hajizi gets away. It's so close, honestly. Onyx PH, what are you doing? Why aren't you taking the Lord?
I think
Maybe
the
they
Lord
want
would be good. But no, I think they're planning for the long run here, and they're just pushing the waves in. Wolf, I think they know what they're doing. So
yeah, sure.
They're gonna take the purple here. They're gonna take the purple.
I wanna. Okay, so 43 minutes was the longest game of professional Mobile Legends, at least in the professional leagues. It was
43 or 48.
I don't think it's 48. I think it's 43 because 42 was MSC.
It was MSC. 43 was M1. Well, we're breaking records.
Nevertheless, we're breaking records.
41 minutes, 12 seconds currently. Nobody has been penetrated just yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, this game, I will cast this all day, honestly.
I don't mind.
I don't
Look at
mind.
this. Look at this, Wolf. Onyx PH has now gone up in net worth. They're up 7,000 gold. Earlier, they were down 10, 11 maybe, and now they're up. What's going on?
Yeah, I think that the answer to that question is the fact that they don't have a third push. I think that before this series, and even in this series, we were talking about Hanzo lineups having a lot of problems pushing.
Yeah.
And I think the Leo, maybe you guys don't know this, but we were talking, Leo and I were talking through the draft, and Leo was like, don't go Hanzo, you don't have push. And I think this is the reason why. After all the turrets have fallen, you will have a little bit of a flat line when it comes to your overall net worth lead, right? Or your gold gain, I would say.
You plateau. You plateau,
You plateau
at some point.
basically. Yeah.
And yeah, I think now I understand in a larger sense here. With the lineup that SGD brought out, it's a shock and awe type of lineup. They'll try to get you early on, and at first we thought that, well, in the funnel meta, it's the Kimi lineup that's the fastest off the track, right? Compared to the Claude, compared to even the Ling. If the Kimi, you let that Kimi do Kimi things, expect your lanes to be pushed in. But this anti-funnel strategy on SGD Omega now, you're right, it starts early and then it plateaus. And I think now we've seen it happen.
And you know what, Kenji, with this retribution, as good as it was in the early stages of the game, now you're looking at a little bit of a disadvantage for the Uranus. This is pull yourself together and retribution, right? So that's a problem. I mean, how many times will Kenji think that maybe if I had Execute, we could have won this? Maybe if I had Flicker, I could have saved myself. Maybe if I had something like Vengeance, I might have punished the Kimi. But unfortunately, it wasn't the case. Now, I think that Wise, as well as the rest of the gang, they have already learned how SGD Omega wants to go for death brushes and how they aren't prioritizing getting the lanes off. Yeah. Because so far, Onyx PH, what they did was to stick together and make sure the lanes are shoved. And this is also why their side laners are so farmed. Like if you look at Dilar and Yakno, they are so well farmed. It doesn't matter now though, because I think that everybody has reached maximum net worth anyways.
Well, it's still gonna come down to juggles. If you're gonna juggle items, it's still very important. So I think they should just still take whatever they can from the map. But check this out, I think there's a fight waiting to happen in mid. They trap down Heath as well as Hayes, but he's gonna run away. Toshi, 1v1 against Yaknu here. A fight has broken out. Conquer's Inferno. Divide and conquer is the name of the game. He's gonna bite the dust here, popping the immortality, and Venus is not done with him just yet. Silence now is Yaknu, but again, that's Yaknu. He has an immortality. Conquer's Inferno already popped. Down he goes. Kenji pulls the trigger, and it's a trade.
1-for-1, and Onyx PH aren't that happy for that, especially if they lose their immortality on an important hero. But this is what Yaknu does, and maybe for the good. Maybe they'll flesh out where Haze is, but then again, this is Haze. A very smart player will not be taken out easily, for sure. Not make himself spotted out.
Slowly, I think Onyx PH has drawn out a trail, or at least a pattern as to where Haze might be. There's one kill onto Dilar, has immortality, Pyraga armor goes back up. Haze didn't lose much on that. I think he popped his execution there, his execute, and then he goes back out. But good news, Wise gets the orange buff, so still, man, we can't count either team out. Either team. At 44 minutes, I think we broke the record.
Records haven't broken. I'm happy. I'm honored to be casting with you with this game. What
man, the animals go all the way. We will deliver, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. It's not over until it's over. And either team here not looking like they want to give up. Again, this is a high stakes matchup. Both teams fighting for tournament life.
It's just game one, but game one is as important as the other games.
Yeah, especially at this point. Yeah, I mean, this is your fight for greatness, and both teams, I know how badly they want it. Real quick, while nothing's happening, SGD Omega has been in the MPL for so long now, and Onyx PH the bridesmaid in last season, never the bride, not yet, but so close. They stopped Sunsparks in the whole series almost, 2 games, and then everything went downhill in the grand final. So both teams, you understand how they both really want this. They need this.
They need this. For them, only championship matters, honestly. And they can. They have a good contention to the crown. You can see Onyx PH make it hard for Sunsparks to even win the MPL Season 4 and even keep their throne. I mean, Sunsparks eventually got it still. But Onyx PH can easily take that crown away from them, with Fuzak and the Kingmaker now joining the team. But SGD
Yep.
Omega, that's also true for the team. They might not be the strongest in terms of like the chances against Sunsparks. They have lost against Sonic PH. They have lost against Sunsparks, against Bren at certain points. But you have to take note, this team is also very good. They have well-established players. They have 2 gold medalists and a gold medalist coach.
Mm-hmm.
They have so much good talent with Hajizi as well as Toshi, but
Yep.
in the end, it's sad to say, but they will have to eliminate each other.
Yep. They have an MPL crown winner too in Hayes from previous season. So with that being said, both teams here, they've had a taste of the gold as it is. They know what it's like to be champion, and by hook or by crook, they are gonna get there. But they have to go through each other first.
My goodness. A little bit of silence before a possible storm, as both teams have regenerated their immortalities. And look at the maximum charge that I told you, Wise. He's a sniper at this point.
Everyone's got
Takes that
wings.
Hajizi.
Everyone's got wings, man. Maximum
Everyone.
charge for Wise here is almost as easy as breathing. Maybe even easier. Because at this point, I'm breathless. Everyone watching right now, you guys know how hard it is to be playing Mobile Legends for 47 minutes all the way. This is a single game, the first game in the best of 3. And so far, we're at deadlock. I feel like we're at deadlock. Neither team here able to take Lord, able to push in lanes.
Oh man, stalemate for sure. I think everybody has unlocked their items. Wise though finds Toshi, who finds Ludo, falling Starmon, kept alive by
no.
Kenji, but
Was it
there.
delay?
What a good jump from Fuzak, and my goodness, they take out Toshi and Hajizi's gold. It's not gonna last long as they take out more members of Toshi, and Onyx PH says, okay, we've taken down one of the generals of SGD Omega. Maybe we can go for the Lord, or maybe we can just go straight into the base. They're feeling it now, Leo.
And I love how D-Lar just goes ahead and reports up top because he saw Hayes just clear minion waves, and that's very smart.
This is the best Guardian Spire if you're sieging a very close skin, by the way.
The siege is here. It's gonna begin. It's gonna start here soon. And Hajizi's clone has been bursted down. He's waiting in the wings. And now the tower, the turret is being focused down. They push us Omega in. Onyx has entered. They knocked and they out.
48 minutes, the first inhibitor goes down. And if you're watching at home, stand up, clap your hands. As Onyx PH finally have penetrated the base of SGD Omega. They can still go for more. A healthy wave up top. They are taking down the turret, but Hajizi with the damage is their punishment. Wise ups the immortality, and Hayes is prepared. They shut down the Kimi. Will they take out Hayes because of this? Oh no, Onyx PH might have a very bad decision making at this point. They have lost 2 members in exchange for just 1, but they have taken 2 inhibitors. Is this a fair trade at all for Onyx PH? It's a very hard question to answer because SGT, they can easily push, or can they? Maybe they'll take the Lord, or maybe they'll just shove the waves. I'm excited for this, Leo.
You know what? I'll need a couple more seconds to calculate if this is indeed worth it. It's gonna come down to SGD Omega's decision making, and the way it looks like they're thinking on the same wavelength as Onyx PH. They're not going for the Lord. Instead, they are going to push back where they were penetrated, and they got eyes on mid. Kenji here is gonna be barreling down onto this mid turret. Hajizi gonna go down. The ghost has been bursted out, and they take care of the minions. A lesson learned the hard way. by Onyx, and now they're putting it into practice. I love it. So far, you know what? I'm gonna say now it's worth it because there's no payback from SGD Omega. They keep their inhibitor. Lord is still up, and the waves are still pushed in towards SGD Omega. Onyx won that. Onyx won that, no doubt.
Oh yeah, I gotta had to hand it to them. Oh,
Onyx,
I needed a breather, Leo, because of the fact that I want to explain how SGD's Omega's draft look anti-Onyx PH heroes, but not anti-Onyx PH in the sense that this is a mobile game. They still
yes.
cannot punish
Yes.
to death.
Oh, I got the perfect anecdote, man. The perfect saying.
What is it?
You know my draft, not my play. All right.
Oh, okay.
You see our heroes, but you don't know exactly what we're capable of doing. And for sure, in the first 15, 20 minutes, they got their number. But now 50 minutes in, it's turned upside down. Onyx PH able to make the most of what kit they have and punish SGD Omega for not knowing. But to be honest, credit where credit is due and benefit of the doubt, maybe SGD Omega knows what Onyx PH can bring to the table. Maybe they're prepared, but they're not able to execute. They're not able to take advantage of what advantage they had in the early game. I said advantage way too often there, maybe twice in the same sentence. But the fact of the matter is, Onyx is now threatening bottom as well. So it's about to become happy defense time for SGD Omega.
51 minutes for just one game of Mobile Legends.
This is about to turn into a film, man.
It is.
We're about to watch a film, and if this goes on for 30 more minutes, then yeah, you guys should have had popcorn and some soda.
This is Onyx PH versus SGD Omega Director's Cut extended remastered.
Yep.
I don't know anymore.
I've heard from the production team that the sequel is incoming, like confirmed. The sequel is happening.
The sequel is
immediately after this.
Hayes though. Hayes is spotted out, but there's a charge. Now they identify him. They found him. They marked him. It's gonna be up to Fuzaken. Fuzaken, let's go! Oh my goodness, just with the picks.
Misses by an inch. Misses by an inch. Oh wow.
Just by a frame.
By a frame. Wise was like, contact! I got the enemy! But, you know, they're fine. It's okay. They pushed him away, and yep, I think they really have figured out where Hayes likes to camp out.
And you know what? You know that this is a good game even when it's a long game and it's a stalemate. Because sometimes long games aren't that much good. But if you know that
not entertaining. Not entertaining.
You know that a game is entertaining when even just a slight movement from a player, we hype it out. We feel a little bit scared for the players and a little bit excited for the opposing team. Yeah, you know that those are the benchmarks of a good game and good teams.
Yep. You know what, Wolf? This feels like a boxing match, but boxing matches don't have overtime. But for some reason, this one has overtime. Like we're at 12 rounds, and the referee and the judges are like, give him a few more. What? He what we call in the business a backdoor. He backdoored the tower. So now they've penetrated Onyx as well in mid, and now they're gonna make Kenji pay the price, popping immortality underneath his own turret here. Down he goes. Wise gets the finishing touch. He's gonna flicker in, gonna survive, but they do get Kenji, and that's what, a minute or so. 80 is that 85? Am I reading this right? 80.
No, honestly, Onyx PH. You might lose like this once again. Hayes is in the middle.
Watch out. Watch out.
He has a cannon. They have to take care of this. Yaknu's gonna port in.
The Potion have man-to-man defense. No, okay. Yaknu. Wait, where did Yaknu go? Okay, Yaknu's able to defend. Alright, they're fine.
Safe.
Oh, not like that. Not like that.
Not like this.
There you go. They get Heath. Nice pick off. You know what?
Easy. Well, last it's 7. He's gonna beat the one.
3 kills. Who's next? Toshi. Going for the dance. Pops the immortality onto Wise. They take him down. Queen gets him. Hayes gonna take down Wise, but Hayes is being threatened here by 3 members of Onyx. Dila raining down the flames. It's true damage. Oh, there's minions.
They have minions.
Hayes can defend. The base is in damage range. Onyx PH takes game 1.
Oh. We're gonna see. Everybody's just stressed out. I'm sure that they are more stressed out than we are.
Well, congratulations on the PH here, and SGD Omega put up an awesome show for us. But it's not over just yet.
It's not over. Look at Venus. Look at the Queen. Says, okay, we won this, but you have committed some mistakes, and I think that's good attitude. I mean, it's okay to celebrate.
Yeah.
Point.
Like, no pointing fingers. Let's just do better.
Let's just do better.
And ladies and gentlemen, your MVP, the Kingmaker himself, making a show of it with 4-1-17 at least by the post-game stats. It's your boy Cedric Fusaken Pasusani.
I would give it to him, honestly. This is such a I would say a very close match that everybody stepped up, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
would this as everybody's like 9.9 and Fusaken is 10.
Yeah.
That's how I rate this.
Yeah, well, not just by score. I mean, just coming in from the performance yesterday, right? All of these players have had a good night's sleep, had an awesome dinner, breakfast, maybe had a nice walk, and came in and said, we're going to play some Mobile Legends today. And play Mobile Legends did they, all right? I think we hit an hour. I'm hoping we did, waiting for confirmation. But yeah, Wolf, I did not expect for the first match to be such a banger.
Yeah, not at all.
Not like this. I expected it to be great, but not like this.
Yeah, because here's the thing, right? With the draft that we saw, we would have said that Onyx PH, if they snowball, they're gonna take the towers, they're gonna finish it before 15 minutes. That's also true with SGD Omega. Shut down the Kimi, snowball, end it before 15 minutes. But SGD and Onyx PH says, nah. Let's gonna take this. Let's take this to a whole series in just one game, including the draft, including the breaks, including analysis from the panel, all fit together in a game.
Yep, this is the show stealer right here. Like throw away your schedule for the day. You're gonna watch us play.
All right, let us catch a breather. I think that the panel is so excited to talk about this. Rockhart, what have we got there?
Well, excited is definitely what we have been for like the past hour, and Nomad just lost a bet. We'll talk about that later. Welcome back here to the panel desk. I am, of course, Rockhart alongside Nomad and Seiya. And try to break down that world record, I think, for a professional game for Mobile Legends. Safe to say that's a world record. And I'm very glad that you were all there to witness it. 54 minutes and 37 seconds of non-stop slapping each other in the face. How did Onyx PH eke that out against SGD Omega when they so clearly had a great early game lead? Tell us about that.
Well, with Onyx being, as Wolf mentioned, the gods of macro, that is exactly what Onyx PH did. In the earlier part of the game, SGD looked like they were about to close out the game. Hayes was just doing his job, just hunting down the Kimi, hunting down the Valier in order for them to, get the slightest edge in terms of the team fights. But then at the end of the day, when we reached the 20-minute mark, that was when everybody had all their items. And now it just all went down to the big plays that barely happened because there were still just one or two people going down on the same sides. But Onyx PH managed to make sure that, hey, all the attention is going to be on our side on this fight. Our minion wave is going to be pushing all the other lanes. Let's keep it at that. And while a big fight is happening, Iaknu was split pushing on the bottom lane. And that is slowly how Onyx PH got the fight. In the final fight of the series, of this game, I mean, it's just SGD Omega just being tired with everything. And they lost in one crucial fight.
True. This is where the stamina comes in come the when it comes to 25 minutes and above, because like what I mentioned earlier, this is where the lackluster capabilities of SGD come in. They have the early game aggression, and it was supposed to be their game when during that time when they managed to get the Kimi. But the thing is, come that 25-minute mark is where the momentum of SGD started to dwindle. If you can see that Onyx PH decided to really focus onto the economy-wise with Kimi and with Wise specifically. And come the late games, it's already evident right here. It's like a rally or a boxing match, like Leo had mentioned earlier. And I think the downfall for the side of SGD right here is, if you notice, they started to go in one by one, and you can't really afford to lose teammates at that certain point.
Yeah, that was in the later parts of the game
Mhm.
where every second actually did matter. I would say that there were a little bit more moments of indecisiveness, I think, which happened in later parts. We've been watching Hayes, right? We've been watching Hayes for like the majority of the last 20 minutes. And we've been wondering, I wanna think about what he was doing in those crucial moments. Sometimes you would see him just literally scouting in the blank area on the map. I think you'll see it in one of the replays as well. What do you guys think happened there? What was the call on the team while that was breaking down? And how big was that of an effect on the ending of that match?
Yeah, go ahead, Nomad.
Yeah, I think it was Hayes trying to gauge out if Kimmy and Valor are farming up in order for them to get another set of potions to power up or to get buffs. And he was hesitating in terms of stopping or cutting the lanes, which should have been the case in some of the fights. And while we're talking about Hayes, we're gonna have to take note of the Smart Game MVP of the game, which is going to be Fuzakin on this Grok, the return of the Kingmaker, 4-1 and 17, 390,000 damage received. He was a pretty effective Grok there. But yeah, going back to Hayes, yeah, he can eliminate one or two members all at the same time, but his main objective there was to cut the lanes. It could have went to SGD Omega. Onyx Page wouldn't have been able to push immediately towards the base of SGD Omega there.
Yeah.
We can understand the hesitations, especially him staying on the brushes there, maybe because he wanted the eye out, like you mentioned, the Kimi or the Valir. But it's on our perspective, we can see both sides, but on their side, we can't really see the whole map in as a whole. So the wariness is there for the side of Hayes. The thing that I think needs to be to consider here for Hayes is that the way that he should have shoved the minion waves onto the middle side of the lane, just so the members of Onyx Page wouldn't be able to really move forward to the base of SGD. But again, going back, at this certain point, I think for this game number 2, I think both of the teams have managed to, get some information for their respective enemies, and this is not a room for hesitations anymore. I think this game, our game number 2, must be no holding back.
Yeah, no hold for it.
For the side of SGD Omega, I want them to draft out a composition that would scale even if we go to another 15-minute game, because that was what's lacking.
Are you expecting that already? You're expecting another 15-minute game?
I mean, SGD Omega, if SGD Omega wants to stay in the game, Onyx Page wants to stay in the playoffs as well, they're gonna have to fight for the longest time of their lives and probably force misplays there. But yeah, going back, the lineup of SGD Omega did not have any pushing power whatsoever, and that is the advantage that Onyx Page had. Pretty sure that they didn't expect to last this long in this game, but it still worked out in the end with that Kimmy being able to just melt towers.
Yep, absolutely. Again, with going back to Hayes, I think one last time, because I really wanna. I'm trying to rationalize what he was doing for like the last 15 minutes. He probably didn't want to go to cut the lane because he didn't want to reveal his location, which is very crucial, I guess, in those last moments. If they saw that Hayes was there, they'd be super confident to go for the attack all the time. Onyx, right? So I'm trying to rationalize that, but in the end, again, Perseverance did win it out for Onyx PH, despite losing on the early game with the Kimmy. Like, Wise, I felt bad for the guy watching him in the first 15 minutes. Hayes was on him all the time on the Natalia. He could not do anything. Yeah. And I feel like there was a window that SGD could have actually finished it, but they didn't go for it.
There were several openings. Yes,
yeah.
There were several openings for SGD Omega to actually finish it through. But the thing is, we saw earlier, Wise was really able to position himself in a way that he could, really harass the tankier members of SGD Omega, that forces them to really disengage the fight. So that being said, I think they really need, this is the lackluster that I was talking about earlier, that SGD needed that follow-up damage that Onyx PH already possessed with the Kimmy.
No, I just felt like there were moments where SGD won that already, and then we went to 53 minutes. 54 minutes, rather. So that's going to be something for the book. Either way, what kind of changes? What do you think we're going to see a Natalia ban? Did Hayes actually pull that off properly? Do you think we would have seen a better result if maybe Jay was in? Maybe it would be a lot faster. I think Jay might want to say something later on, when he thinks things are starting to get clutch. Will we see Nina for the last time?
Maybe Nina's the trump
The
card
trump
here.
card,
Yeah,
right?
the Omega.
Yeah.
Bring in
Exactly.
Nina. Onyx PH
Do
will
it.
not know what to do. They will tremble in fear, and then SGD wins. Forces their game number 3. Maybe that's the case, but I just want to see a better scaling from both of these teams.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for here. Scaling probably, and maybe play towards win conditions. Onyx PH drafted an early game comp, did not play to the early game tempo, or at least they tried, but they were shut down. SGD, if they think they had the late game, but they absolutely lost the late game, right? They drafted a late game comp. They wanted the Hanzo full items first before they wanted to go for a fight. That didn't happen. Will we see it again here on game 2? That's something that we'll have to find out as we head into the draft in the next few moments.
Yeah.
But speaking of draft,
I think
what kind of changes are you guys expecting? What do you guys want removed? What do you guys want?
to me, I think the Hanzo will be the one back instead of the Natalia, because we've already seen how a threat the Hanzo was.
This is being very
This is SGD Omega journey through the MPL. Let's watch him through the regular
Carmila na ng kaliwa. Look at the damage there, ladies and gentlemen. Unstoppable Doy. Para naman dito sa may pinaka-backline. Okay, bayad yung first kill dito kaagad ng ating Sicilian.
He's still alive though, he's fighting. He's holding on to dear life. With Carl He's still pretty much safe, full HP, doing a lot of damage, but the front line is fading quickly. GZ going hard. Tempest of Blades makes him invulnerable, but Carl he is now gone. Everyone else, Rebo, except for Coco, they are falling like dominoes.
At look at that ejector pa na. Killer will fall down once again.
There goes the play coming from Blacklist International. Hindi ka pwede magpapawaya dito. Hit! Medyo pumaback down. Ayun na naman! Si Mr. Ace! Diyos ko! Apat na miyembro!
And, sans my voice, that was a great backup, great lineup of highlights from SGD Omega. We are into the draft, ladies and gents, for game 2 here. Onyx PH versus SGD Omega. No more Ling, no more Popol and Koopa. I think these bans are just gonna happen all over the map today.
Yeah, and I just want to point out though, that was Toshi's first loss on the Esmeralda. And Fusaken has been undefeated on the Grok. Those may be some good bans to take note of if you're going to be Onyx or
they
SBD
stole
Omega.
it. They stole it. That's gonna be interesting. So at least the 100% is gonna be there, but again, not usable by Fusaken. I'm thinking about Atlas or Akai for Fusaken. I think we might have to relegate back into the Kaja, right? Just because of the picks. I mean, Fusaken, he's such a great player, but you gotta admit he's a little bit predictable on the draft.
Well, I think that can be a pro and a con too. Okay, sure, Fusaken will be predictable on the draft, but the way that he plays, he is known to be a kingmaker for a reason, and that is when it comes to the execution on how he uses the hero, because he could really turn something predictable into something unexpected in a way that can make SGD or specifically or any enemy team go by surprise, and that's what makes him, I think, one of the most flexible player here for the side of Onyx PH.
Oh no, we're seeing a repeat of
no.
the SG Dragons here.
Oh no.
We're seeing over the Hanzo. It's the same picks, you know. It's the Esmeralda and the Jawhead. If they pick Hanzo, I don't think that would be the wisest call here.
Nah, I don't think so. I think they've learned the lesson. I think from the previous game. SGD already securing the carry, which means that's definitely going to be the funnel in. The funnel in.
The funneler.
Yeah.
The funnelist.
I like that they also stole the Kaja. That's great. Stealing the Kaja. It limits the Onyx PH support and tank roles a lot. That's why they're leaving it on the last pick. We might see a Kai here. I don't know. We might.
The return of the Panda himself.
Yeah, the Fuzuki Nakai. 100% win rate. Let's go.
That's true. That was 800%. Uranus is going to be banned out.
Wait, but I can understand why, because you saw how SB utilizes the Uranus earlier. It was really tanky, and they kind of had a difficulty in taking him down, and it needed more people for them to really secure that kill. But going back right here, that was a good ban for side of Onyx PH. And Sicilian, respect that for Oh My Bean.
Very
pretty
respectful.
smart. That is actually great. I think so. That's usually what Onyx does. They have the mainline Kimmy, and then they'll have someone like a burst mage, usually Sicilian, usually sometimes the Valier, just be on the sides, make sure that they can have some damage, balance out the physical and the magical damage output of the team. So banning it out is actually pretty smart, but the Forza is again still available, which is vulnerable to a Natalia. So SGD might still be able to pick up Natalia if they wanted to.
Your team is picking.
2 picks that are vulnerable to Natalia, by the way.
Yeah, the key.
Natalia being picked up, that's a good choice.
That is right.
Yeah,
That's a great choice. Good luck, Feather Airstrike. Good luck, Kimmy. I mean, that's what you want.
I mean, I'm already seeing a very, very balanced lineup here just from these 4 picks. The potential 4th pick on the thumbs as well.
Yeah.
They can pick up the Natalia as the last one. No,
they're
gonna
not.
hover up the Masha.
No, they're not.
Masha?
Masha?
Really?
They did.
Really?
Masha.
They did. Oh!
Your
With the
team is picking.
Export. They were already there. They could have picked the Natalia, but they did not want to risk it. Again, the draft. I have to respect the draft SGD because that's Dale. You can't say anything bad about Dale. But I think that might have been it. They could have had it. This makes it like a full dive composition here.
Okay, this is interesting, really. But going for the export and Masha here, I think this is very SGD. Going for the sturdy composition and to really focus onto the funneling to the carry. But for the side of Onyx PH, though, I find this very interesting because they have both the initiation and the follow-up support, so pretty interesting.
And I feel like SGD is gonna go for a sort of a macro strat here, with that Masha being in the equation.
All right, so what do we have here? Nomad and Seiya. Are you a fan of the Masha? Are you going SGD? Or are we going to 2-0 today?
I mean, I'm a Masha user, and the only way Masha can win games is, aside from being in team fights and disarming the marksman, is to just split push. If SGD can do that, SGD can force a game number 3. But looking at the draft here by Onyx PH, I'm gonna have to trust Onyx PH here.
And I will agree with Nomad here. I will go to Onyx as well.
That's a 3-0 Onyx here on the analyst desk. I have to agree, Masha is great, but it might have a hard time fighting off against the SGD.
Could have been
lineup.
better if it was a Natalia.
Exactly. Natalia for reals. All of us here want Natalia. I wonder if Wolf and Leo will think the same. The animal duo, take it away.
Thank you so much, Rockheart and Nomad and Seiya. Wonderful panel once again. I think that they have said a lot of good points, and I think we agree. Here at the caster's desk, my name is Wolf with Leo, the Animals, your casting duo. We believe that this Masha, or at least I believe that this Masha will have a little bit of a problem, even when it's theoretically strong against snowball type of compositions. In this meta that we're playing in, I think Masha will not be able to outspeed a Kimi push, specifically if this is Onyx PH, the gods of macro. But what do you think, Leo?
I believe in game one. You mentioned this earlier, and then I'd like to build upon this point. There's a mental toll on you after losing a 54-minute game. And I think it's gonna come into play here, and it may have affected the draft. SGD Omega here may have played into Onyx PH's draft, and in game one, I gotta say, they won. Right in game one, they won the draft, but they lost the match. Here, given that they're on even playing field, so to speak, they have the same wavelength. I'll give the advantage to Onyx. So with that being said, man, Wise on that Kimi now using a flame shot.
Okay.
This is going to spell disaster, I think, for SGD Omega's early game.
So maybe you're wondering why flame shot. But we'll see. Because there could be... Okay, Yakmu, did he steal it? No. It's taken by heat. So that's one thing you should do. But Onyx PH says, okay, we'll give you the red up top, and we'll take your red, which makes it more awkward for you, because this time, our core has got the red buff, and your support has the red buff. So in terms of like effectiveness, definitely you're gonna favor the side of Onyx PH. Nice dash away. Oh my goodness.
Almost taking heat along the way.
You see, I want to explain why Flame Shot was the choice here for Wise. The first reason is relative Flicker or Purify doesn't make sense against the Kaja anymore.
Yeah.
And what you just do is, if Haze jumps you, try to dash away or push him back with a Flame Shot. And there's the rest of Onyx PH to take him down.
Yeah, that's the new function of Flame Shot. No longer is it the bursting menace that it once was in Season 4 or earlier in Season 5, but now it's more of a utility pickup. It's a pushback type of deal, and that's exactly what you need on a hero like Kimi, used by Wise. Now they seem to be collapsing up top, pressuring Hajizi here. Man, this is a good move on Onyx PH. They're keeping Toshi's Masha down. But look at this down bottom. Kenji exploding onto Dilar's face. And Dilar gets away with a sliver of health. As I was saying, I think this is nice. You make sure that the Masha is not able to do good Masha things.
Yeah. But I think it's still a pretty good start for SGD Omega on all sense of the game. The fact that they are still controlling Wise, it's good. And they are also getting some farm onto Kenji as well as Toshi, so that's okay. It's not that flashy for Hajizi, but you could say that Hajizi might be just waiting for items to go. See, very nice rotation in there. I mean, we were hyping a lot about Fuzak and Grok, but this guy, Heath on the Grok, is also really scary.
Yeah, Mr. Fundamentals himself, Heath here. Again, I think the story of this weekend's Groks are do not be afraid to do one-man wild charges, because those are worth it now.
Yeah, that's right. Specifically in the early stages of the game.
I think this is an easy turtle here, taken by Hajizi. There you go. SGD Omega now cementing their early game lead, about 1,000 gold and change now ahead of Onyx PH. I wonder where Onyx is going to start to collapse onto them, like where they're going to start their first push.
Yeah, yes. I like that. I like that you asked that, because after game number 1, and if you look back a little bit about the games of Onyx PH when they pick up the Kimi, you have to forget our 2019 mentality that Kimi is just for pushing early game. I think Onyx PH have told us, okay, it's okay to not get the push even until the 20th minute mark.
Yep. I think for Onyx, it's less of a when and more of a how.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they eventually will. Like, you just gotta trust in the king, the queen, and the kingmaker, because they're gonna make it work at some point. Oh, but look at this now. Blind spot push down bottom by Hajizi and Haze. I wonder if they spot anyone out. Haze has the Divine Judgment on. Oh, actually, he used it up. We're waiting for it on cooldown. Who's again with the jump though on the Haze? Kenji with the defense though. Lasting sanity onto the bouncing ball. But they do have some artillery, but it's not going to be enough. They actually trade now. Haze for Fuzaken. Down goes Venus. Hajizi pulls the trigger, and Vilar cannot do anything to defend. That's a 2-for-1 in favor of Omega.
Oh, top lane though.
Hoshi gets Wise. How did that happen?
That should not happen. I mean, Wise has still got Flame Shot available, so that's a weird interaction. Onyx. A lot of
occurrence,
missed calls from Onyx PH. Honestly,
Yeah.
they look lost this game. Are they the ones who were tired out of that victory? Maybe.
Possibly.
Yes,
Okay.
Resurrecting
Yeah.
soon.
I was gonna say, like, as a part of our studies, throughout the whole season, we did notice that Onyx has a tendency to get tired out or to lose composure, right? Towards the late game, they would somehow tilt or get salty, but in game one they didn't. So maybe now we're seeing it, an extended effect of that.
I think so. We'll see. As Onyx PH, it's not yet over. They put themselves in this position in the previous game, albeit much worse. But I guess the problem is SGD Omega didn't have a pushing but hero in the previous game. This time they have Masha. And they have the Grok as well, so they can just literally brute force their way in to taking down the turrets. That's an option for them. So Onyx PH. Oh, I see now the difference of Kufra and Grok. Because with Kufra, you kind of have to hide. Nice flicker away from Haze. Stops the target's range. Now,
Oh, down goes Wise again. Oh wait,
Monster
yes. Hajizi
all
gets a kill.
PH, they
We're
have
saying
stopped.
the difference. Fuzaken has to hide, right?
Wow. Fuzaken has to hide, and the Grok can literally show himself anywhere.
Yep. And it doesn't matter. He'll get you anyways.
So here's the deal. For Onyx PH, they don't have that hero that can run around the map, I would say. Perhaps you can argue that about Esmeralda, but if Esmeralda gets taken out, I mean, it's found out by SGD, they can lose it. Fuzaken, look at that jump, and duly punished by SGD Omega. Come right here. You want to go here? Come at us, and we'll take you. That's Taze, by the way. I like that he is playing the Kaja because this is not about being flashy. It's more about decision making, and that's what SGD Omega needs. They need a commander that can really call the shots.
Yeah, and I think the veterancy of Haze, already
Turtle
one-time
resurrecting
MPL champion, is gonna come into play here. You know what? I just gotta notice Hajizi, man, they've been feeding in the kills really well currently. 7 minutes in, 6 kills already with a bounty hunter. That's a kill per minute. That's a lot of free gold.
Oh, they are leading with 7,000 early stage in the game. Hold on. So it's just 7 minutes in, and they have already amassed about 9,000 in terms of gold, going even further. So it's this time it's definitely a big problem for Onyx PH.
Yeah,
Surely you would feel that the previous game was worse,
Yeah.
but this is even bad. I don't know. I don't know.
Badder.
Badder.
Worse with a T. Worse with a T.
Worse with a T.
Yeah.
Worse with a T.
Oh, now and look at just like that, Wolf. I think this is a replay of last game's story because this is what it looked like again. Under 10 minutes with no towers pushed by Onyx PH. I think they're just about to get into gear. Maybe, just maybe, if we're gonna take game one as a measuring stick.
Okay. Was it a... So I think it's more like a gut check for SGD Omega. About a 50-minute gut check.
50-minute gut check, a 50-minute download. Fuzaken goes down. Hajizi once more. Why though? That is the most expensive gut check I've ever seen in MPL history.
Yeah. So honestly, I thought that the Kufra makes a lot of sense. But if you think about it, Kufra's main problem when drafted, and specifically this is when the double tank setup was prevalent. Kufra was so strong when there's an initial tank in there to kind of scout things up, because Kufra is not a hero that you put in the map walking around looking for initiations. That's Akai and Grok, but not Kufra. Kufra needs a different tank in there. So maybe if they drafted Uranus for Onyx PH, that could have been better when it comes to synergy with the Kufra. But this time, there's no hero like that to help Fuzaken really shine in this game. So I
Yeah.
think for Fuzaken, he needs to channel the Honda Beast Kufra if they want to come back to this game. But that's not the flicker. But there you go, jumping from Haze. Punishment is there, but of course, heroes in exchange might even be 3 as the Farsa goes down. And Onyx PH, after winning a 54-minute match, they might lose a 12-minute or maybe an 11-minute. Might be over, Leo. I
Yeah,
think
was that them winning the battle but losing the war? Because that's what it feels like right now. 10 minutes in, here's the penetrate by SGD Omega. Down goes the very last turret in mid. And 5 seconds off of life cooldowns here, the respawn. And they're gonna go for the base. It's over just like that. Well, it's anticlimactic. But congratulations to SGD Omega. They're still in the game. They're still in the playoffs.
we're still into the playoffs and they force a game number 3. And I know that you'd love that. I know you want a game number 3. We are giving it game number 3. So technically, we have finished the first series. Then we get to another best of 1, basically, because of just the length of the game number 1. But this game is, I think, more about Onyx PH's misplays than it being a draft issue. I think that this is not a draft issue at all from Onyx PH, despite me saying that Fuzaken is having trouble. But this is more about Onyx PH not playing like they did in the previous games. It is as if they've lost their tank, and maybe they need another few minutes to bring it back. Maybe just treat this 10 minutes as an extended break, but a very expensive one, I would say. Leo,
Here's what I'm thinking. Maybe there is fatigue involved because
there.
the mistakes, the misplays we noted in that 10-minute game, man. 10 minutes. They're very uncharacteristic of Onyx PH, especially given that 50-minute game. So yeah, unless proven otherwise, especially in game 3, maybe, just maybe, Onyx won the battle in game 1 but lost the war along the way, and they might be dropping off from the playoffs. But who's to say? I can't because again, this is the show stealer. It's just the first series of the day, so hoping for more. Hoping for more.
Let's bring it back to Rock Hard because I think that they have more to say about this game.
Say we do absolutely have a lot more to say about that game, but is there really? I think that's an. I know we got it wrong. Obviously, guys, I know we got it wrong, but who'd have thought they wouldn't be able to execute without any strong harassment? I feel like this Masha pick, I think, just caught Onyx PH by surprise. They were not expecting something like this. Maybe they were expecting to use it, but not against them. Welcome back to the panelist desk. I'm Rockhart alongside Nomad and Seiya. SGD Omega able to even it out against Onyx PH. We are going for a game 3. At least it was a lot shorter than before, but what happened with that Masha, man? What happened with that Masha?
Well, that Masha was only focused on objectives. Yeah, we saw him enter the fights from time to time. Toshi's Masha's primary objective is to secure the objectives because Masha inherently, because of her first skill and because of her passive, she will be able to take down the Lord without any problems, take down the turtle without any problems.
1v1, no problems.
Yeah, no problems. Especially with a bounty hunter and a blade of despair equip, you wouldn't have any. Not a bounty hunter, a demon hunter sword and a blade of despair. You won't have any problems melting down the turrets, especially with the increased attack speed you will get the lower your health is, and that I think is one factor that led to the downfall of Onyx PH's game. The other downfall here is that there are a lot of questionable plays from Onyx, and I think Seiya has a lot to say about that.
True, because it's pretty evident, especially once we get to see the game highlights later. There are a lot of shots that are really uncalled for and a lot of mispositioning, especially for the side of Onyx PH, specifically the squishier targets, the Farsa, the Kimi. We've seen, and that's the thing. That is where SGD really utilized their advantages to a maximum extent. Really, really securing this game number 2. And like what
Yep.
you said here into the highlights. Okay, so far so good. They had some kills here and there, but the carry able to funnel up and to really free hit going into those beautiful cleanups here with the matches right now is something that you have to take into account. And alongside with the Last Insanity and the Guardian's Barrier to really pin down your opponent is a notable trait for the side of SGD.
Yeah, and of course, Smart Game MVP going over to Hajizi on the carry. 9-0-4, super flawless. All the items you can hope for on the carry, and it was played like, clockwork at this point.
Yes.
I would like to re-emphasize though the big weaknesses of Onyx, like with what SGD did. If you guys remember back in the draft, I said, "Wow, what a draft by SGD!" But a weird 5th pick, which is probably what swung the vote for me. But they really denied a lot of heroes from Onyx PH's frontliner. It's weird to find Fuzukin playing on the Kufra. This was not a big Kufra game for Fuzukin.
Yeah, that wasn't really his game. And if Onyx PH is going to be prioritizing the blue side, they might just... If Onyx PH is going to be playing on the blue side, they might just go ahead and give Fuzukin his Grok. He was way more effective on that Grok, and, aside from that Kufra.
Because our casters here emphasize the difference between the Kufra and the Grok. And we all already know that Fuzukin here is known to be the flashier player. So it's really more essential if we get to see him in one of his comfort picks, which is the Grok. So seeing it earlier right now, sure, he was able to make some skirmishes engagements there, but it's not really Fuzukin. If you get me.
Yeah,
so,
he Fuzukin. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's not very Fuzukin, if you know what I mean. But I think for this game number 3, for each of the teams to really secure their kill, for the side of SG to secure the game, for the side of SGD, I think this is where they have the advantage in terms of mental stability, because we witnessed in game number 2 that Onyx PH, I think it's the result of the fatigue of game number 1. So this is where I think SGD has the upper hand, and I think they just have to maximize that. But for Onyx, Nomad, what do you think?
I feel like the pressure is really on here for Onyx PH. They lost the game. They got really tired after that game number 1. And the mental fatigue, the fortitude that they had, I feel like is going to get lost in translation here as we go into the draft.
Yep, this draft is this is it. This is the draft that Onyx PH needs to win if they want to keep going for the rematches against Sunsparks. Unlimited rematches at this point. I feel like they've been trying for a long time now, and I'm sure a lot of the viewers here really want to see that. And that's why they're here. They want to see, can Onyx PH pull off this comeback against SGD? Let's find out. It's gonna be a no Ling day today and a no Popoling Koopa. I'm not surprised just because of the prevalence of those heroes in each and every team. So this forces teams to be a little bit more creative.
Selena.
Man, I just gotta say though, this is going to be championship.
Okay. And you have to take note the pressure for this specific game number 3, because this is the deciding factor who gets to be advancing into our playoffs. And this is a whole different. This is 2 different types of story for both of our teams, so they really cannot afford any more, cheeky picks in terms of draft. And if they really want this to work, they really have to go all out. And I think all out is the name for the side of SGD Omega with this Atlas.
Yeah, Coach Rio looks like he's a little bit. He's not that comfortable with that pick, the way he's really picking at his foot. Going for SG for Onyx though, I feel like they are gonna be once again kind of starved with the front line. Although the Grok is still gonna be available to maybe stop some of that Atlas pressure, we will still be able to get a chance. They'll still get a chance to pick it up on the second rotation. But what if SGD wants to get it as well? I'm kind of risky. That would make SGD what a monstrous frontline.
Yeah. And the thing here for SGD Omega is they are known for a very fundamental lineup, and I think this is the route that they are going for right now. And picking this X-Borg again, similar.
Your team
This is
is banning.
quite similar. SGD tactic, and from game number 2, SGD is able to win it out. So why pick something that's not broken? Instead, you can enhance it, and I am liking really this Atlas pick for the side of SGD. Especially they have this really on point fatal link.
Yeah, one good Fatal Links
Yeah.
into a Last Insanity. Oh boy, that's already a combo there for SG Dragons.
Mhm.
Curious to see what the ban is
Your
going to be. It's
team
going to be an
is
Esmeralda ban here. Would actually work well for them, because if they're not able to go for Esmeralda, depending on what their primary damage user for SG Dragons is going to be, Esmeralda might just be able to melt them out, and there's almost little ways for them to take control of the Esmeralda.
Yeah, I'm already looking at it, and I gotta say, this Esmeralda was actually gonna be great. Would have been actually great against the SGD Omega lineup. So, are we expecting some sort of
Your
Ling
team
coming out?
is
Do you
picking.
do you still need a Uranus? I don't think so. Sorry, not a Ling, like an Angela comboed with someone else,
I think
right?
no.
No, I don't think so. No.
I don't think the Angela will be utilized at this point, because you have to take note this is the do or die game. So I don't think that if let's say Onyx PH chooses the Angela, that's like a +1 kill for the side of SGD.
Lancelot, there you go, showing up really strong. Come on,
Yeah.
Lance, lock it in. We've always had fun with this hero.
Your
Okay.
team
All
is
right,
picking.
here we go again. I'm pretty sure the Lancelot has a pretty positive win rate, right? Despite
Mhm.
being not really a big meta pick.
Mhm.
So I'm really liking this from SGD so far. But Sturdy does. Composition on Onyx PH looks like it's gonna be pretty solid on the front as well.
Oh, and speaking of Onyx Page, I think it's Jay this
Your
time who's going to
team is
play,
picking.
and we won't see Fuzuken for this specific game. So, and he's gonna go on with the Cho and Kufra. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
hmm.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Where-
What takes care of this though? What takes care of this really mobile front line here of Onyx PH? I'm not sure. Are you drafting a marksman here? Or are you gonna go for apparently? Wow, such confidence on the
Wait.
mock shot.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. This is interesting.
I get the confidence because it worked really well during game number 2, getting the objectives right and going for split pushes. So if ever I think this would be in the hands of Toshi, if I'm not mistaken. And if ever Toshi is able to do these objectives smoothly, this could be a game for them. How do you know, Ma? What do you think?
The only difference about the SG Dragons lineup that we have now compared to game number 2 is that they had a good sustainable damage dealer, which is Carry. Carry's able to just be the number 1 problem for Onyx PH, and that just allows Soshi to just split push all across the map. I don't know how they're going to be managing it with a Lancelot lineup, but judging by how confident they are with Toshi's Masha, I might just give this game to SGD Omega.
Yep.
Oh, it takes guts really to really go for the Smasha pick again. So I think I will be going for SGD here for game number 3.
It either takes guts or a ton of confidence to be able to pull this off twice in a row against second place last season here in the Philippines. So I think Onyx might just win this out by heart and by pure firepower. Let's go. I think it's a 2-1 Onyx. All right, I'll accept that. Let's have a look and see if Wolf and Leo are ready for another long one. Let's go, animals.
We are ready and we are hoping for a long game, or at least a long series. I don't know if Leo is agreeing with me, but yeah, the Animals are back at it again with the caster's desk of game number 2, game number 3, SGD Omega versus Onyx PH. Who will take it and who will go home? We will decide. Leo, do you have any feelings about this matchup? Will this be a repeat of game number 2 for you?
I actually like the Masha. I like how Toshi here can threaten a lane, and with the lack of Kimi on the side of Onyx PH, it's a little more of a gambit. Like I'm sure it will be more significant because with the Kimi on the other side, there's a counter threat. You know, you can mirror what Masha is doing. But now with the carry, maybe just maybe this is Onyx being a little more cautious, right? Especially with the Stalina now being fielded, and maybe the first time we'll see Oh My Venus on a tank. It's just a matter of time. And yes, it is an Oh My Kufra already taking some damage. Where is this from? Down mid. All right.
It was big, that's Lancelot. This is weird from Onyx PH. They fielded Jay this time instead of Fuzaken. Oh My Venus just trying to contest this buff. So when they play Jay, they put Jay in either Kaja or this time is the Selena. And Selena for Jay is also very successful. Now Onyx PH, they are going for an invade onto the red side, but there's a big collapse here coming out from Onyx PH. Look at this, Masha bottom, I think.
Toshi is fighting with Yaknu, and
And he's dead.
oh, got it. Nice. All right, so that's an off-camera kill. We were focused up here on SGD Omega's jungle, and there you go. Yaknu surviving with a sliver of health, barely one more hit. So far, so good for Onyx PH, but the question really is, have they recomposed themselves? They seem to be really shaken in game 1, and Rockheart's spirit, you know, as to say, wherein he believes in the heart of the almost champion. I'm wondering if that's gonna pay. Oh, but look at this.
Fredden, nice dodge on the Decimate. Oh, okay. Oh My Venus, we will showing some moves.
Yeah. Like
Sidesteps the Decimate. What's it called? The Decimate. Yeah, sidesteps the ultimate of
execution.
GG.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the Phantom. And
Phantom
then
execution. The Decimate is
with the third rose.
Martis. The Decimate is Martis, remember?
Yeah, that's right. Phantom execution. It's been a long time.
Yep.
People.
Welcome back, Lancelot. More than one team have fielded Lancelot, and I think this is his age once more. So I'm liking it. You know, any evolution in the meta is good. Change is good.
Change is good. Toshi being forced by Iakno here. It's a matchup that we... Oh! Okay. Goodbye.
That's a narrow.
That's a goodbye unless Iakno really trips and he will. Fatal Links! Godly coming out from Haze. They punish the members of Onyx PH. They take out Toshi, but in exchange of Iakno, I don't think that's a good trade at all for Onyx PH in terms of like the presence in the map.
Yep. At best, it was a wash. At worst, it was payback, and they lost the gambit. So, you know, SGD Omega, good answer there, especially from Haze.
You're like the Fatal Links usage here. Of course, this is Haze. Half man, half amazing. Second round of buffs. Duly secured by both teams.
Buff secured.
Yeah,
buff secured.
Buff secured. Right. I think that Wise is also okay. With one assist on the Bounty Hunter. Gonna be threatened by X-Borg. Did Kenji steal the buff? I want to see. I need to see. The purple. But anyway, he's gonna be taken out here. He gets away with the help of his teammates.
Trap just barely missing.
Yeah. I need. Oh, unfortunately, I think the observers cannot hear us. They can hear the Filipino stream, but not us. So I still will have to wait whether or not Kenji got the buff, but this time no,
they get it. Down goes Toshi. Venus almost threatening Hajizi. Missed with the revenge, but Jay pays the price. Hajizi gets the kill, landing his full kit with an orange buff to boot. And Iyaku's gonna have to get out of dodge as well as Venus, but they might be able to steal this crab. But it is reset. Now, we still don't have eyes on Wise, and we still cannot confirm whether or not he was able to take it. But by the way it looks, our Lancelot Hajizi has all the buffs in the world. I don't know about Wise though.
Well, chase all my Venus this time.
Back.
Very unlikely. It's that's really Toshi. One thing I have to take note though is that Iyaku I'm sorry, it's Dilar on this stamps is having a field day.
Yep,
Able
Dilar's-
to push the turret up top.
Dilar's
There's the
working.
ultimate. So she's not gonna be hit by the turtle. Will be taken by the Lancelot. Now, oh my goodness, in trouble. Very low health. Sponsing ball jumps in by GZ and Kenji with the last insanity to secure the kill. Now Dilar onto the backlines of the ultimate. Contra Inferno in there. They take out the Lancelot with a stun coming out from Selena as well. No Toshi being chased down by Onyx PH. Do they disengage this time? No, they found Haze. They will take out the Atlas. Onyx PH finds and wins the first round of, I guess, the first clash, the full-on clash this game. And here's news. Kenji was able to steal the purple. Dilar might make him pay for it. Dilar, signature hero Thams, wins it against Export.
I love it. My second favorite Tams in the season, maybe only second to Kilowash, and it's nice to see him back on the Tams. And you're right, Wolf. They'll take down who they can, and with that kind of mindset, not necessarily shaken. And I think prayers answered. So it's confirmed. We do have Onyx back in composure, and this will be a little bit more of a competitive matchup. And so far, so good for the boys in black and yellow. They're giving SGD a run for their money, despite the 10-minute match we just saw. Oh, nice takedown by Venus.
Okay.
Man revenge.
All right.
The queen is angry. The queen is angry.
So before, Venus was like a queen in a regular setting where the queen just watches away from distance. This kind of queen is a chess queen. The queen that can move so much of a distance and can take down anyone from SGD Omega. So this time, Queen Venus is playing a more active role. And honestly, this is a breath of fresh air. Now, we were asking, will Venus perform well with the Kufra? I think that's no longer a question.
Seeing Lita, Kufra here, able to take down even the core on the other team. But look at this, Yakno just working it. Ejector. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. That's not an ejector. That's a Fatal Links onto Yakno, onto the Cho. And we were seeing Jawhead so often, and they're the same team. You know, Jawhead and Atlas. So forgive me as I get confused. There's the ejector, actual ejector. Onto the bite by Dilar is real. Caught Inferno confirmed. Throwing out the sickles. Gets the jump. Down goes the Jawhead. Thams in this game. Quite the factor for Onyx. There's the jump. A one-man rage, or sorry, revenge once more by the Queen. That's the second round on Hajizi. Here's the insanity onto Dilar. The spin ends before taking down the demon. And now down bottom, it's Yakno and Venus going for the turret once more, but Toshi gets the defend.
Man, oh man. Jawhead, he had no business throwing away Thams. At level 10 Thams when he was just level 7. And he was duly punished because of that. He didn't think that Dilar will fight that 1v1, and Dilar knows the limits of this hero. I would say that Oh My Venus on this Kufra, the way it's different from Fuzdaken is that it's more, I would say, disciplined. Dilar pops the ultimate though. Could be a clash incoming. Wise is really hitting from the sides. They have found NG the chop in from Oh My Venus. Same spot as where Hajizi was caught beforehand. They take out Haze because of this. And speaking of Oh My Venus, this is the wall where he was able to pin down Hajizi. And you mentioned that it's just a 1-month Tyrant's Revenge or Rage, but it is what changed the game.
It's all worth it.
It's so worth it, definitely.
Man, I'm loving it. So far, so good here for Onyx PH, SGD Omega. They need to reset. I think they were feeling good from game 2. They were able to take down Onyx in a record 10 minutes and 26 seconds. But you know what? This is a whole new battle. Onyx PH, they reset so well, and they're learning from their mistakes in the season. And so far, Hajizi, man, 1-3-1, not very good stats for a core Lancelot. This is your only funnel at this point, so you really need to take care of yourself, Hajizi.
So with a bouncing ball, making it sure that this Lancelot is gonna struggle. Very much like how Onyx PH have adjusted. This time, this Kufra is not a big ticket Kufra, right? It's not like your superstar Kufra, but it's not like a championship Kufra. It's not like a Honda Beast Kufra, but this is a Venus special. Purpose driven, and it's always gonna counter what SGD wants to do, which is to make sure that Hajizi is gonna fly. But
Yeah,
oh my goodness, have clipped his wings.
it's an apple a day. You know what I mean? It's not dinner. It's not lunch. It's not your favorite meal of the day. It's not breakfast. It's that apple that you need to feel refreshed. And it's just the perfect piece of the pie here that Onyx PH needs to get back in the game. 10-3 currently, up about 10,000 gold. You know what? I take that back. This is more like a nice coffee. It feels like a nice coffee because man, Venus has been taking it 3-3. And those one-man rages were on very specific targets. How GC to be specific? That's the perfect thing to hit.
That's right. And one thing that you want, that you really love about the Lancelot is the way it can dash through. But of course, with the bouncing ball threat and the fact that Oh My Venus is targeting this GZ hero,
You stop.
going good. And even then, they also always have to think about this Selena. Arrows flying in makes it sure that Onyx PH will have the better map control, at least map presence.
Yes,
Jay?
yes.
Okay. Good.
And vision. You got Abyssal
Vision.
Trap.
That's right.
This is so far so good for Onyx PH. If there's one thing that is to note, maybe lacking in their execution is Wise hasn't been getting any kills. With the Bounty Hunter at 11 minutes about now, 0-0-5. The only thing he's getting out of that emblem is
Resurrecting soon.
You see, he went for the Rose Gold Meteor very early. I think that's important to take note. Instead of going for like endless battle into Golden Staff, he stopped first before going for the staff and went for the meteor, which kind of tells us he wants to be safe because when Hajisi pops the Thorn Grows, he wants to be able to fight afterwards because the shield that you generate after receiving, or at least going down to a specific amount of HP.
Yep. It's a little bit more of an offensive Queen's Wings. You could have done Queen's Wings, but you want to have a little bit of a bite, so you go for the Rose Gold Meteor. So good choice here by Wise. I think he learned from his second game, but Iyakno just walking into a death bush there. 4 members. Ouchies. Maybe even 5.
That's gonna hurt. So Wise is very farmed right now, especially the rest of Onyx PH. Dilar, Iyakno, and Wise. Even Oh My Venus almost trumps the net worth of Hajizi. Scratch that. Look at this. Jay and Oh My Venus, the most underfarmed heroes from Onyx PH, they're still almost richer than the core of SGD Omega. Just 200 gold is nothing, honestly.
Yeah, hundreds of gold difference between one team support and the other score. So as it comes to farm, man, it's astronomical, the difference.
You see how SGD Omega called in 4 members just for Hajizi to get a blue buff or a purple buff.
Yeah.
It goes to show how behind they are in this game. And they are literally 9,000 gold behind.
And it's at the point where Onyx Wise is like, yep, I'll just take care of myself. You guys, you boys, and you just take care of SGD while I do this.
Wow, this is the Queen's spot. Always spinning down members in there. There's the Fatal Legs. Or maybe to their disadvantage.
Nope, they back out. They back out. Hayes understands, like, that was my bad, guys. Let's get out of here. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the
close one though, but they get to push up top. They get to push up top. This is a breath of fresh air for SGD Omega, but Dilar's gonna solve that right here with the kill.
13 minutes, first turn falling in favor of SGD Omega. I mean, but in exchange for the Lord for Onyx PH, I'm sure that Onyx PH is very much happy with the trade. And I also like the fact that Onyx PH waited for the 12-minute mark where the Lord will be enhanced before they went for that play.
Yeah,
and also this is the Luminous Lord. This is the classic carry play, by the way, wherein your tank will just get the attention of your opponents as well as 3 other members, while the carry will solo the Lord. And I think I've seen this at least 5 times the whole season.
Yeah, this is textbook carry thing. This is just good carry things. And by the way, Locks, I think Wise is already at item lock. He has Wind of Nature, Golden Staff, Rose Gold with your Endless Battle, the Boot, the Machete, and there you go! Man Rage on to Hayes and was that Kenji?
Oh, was
Yep, Kenji
Kenji.
gonna pop his immortality here. He's about to go down, survived with some Faraga armor to boot. And up top though, Dilar gonna keep him busy with the Cotton Inferno. And he is
No.
going to survive the full kit, but only for a few seconds as Toshi bites the dust. Yaknu to the rescue. Mid has been pushed already. What a diversion play from up top and down bottom from Onyx PH. And now the next in line is top, and they get it done. Yaknu puts the final touch onto that turret, and Wolf, my man, they are trading 2 for 4. All right, make that 3 turrets
3.
already down, and Dilar's the only one out for for Onyx. That's the only thing that SGD Omega got out of this exchange. My math is out the door, but who cares? Because Onyx is in the base.
Onyx PH off of the jump from Oh My Venus and the overall game plan. This is macro in written. I would say this is the macro Bible. There you go. Onyx PH have showed us another way of an old way, but a different approach or a new approach on how you create chaos so that your opponents will make the mistake. Bottom lane, they have 3 members, and then up top there's Thams 1 versus 2. Even when that was a 1 versus 2, they know that the Thams will always outgun the Masha. That's written in the books. Thams wins the matchup against Masha, and probably the only hero that can outmatch the Masha.
Yeah.
Which means on the page, they got the better of this. They jump in. Okay, this is just chaos once again. Dilar onto the backlines, just trying to deal damage on the Toshi. They fended off SGD Omega once again. This is the move so that SGD Omega will not get any gold out of this, or at least only onto Hajizi. Again, they're funneled. Now the stun connects onto Toshi. Will they dive? Just a little bit. Oh My Venus will miss the jump, but immediately gets away. They still have a lot of minions in here. Now Heat is in trouble. Can he go down? Oh, what an ultimate coming out from Oh My Venus. Allows them to get more kills. Hajizi is down. It sure is the base. Onyx PH takes game 3.
Knocking out knocking out SGD Omega from the playoffs, and just like that, 2-1 now after a collective almost half an hour worth of Mobile Legends action, ladies and gentlemen. Onyx PH moves up that much closer to once more taking the championship, that which they lost in the previous season. Wolf, yesterday as we were casting the matchup between SGD and June Level, you said that SGD, they put up a lot of smoke in there, right? They would distract June Level from the bigger objectives on the map, and that's how essentially they got away with the sweep. But you know what? If SGD made the movie, Onyx PH wrote the book. And this right here is them putting it into practice. Ladies and gentlemen, the macro team of the MPL, Onyx PH moves up.
And you can never win the macro battle against the macro gods, and I think that's proven and tested. I like that that Onyx PH also showed us a different look. Oh My Venus on a tank, and it was so successful. And as my last footnote before we head back to the panel, I think this is the time when you agree with me. They have activatable subs. Jay and Fuzaken and Oh My Venus is part of the strategy is part of the draft of Onyx PH, and that is scary. That will be a sight to behold as they claw their way back to the upper bracket. Still GG's to SGD Omega. Onyx PH, I mean, that's a lower bracket, but yeah, still GG's to SGD Omega, Rockheart, and the gang. What do you have to say about that game?
Thank you very much for the colorful commentary, as usual, Leo and Wolf. Welcome back here on the panelist test, where we will discuss what happened between Onyx PH, SGD Omega, Rockheart, Nomad, and Seiya at your service. So, that looked really well for Onyx PH. True to their form, once they got a grip of the early game, they did not let go, just like a shark in blooded water. So, again, GG well played to SGD Omega. Someone had to go. It will be SGD for the meantime. Onyx PH is still on the road to the revenge matchup. I'm not sure if that's going to be coming true. We'll find out later. But how did SGD Omega give that big of a lead to Onyx PH, guys?
Well, just to go back to what we said during the draft, The reason why Masha worked for SGT Omega during game number 2 was because they had a carry in their mids, and carry was just the primary distraction, so that the Onyx PH would just be focusing on taking down carry, so that they won't be dishing out so that they won't hurt as much. And Toshi would then split push on the side lanes and eventually secure the Lord, secure a bunch of other objectives. They did not have that. Yeah, sure, they have the Lancelot in their midst as one of the damage dealers there, but there are a lot of things that they have to check in order for Lancelot to be a problem, so to speak. And carry on the hands of Onyx PH was really successful in terms of dishing out damage. And of course, just like what Wolf said, this was a very successful Kufra game from Oh My Venus. And yeah, we did see Oh My Venus play Kufra before during season 4. It wasn't as effective as it is now.
And also the Atlas with his Fatal Links were a bit uncalled for as well. And if you noticed, especially here in our game highlights before, you have to take note as well of Selena's arrows. It was really on point, and it was a good way to start fights for the side of Onyx PH. And going back to my previous point earlier for the Atlas, if you notice, there were some Fatal Links that instead of making it at an advantageous phase for SGD Omega, it is kind of a turnabout, because the Atlas was able to collect the members of Onyx, but with the carry onto the sidelines, just really free hitting them, really used the advantage of them being clumped up together. And this is why, but our MVP, our smart game MVP, is going to be the thumb in the hands of Delar.
That's right. Again, Delar, no doubt about it. It was mentioned in the beginning by Wolf. It is El Clasico on Delar, such a comfort pick. And they really pulled out the big guns here in this matchup, which rightfully so, because apparently, if they lost that, goodbye rematch. So everything was comfort. It was Oh My Venus, Oh My Tankness going on the Kufra. It's a rare sight to see. And as the caster did highlight, they have activatable 6-men. These are the 6-men that don't just stand by idly by. These are 6-men that really practice all throughout. And I gotta commend them for that. That's a very rare sight to see in a lot of our teams, right? Very few 6-men really actually go out in a clutch moment and bring home the bacon. So congratulations, Onyx PH. It's a 2-1 against SGD Omega. I gotta say, it's pretty sad to see the Dragons leave for the meantime, but again, we are very much close to playoffs, to the grand finals happening tomorrow. So that's something to watch out for, where Onyx PH, we'll probably see later on if the rematch is going to happen, depending on who wins and who loses on the upper bracket. But before that, again, thank you so much, guys, for still watching this. We do have a lot more matches upcoming. I think we have 4 scheduled matches today, right? One of them already done. And next one, we will be coming back here shortly. But again, before all of that, I'd like to thank you all, guys, for watching. And MPLPH Season 5 is presented by Smart. Together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Text DONATE to 3456. That's DONATE 3456. And donations are open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPLPH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and organized by Moonton. Smart will be having an announcement on June 1 with one of the most sensational Korean artists, Hyun Bin. So check that out in June 1 on the Smart pages. And I don't know why you guys keep doing that one. Why do you guys keep doing that? Is that a thing? I'm not aware of that thing. And then make sure to check out, of course, the matches coming your way. It is still hot. We are, again, eliminating teams left, right, and center since yesterday. And I guess we'll see you guys later on. For the meantime, that's going to be it for the panelist desk. I'm Rockhard, and this is Nomad and Seiya. We'll be back here for MPLPH Season 5 playoffs. Stay tuned.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Hello, Philippines. 안녕하세요. 배우 현빈입니다. 이렇게 스마트와 함께하게 되어서 정말 기쁜 마음인데요. 앞으로 스마트의 가족으로 좋은 모습 보여드릴 테니 저와 스마트 모두 관심 가지고 지켜봐 주시기 바랍니다. Mahal ko kayo, Smarties.
Realme 6, 64 megapixels, Pro camera, Pro display. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 6 Pro, 6 cameras, Pro display. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more! Make the switch to Smart LTE and experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Welcome to my castle, my friend. Rook is powerful. Rook doesn't want to be your enemy. Rook likes sleeping.
You have slain an enemy! An enemy has been slain! Monster kill! Mega kill! Killing spree! Killing spree! Mega kill!
Let's go first.
Unstoppable!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Our strength and courage will be eulogized in the galaxy. Faith is my unbreakable sword.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
You have slain an enemy! Killing spree! Monster kill! Ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy! Mega kill! Legendary!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
And welcome back, everybody, here in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 5 Playoffs Day 2. And we are going to be your panelists for this matchup. I'm Rockhart alongside Nomad and Seiya for Execration versus Blacklist International. It is a lower bracket round. Loser goes home. And we have a few storylines for you later on. Maybe we'll try to talk about that. But before that, again, MPLPH Season 5 is presented by Smart. And together with the PLD Smart Foundation in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Text DONATE to 3456 and donations will be open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPLPH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and organized by Moonton. And you've been seeing all throughout, again, Smart has an announcement on June 1 with the Korean star Hyun Bin, something to watch out for there, and they're going to do that thing again. And we are going to go ahead into the Execration versus Blacklist International matchup. So many storylines for these two teams. Nomad has something to say about that for sure.
Yeah, this is Billy's last shot.
Yeah.
For this season at the very least to get that trophy. And it's also the repeat of what happened during season 4 where they got knocked off of the upper bracket, got knocked back down to the lower bracket, and now they're at the same situation here, but they're not going up against Onyx PH this time around, but they're going to be going up against Blacklist International, who I think is going to be at the same caliber as Execration this time around. Yeah, Execration. There are signs of life in Execration's gameplay, but yesterday we saw that Zapnu and Chaknu were the only people that were alive that game. I think it's time to wake up for the rest of Execration squad in order for them to at least move on forward a bit further than what they have accomplished last season. And I'm really looking forward to see how they're going to be playing this.
We did mention earlier when we started our day today that both Execration and Blacklist International have a very different style of approaching these games that we have. One, for the Blacklist International, they go for really to the extremities. If not early game aggression, hyper late game comes play. For the side of Execration, though, a little bit scrappy, a bit messy, but they managed to make it through.
That's right. Again, scrappy is the name of the game, but not going to be the one for our raffle draw prizes. You will get a chance to win some of these legendary and mythical prizes. Just go and over to the bit.ly link in the middle of your screens. That is case sensitive, MRD-30. Again, chances are you're going to be able to win yourselves some of those smart Giga Games all day, Realme Buds 2, and 30,000 worth of diamonds and in-game items for the legendary draw. And if you keep joining each and every day of the playoffs, you will also get a chance to win in the mythical draw where we'll be giving away smart Giga Games all day, Realme Buds 2, and 2 Realme 6 gaming phones.
Wow.
300,000 pesos worth of diamonds and in-game items, and MPLPH signed jerseys and jackets from your favorite pro players and teams.
I really want that signed jerseys.
I really want me the real Me 6.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Especially with the amount of gameplay we'll probably be doing after the season, you'll want yourself a good phone, right?
Here you go. Here you go.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll let you
throw it on over.
Let me just take
Here,
it real quick.
Yeah, there you go. Give Nomad that phone so he can reach mythical glory at least this season, right, Nomad?
Excuse me, sir. Excuse
mythical
me, sir.
glory. Glory is different from Mythic 5.
Yeah, I know, but excuse me, sir.
Anyway, into Execration versus Blacklist International in a bit. We are going to go for the team intro for Execration. This has been Benny Cutie, of course, and the guy that everyone just seems to love on the other side, E2 Max, Styre, Zapnu, Billy Boy right there, and Chaknu. Again, these guys have been really tearing it up here for the majority of the last weeks of the regular season. Just not at the top level. Like most of the times, they probably would win out in a 2-1, but it's very rarely like a snowball. Like it's very rarely a statement game. It's more like we just won.
Yeah, it's not the prime execution that we saw when they were still under the OBS lineup. I mean, with the acquisition of Chaknu in season 4, that was the big breakthrough that execution actually needed to secure a slot in the playoffs, because Chaknu has been very effective as one of the best tanks in the league, and together with Zapnu, they both of them are really on point in terms of the rotations and securing the kills. And I also like how Saire has been working really hard as the player coach here for Execration. Make sure that their draft is on point and making sure that their draft is safe at the same time.
And yes, the real highlight of Execration here is the Chak and Zep connection, which is working pretty well. But let's go on to a recent perspective for Execration here. During yesterday, they really put up a big fight here against, if I'm not mistaken, that was Bren eSports. So really, having a point against one of the, our top players is something that you have to take into account. It means that we are slowly but surely getting to see the execution that we all know.
Yep, that execration identity where they will give you all the chaos and give you a hard time. Even if you lose it, if you try to make them lose, they're not gonna make winning easy for you. Anyway, it will be against Blacklist International this time around with one of the siblings still alive, Aqua. They got rid of her as well. On the beach, are absolutely dominant players yesterday. They showed us that they are the black horse of this tournament still, with the performance that they had and the win over, of course, U level. So now, what is going to be the story for Blacklist International? Can they actually keep up with Execration when, as Nomads said, these teams are pretty similar in terms of the caliber gameplay that they've always been giving us since the regular season?
Yeah, and I mean, Blacklist International, from the recent games that we witnessed, specifically yesterday, they're the ones who approached the playoffs in a very interesting way. They really fought themselves to the extent wherein this is really the latest game, so that they could, hold themselves off and and secure the games. But the thing is, for this second day, take note, this is their last chance. I mean, for both of them specifically, this is their last chance to really go all out and dish things about, to polish everything, because for Blacklist, it's I think they're going for a very risky plays right here, considering with the comfort hero pools that they have.
I feel like Blacklist International would actually not go for the comfort hero plays this time around. They're going to be playing around. I feel like they're going to be playing around either Honda Beast or Dexter at the same time, and Aqua, one of the crucial members here of Blacklist International. They might just draft around Aqua if that's the case. And if we're going to be talking about how their story is, when they were still under the EVOS banner, Execration and Blacklist were on the same standing. Both got eliminated in the lower bracket round 2, if I'm not mistaken. So both of these, so Blacklist International is also one of those teams that really wants to move forward in terms of the playoffs. So all or nothing is what I say is going to be the name of the game here for Blacklist.
And Blacklist, what can I say? I feel like I've been repeating a lot of what they've been saying, but the problem with Blacklist is, for me, at least for me, I've actually been able to really read what they've been trying to do. Again, relying heavily on Honda and Dexstar, especially yesterday. I know you guys were super hyped about the games yesterday that we had, and Honda Beast just pulling off one of the most crunchy Tyrant's Rage I've ever seen in my life. Everyone just compressed there. So if there's a bit of a faltering in terms of the performance of Honda Beast and Dexstar, I think that might spell a bit of a problem for Blacklist, especially if they go into these compositions that they're not really super comfortable with, which I think they will be forced to in this matchup. I'll be honest, against Execration. Execration has just I feel like whenever I look at Execration, they are the masters of going into those comfort heroes and making them work. And I think yesterday or the other day, they also mentioned they were also taking some, some hints from Magic Chess. So
Yes,
they're
yes.
taking lineups from Magic Chess.
Yes.
So this goes to show these guys are comfort. They know how to play comfort, and they will throw it to your face. That's probably why they win so much in those team fights where it doesn't make sense. Who should win here? Who should like lose out, right? So we're gonna go into the draft very, very soon. Execution and Blacklist should be very, very roaring. Again, it's dropping time once more. One of these guys are gonna be going home, but let's check out the journey that Execration has been going through for the rest of the season.
Kapag tumatasin pa si Zapdo after the Ramsey, wala nang pagpatuloy si Paring Toshi. Tapos punta sa Gently, huli ka agad mga kaibigan. Toshi gonna be going down, Hayes here, casting the Feather Air Strike, it doesn't matter though. Sagot siya ng Leopard doon. Tapos, ladies and gentlemen, tumatay ang ating Kimi. Hey, ladies and gentlemen! For an Execration, what is this? Ang galing!
The diesel trap giving the full information dito, pero it's only a trap nga naman. Nilapag na dito ni Hey Tempest, tinitas na ang isa dito, kill wash, medyo pulato, and then sa double kill, susunod pa ata, sunod-sunod lang damage, pero no-hold niya rito!
At hindi na nga dito, papaawat ang ating elimination pababa, ubos, pag-tapan, tubos, sabi!
Finishing his feather there, like it's gonna connect, Chaptu once again, hitting Mixu, mounting ball tyrant range!
They don't have like a Grok or a Diggy to help him out. Now Saddle, oh, the jump from Chakdu once again, pinning them down to the base, to their own base.
Of course, has been on Execration. They know how to make a crowd roar. You gotta give them that, right?
Yeah.
And we are already halfway into the draft. We still have hate. We just saw him do a savage on the highlight reel. Looks like he wants a repeat of that, guys.
I think all it needs to do for Execration is to really unleash the hate. And yeah, like you mentioned, that they are making discoveries into different platforms of the game, specifically on Magic Chess. So I think for the side of Execration, that was like a trial and error method, And I think that the results of the researches will really come to play right now for this specific draft. And going back to our draft right here, very sturdy composition for the side of Execration, having that Uranus, Kaja, plus in their hand.
No esports player poses apparently for Execration today, feet up, no slippers, apparently. So sad to say. Anyway, they're on serious mode apparently, and I'm not sure if Syra is gonna be playing today, but I'm hoping to see him. I'm hoping to see him. I'm not sure if he's in the boot camp. Either way, though, looks like it's gonna be a pretty. Finally, by the way, we see a Popol and Koopa and a Ling on opposite sides, so that always tends to be really, really exciting. Standard Esmeralda here for Blacklist, and of course the game-winning Kufra from yesterday.
Yeah, and I like the Grok ban here because Execration's Grok is currently sitting on a 5-2 win record, especially in the hands of Chaknu. Grok is unstoppable. Ban on the X-Borg.
Okay,
Might just be to limit out the choices here for Execration.
Yeah, I think they might have actually seen the game earlier, and everyone was just, I think, as Midnight says, they're going to be experiencing spasms, so they don't want that to happen at all. And to be fair, X-Borg is one of those heroes that are very difficult to assassinate as a Ling, just because of the Firaga armor mechanic. So I'm actually pretty okay with that.
Your team is picking.
What? Again?
Another Masha pickup.
Why are people just using Mashes left, right, and center today? Interesting.
I guess it's going to be the Masha focusing on the objectives. Now, with BNK being part of the lineup for Blacklist International, this might just be a core Popol and Koopa. what's gonna happen there is all the attention is gonna be geared towards Aqua on that PNK.
Of course, again on the roller coaster sofa, or I feel the bus sofa. I don't know what they call it now.
Dexter with a bandana on his neck too.
But the thing is, the other interesting lineup here for both Execration and Blacklist is that both of them are really, if you rotate and really stellar hero pools. That what makes things interesting is that it kind of goes around. For me, I think this is all about how you execute very well into the gameplay, because both teams really showed really good drafts.
And this makes more sense to have a carry and have a Popol and Koopa support instead, because again we have seen Popol and Koopa core fail miserably all throughout the season, and right now the only way that they're gonna win this is, of course, is to make sure that this carry this stays alive. Popol and Koopa still does well. It's gonna be against a pretty much all melee composition here from Execration, which these guys, they really like to play that kind of play style.
Yeah, they want to play the head-on fights, but unfortunately, there is a PNK on the side of Blacklist International, so there's going to be that wolf, that dog that's always chasing you. You know how it feels when a wild dog is just chasing at you and you have to run away.
For sure.
But yeah, looking at the draft here, I'm liking the odds of Blacklist International taking this game if they can execute it properly with the Masha and the carry. If they can execute that.
All right.
To me,
is that a prediction for? Hold on, is that a prediction for Execration or?
That's an Execration prediction.
That's an Execration prediction. Okay. What about you, Saya?
To me, I will be going for Execration right here simply because they have the mid to late game potential, and I'm liking the Atlas alongside of the Link pick. So Execration.
Man, I gotta say, I've seen Hate do miracles on this Ling. It's very hard to bet against Execration, but I think Blacklist might have a good chance here. I'll have to counter it. I don't want a free zero panel. Come on, guys. I'll have to counter it and just say Blacklist. Although I think Execration might be a little too scary for their own good. I guess that's safe to say that we will not be agreeing here. Later on, we might have some pretty heated discussions here on the panel desk. But for the meantime, Leo and Wolf, take us to the action for Game 1.
Thanks so much, Rockhart. Officially a split from the panel, but I think that Rockhart still wants to go for Blacklist International. And I kind of understand why. Then again, it is Execration's comfort pick. They have channel the hate with the league, where they channel the hate. And then on the side of Blacklist, I can also say that this is comfort for them with Kufra on Honda Beast, with Popol and Koopa as well. But what do you think, Leo? Any initial thoughts on this draft?
I'm thinking, is this really the return of Masha? We've seen Masha fielded by SGD Omega twice in the previous series, and we'll miss them. They got knocked out. But I agree that there is some comfort in Execration, and I do like seeing Ling back, but really, I think the wrench in their plans could be the Masha. Season 4, I think that's when Masha was going ham on everybody. But Season 5, exactly, it's 50-50. Currently 50-50. They won Game 2, that is SGD Omega, off of the Masha with Toshi. But Game 3, not so much. I'm wondering what it exactly brings here to the table with Blacklist. Actually, you know what? Scratch that. That 1 hour game really threw off our sense of time. Masha showed up yesterday too, also from Blacklist.
That's also from Blacklist.
Yeah, during that worldwide lineup.
Yeah, it's I would dare say that this Masha is, whether or not Masha will be successful, is always dependent on the other heroes with it and against it. I like the Masha in this specific game just because Execution doesn't have the wave clear. That also means that if Blacklist tackles this head on, they have the Wolf, they have the Masha, they are gonna take down turrets for sure.
They can push hard, and I think that's something that should not be blindsided on the part of Execration. Like Execration's lineup, they're lethal. You know, they got good setups, and if they need isolation, they got the -1 on Benny Cutie, and Hate can just come in full kit, Blades of Tempest, Tempest of Blades and all. I'm sorry, but you're right. Blacklist might be able to snatch one out of them real quick. But real quick, let's note Dexstar here on that Popolin Koopa. It is focusing mark, and it's a support. It's a utility Popolin Koopa in mid.
And it's okay. It's understandable because they know that killer on this Masha. That's more than enough damage already. You pad it up. And you have Honda Beast on this Kufra. This is also scary. I like the Kufra's odds versus the Ling because of the fact that if you position yourself well and you time your bouncing ball correctly, you will be able to. Now, Edward, not likely to survive this after the jump from Execration. This is the... I think I need to call this move because it always happens. Top lane for the blue side, it will be pushed. There's an off laner there, and all of a sudden another support and the funnel receiver will be able to push. This is a classic.
It's a hard collapse. We've noticed it's happened a lot. It's a hard collapse, and only really is punished if the mirror happens down bottom, so it becomes a wash. But this time, Execration gets away with it. Like Blacklist is not able to capitalize down bottom. They visited Benny Cutie as well. Chaknu is there, but nobody fell. So Execration gets a kill. They also get the tower. That's a win for them.
You know what? In terms of the economy, this is much needed for the Ling and the rest of the game for Execration. This is the usual play that they do. Again, channel the hate or funnel the hate. And the lead from Execration doesn't look that much. But if I am betting that if we look at the overall net worth of Hate versus the overall net worth of Aqua, it's much better for sure. Which kind of tells me that maybe looking at the actual net worth or the actual gold of a team doesn't really reflect whether or not they are leading. It's more like, where is the money at?
Yep. It's not the size. It's not the overall amount that is. It's where it's allocated. So even if you are down by quite a bit or you're not up by a lot, as long as it's going to the right place, then you're well ahead. And I think that's evident here in the funnel meta. But as we saw, there are moments wherein you could do anti-funnel or you can do anti-funnel funnel, and that's what Hate is doing here with the Link.
And scatter attribution, but a nice timing on the stun onto Hate. But in comes trouble for Execration. An ultimate coming up from Honda Beast, pinning down 3 members. In comes Edward. Actually, the Joy and a very nice timing for the stun, but will be taken out. But that's the carry that they were able to kill. So I think Execration, they are so happy with this dive. 2 kills, including Aqua, in exchange for E2 Max. You'll take that trade any time of the day, and they'll even get more. What a nice jump coming out from the man himself, Benny Cutie. This Kaja, the core Kaja? Again?
Question mark?
Question mark.
But that aside, really good keeping back the Divine Judgment when it was necessary. They're able to convert into a turtle. Now Hate gonna be clearing waves up top, and your boy Billy gonna come back down and answer killer. I'm liking what Execration is putting on the table so far, about 1,000 gold ahead.
Benny Cutie, 8 kills. Level 8, 0 kills, even with a bounty hunter, but with 4 assists. 4 out of the 4 part of it. So that's a lot of EXP going in favor of this guy. He's level 8. His counterpart, Aqua, is just level 7. And you know what? They will be able to push turret up top. With Zapku defending here bottom, I think he might do this. No, look at the strength of the Masha, by the way.
Yep, good focus onto the turret.
Nevertheless, it's a tier 2 trade, so Execration is still happy with this.
Yeah, Blacklist currently with that move right there that just happened seconds ago, where Zapnu failed to defend but still did not die anyways. That's Blacklist mirroring Execration about a step behind. I dare say a step behind.
Okay, so it's getting trickier. Blacklist International, they might have the heavy push. Like they have a very, imagine a tank that moves a little bit faster. That's what they want. But at Execration, they have all the anti-tanks laid down on the floor.
Yep.
Zapno pressuring Killer here makes it so that the Masha will not be able to move away from the map, and the bottom lane is gonna be double plan, but nice flicker away from the Masha. See, it's away from Hate, but Hate says, okay, I only want to push anyway, so they'll get another push bottom, and another crash around the purple buff on the Beast, now trapped, flickers away, now being chased by E2 Max, the jumping from Zapdo, but it's gonna be stopped by Dexstar, the Pummeling Koopa with the traps as well as the knockup by calling back Koopa. Now Dexstar in trouble as Hate pokes him. Now the real trouble is onto Killer as he is now being posed by 3 members of Execration. Take them down and Hate will take the turret in the middle. Smooth transition actually. Imagine this. Bottom push. Purple buff mid turret, now a turtle. Fluidity from Execration.
It's clean, that's efficiency, maximum efficiency. There you go. Fatal Links now with the Tempest Ablaze onto the All-Star Honda Beast Cupra going down. Up next is Edward, and Edward is not gonna survive. Your boy Billy gonna take him down. Up next, it's Dexstar. Hate gets the kill. That's a 3 for none. Straight out of the turtle pit, ladies and gentlemen. Execration here to serve you. And look at that. All they can do now, Killer gonna go down and defend, but Zapnu gonna go for the German cut. Wunderbar.
The Blacklist International can't stop that man. Zapnu, 4.4k on the network. Antique Kiras, his choice. Very good against all of the physical damage, but they suppress this.
Another pull!
Hofra once again. And they aren't afraid. The jump in Fatal Links. There you go. Catching so many members of Blacklist International. It's 3. Hate jumping in with a dive. Tempest of Blades with immunity gets 2 more bonus kills for Execration while Zapnu dives, waiting for a chance to get away into safety. But Execration says, don't worry, brother Zapnu. We're gonna push. I got you this time.
Yeah, brother Zapnu, we're fine. We're gonna go ahead and penetrate up top. Hate here has the damage. He does have orange buff. And there's another pull by Edwards gets the final touch. Edward goes down. No shields for the Esmeralda there. Ladies and gentlemen, Execration, what do they have for breakfast? I want some of it.
I want to know if fleeting time is already available for E2 Max, because I think Blacklist International did not see or feel that after a kill onto the Kufra using the Time's Journey that it is again available. That's probably why Edward still jumped.
You mean Benny?
Yeah, Benny. Yeah.
The Divine Judgment. Yes. Words are confusing.
What am I saying? What am I saying?
Time's Journey
I said
on
Time's
Max.
What? I'm used to say that because he used to go for Diggy.
Yes, he
but
does.
anyway.
He does play Diggy.
But yeah, Benny killing with a Divine Judgment.
Yeah, that's surprising though, right? They go for another push here. Power down bottom taken out. We're not seeing many Diggies, Wolf. That's impressive. And this is the last turtle of the game taken out by Hate. Zapnu getting out of dodge. There's still 2 more inhibitors for Blacklist International, and they're mounting a defense. They're mounting a defense.
Looking for it. Will not find it this time. They jump in with Honda Beast, but immediately the pull once again. That's the Divine Judgment into Falling Star Moon, hitting in a very promising manner. But there is the kill on to the Kufra. Hate with the ultimate Tempest of Blades, able to eliminate Honda Beast. Maybe the Wolf as well. But no, Blacklist International will live to see another day as Execution decides. Let's just take the buffs.
Irving Aquaman 0-2-2. That might be modest, but at this point in the game, you're essentially pushing a rock, a boulder up a mountain, right? This is quite the predicament Blacklist find themselves in. 13-2, almost 10 minutes in, just 1 turret left. Oh man, I'd hate to be a room, to be a fly in Blacklist room, because I'm pretty sure the tensions are high, man. They're fighting for tournament life here. Gonna get caught out. Down he goes. Killer gets the touch, and the base seems to be the final target, ladies and gentlemen. It might be over, but there seems to be some life left in Blacklist. Oh no, that's an immortality pop. But wait, Smart Missile is gonna be clearing some minions to get the max target of the base. They're still keeping the pressure. Wolf, this might be it. Hey, gonna hit the base, and that's it. 10 minutes, 24 seconds in. Execration showing us the victory screens right here. Big smile on Billy's face, ladies and gentlemen. congratulations. And the last one is, despite the All-Star Cupra on Honda Beast, they're not able to unleash it just yet. Man.
Big boy Billy.
Big smile on Billy.
Big smile on the big boy Billy. Technically speaking, is probably the oldest, eldest. What's the term? Probably. Well, when it comes to veterans, honestly, the items they might not show it, but yeah, Benny Cutie with the Calamity Reaper on top. So this is absolutely a core Kaja to master. And what you do with the core Kaja is that you're able to clear your own waves. You're not dying as much because you have the lightning ball. And the fleeting time, I think, is also plays an important role because the cooldown reduction onto that divine judgments makes it sure that your opponent will not necessarily have the feel of when it is available again. So that's why many times in this game, Blacklist International fell to very surprising divine judgments, even onto Kufra, which is amazing.
They have so many disables, man. They got the Fatal Links. They got the toss-up with Itomax's Jawhead. And again, you mentioned Benny Cutie's pull. It's just lethal. And that just enabled Hate Sling to just have a nice performance. 609. It's amazing.
It's amazing. You know what? The panel might be just so flabbergasted of the result. Maybe.
Flummoxed. Perplexed.
And I guess this is the time where you say you cannot bet against Execration's Link. Let's see now what Rockhard and the gang has to say about this.
Well, so thank you so much on behalf of Rockhart here. Thank you so much, Leo and Wolf, for that awesome casting earlier. Again, on behalf of Rockhart, I think he's a little bit of iffy right now. We will be your panelists. My name is Saya. With me again is Nomad and Rockhart here. And like what I told you, finally got the predictions right. Woo!
Yeah, Execration did a really good job there, making sure that Blacklist International's check marks are not met. And then the check marks there are that Carry was supposed to be online. PNK was supposed to be the diversionary tactic here for Masha to be able to push out. We did not see any objectives being taken out. And just to commend that Ling once again here on the side of Execration, if you're going to be going up against a Ling, if you're going up against Execration, you're going to have to ban the Ling. And we are seeing a couple of very effective team fights here. And of course, it's not going to be possible if it's not for Ito Max as well, with the good ejections most of the time here for Execration.
And to top it all off, what Leo said earlier, is this the return of Masha? I think so, because if you are going to use a Masha, you have to use it with confidence, and you have to make sure that you could pin down the objectives a Masha should really bring into the table. And you look at that beautiful Fatal Links coming in from the Execration right here, followed up by the beautiful Tempest Blades of the Ling right there. It's just, it's your good recipe here, no man. It just, all Atlas needs to do, alongside with the Kaja as well, and the Uranus, is to just really, pin down and collect the heroes of Blacklist International, and Link can just really go for that sweep, for that cleanup. And that is what exactly Execration did for this game number 1. And here you go. This is our smart game MVP with the Ling.
Yep.
609.
Nice.
No,
very
back.
Nice. Welcome
back.
I don't know. I think the cat, stepped on the table or something. It happens. Cups kind of, that's just everything that Cups does. 609 on the Ling. Why am I not surprised at this? Why am I surprised he didn't get like 2 savages or something? Right? So congratulations to Execration. 1-0 so far. No doubt about it. This is how they play. That's why in the last one, I was gonna vote Blacklist, but I thought, no, I don't want to vote Blacklist. Not really.
Nomad and I are right.
Yeah, I know. But that's the reason why. It was classic. There was nothing else wrong. Nothing out of the ordinary happened in that game, which you expected Execration to just really hammer it down, just basically confuse the enemy team and then take it home. Right? It was just classic smooth Execration matchup for me.
Yeah, and if Execration keeps this up in game number 2, this may just be a 2-0 sweep by them. But I feel like Blacklist still has a couple of drafts in mind, a couple of compositions in mind, I mean, and they might just be banning out the Ling because you do not want to give Ling to anybody in this playoff.
no. Oh
This
no,
is
you
who-
didn't.
Yes, this is where I kind of disagree with you this time, Nomad, when you say that Blacklist won't be going to comfort, because I think this is the time for them to go back into the heroes that they know best if they really want to secure this game number 2 to fight it off for a game number 3, because as we've seen on game number 1 earlier, all Execration needs to do is to really unleash the hate within hate, so that to really have that sweep, and it was demonstrated beautifully by them.
I like that this is catching trend, by the way. It's gonna be his catchphrase for the whole season now, unleash the hate. Because that's exactly what they need to do all the time. Just basically just throw it off whenever they can. Just give him all the gold. You don't even need to win the team fights individually on top or bottom. You just need to make sure that you don't die, and then let hate just accumulate enough resources on the Ling. Super surprised it didn't get banned out, considering right there on the highlight reels, you already saw he got the Savage so easily, right? Why not ban out something that hate is obviously comfortable in, right? So, and then maybe take it from there. That's usually what I would go for if I was like drafting. Again, missing a lot of those key points here is to, again, something you don't notice is, again, Chaknu and Zapnu. So classic. For the meantime, it will be Blacklist. This is their journey through the MPL.
Nice.
As much as possible, kailangan sa
Another
kanila.
pass up.
Pero ito na ang sinasabi natin na combo na double assassin dito na Blacklist International. Bibigyan pa rin sa dito double kill for the lane, mga kaibigan. Pick out para kay Healer.
Maniac.
And that is gonna be a triple kill. Maniac para kay Aqua. Kasi dapat hindi binabagsak nila ng sabay. Mapapiling nasa wala, pero naman mula sa tama sa dalawa kasi takbuhan lang, calculated at inuyong na nga sa may
At kung tignan mo dito talagang minamamanilin na to. Stranger really wants defend, pero hindi mo karapatan mag-defensa ngayon.
It's change! Blacklist, what's happening? They need to respond, they need to answer! Going in for the Tempest of Blades is not gonna be in.
Dito yung kalagayan niya, medyo walang buhay. Killer still diving on the enemy turret. Talagang may tiwala sa Angela si parang Killer, pero Marquise will take down.
Blacklist. Oh, that's gonna be.
But going back to your point earlier, Rockhart, yes, it is. It should have been a respect ban for the side of Blacklist to really ban out the Ling earlier, and I think they will be doing that here for game number 2, because during game 1, Blacklist did ban out the Claude, the Selena, and the Grok. I think they kind of focused more onto the utilities of Execration. That's the kind of route that they respected during game number 1, but I think kind of neglected the powers of hate using that Ling right here. So I think this time around they learned their lesson and will be respecting that Ling ban again, alongside with the Kaja, who's been pretty good at the Divine Judgment. And no, Wolf, it is not Time's Journey.
Yeah, absolutely. So, scrappy heroes being picked up here once more by Execration. Those heroes that really want to excel in the later parts and in the middle parts of the game. Actually, if you think about Grok, he's also pretty good early. So, if you want to get all of that and utilize that to go for the pickoffs, that's obviously going to be the game plan here for Execration is pick off, pick off, pick off. Guardian's Barrier, go for the ejector on the right target, even if it's a high loss, just do it, and we'll take care of the rest as the backline.
I mean, this is not just any Grok, though. This is Chaknu's Grok.
Chaknu Grok, yeah.
Yes.
And this may just be Zapnu on the Jawhead as well. So they're gonna be the ones setting up the table here for Execration in order for Hate to shine in terms of eliminating anybody.
Forza.
If anything, Blacklist International did get high loss, which means it may potentially be Kimmy being picked up here. I don't know just yet.
Mm-hmm.
And sorry.
We've been highlighting Hate's Ling for quite some time right now, but you have to really take note of the Chak and Zap connection right here, and I'm kind of being in awe with Execration possessing this Grok right here, because we've been seeing some limelight highlights for Chaknu specifically with his Grok plays, and this serves really a huge amount of threat for Blacklist.
Yeah, it does. The threats are gonna be real, but like you guys mentioned, this is starting to look like a Kimmy pickup, except it's already banned out. So what are gonna be the alternatives to give the supporting Valir and Hylos some good oomph or some firepower? Execration is already picking up carries, so what are left available? They're being forced into the Granger. That is what's happening, ladies and gents.
Oh yeah. Okay. I feel uncomfy for the side of Blacklist right here, because
Bruno, why not Bruno?
Yeah, I mean, they for the banning phase, they had the chance to really ban out a solid marksman for the side of Execration. But again, going back, I think they have a specific reason for banning out this Lancelot. But to this specific game number 2, I think it was optional for them to really tear down another core damager for Execration, and them picking a Granger alongside with Natalia is quite iffy, simply because one, Granger is not really on top of go-to marksman. To me, I think a Bruno would be a better choice here.
Absolutely, I think so too.
They're hovering over this Cho. This may just round up the Execration lineup. Could have preferred an X-Borg for that matter.
Yeah, you have so much crowd control and only one AoE damage dealer. I feel like that's a bit of a no-no. But they still have some of that really laser-focused team fighting that we'll know and love. So I'm thinking maybe Execration might be onto something here. Despite, again, I think one of the other things about that is the Granger here. I feel a little scared about this.
Yeah, I think the Cho is also I think a go-to pick of Execration to really deny this Valir and the Granger pick, because we already know that Granger is a little bit going down the haywires in terms of the marksman composition. But overall, to me, I'm still going for Execration on this one.
Yeah, same sentiments. Execration. Yeah, the Natalia is scary for the Farsa, but I don't think it's gonna be more than enough. And Cho's gonna be there to safeguard anybody that comes near Farsa. So I'm gonna have to give this to Execration.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this time around, I'll have to completely agree with you guys. Execration. This looks like an Execration lineup. I don't know if you guys know what we're talking about when we say this is an Execration lineup, but these are comfort picks, absolutely, for the guys in black and white. But again, Wolf and Leo might have something else to say about that, so why don't you go ahead and give it a shot? Leo, Wolf, let's go.
Thank you so much, Rockhart. Here we are back at the caster's desk. Not desk. My name is Wolf, and Leo Dex is a caster of ours as well from MPL. But you know what, Leo?
Also player for
All-star player, Dex Star. That's right. Okay. Here's the deal. Execration, they also went ahead and just literally played what they have always been playing.
Yep.
Channel day strategy, just as comfort for Execration. Blacklist International, they chose to go with a distinct win condition hero Granger, which means that its win condition is going to be narrow. And for my personal taste, that doesn't fly. But do you think, Leo, in this game where they need to win it to at least force the game, do you think they can do it against Execration?
I think this is a gamble. I think they're straying away. They're getting out of their comfort zone and showing us something new. I really like the Hylos pick because that kind of closed the door for a few of Execration's choices too. But just the same, it kind of led them down the same path, wherein Aqua needs to really pop off on this Granger. And what you said, it's a very narrow road, but once you go down said path and you make it work, then you're gonna have a good time. But with that being said, as we get on with the action, it looks like Blacklist wants to invade that blue, but or that purple. I'm sorry, but Hate already picked it up. So so far, Execrations got off on a good foot.
Blacklist International, though, definitely wants to secure all their buffs this time. The attempt on the invade that did not fly, Blacklist International might rethink their strategies this time, though. Now, Aqua reserved for the Retribution instead of the usual Flicker Purify, which I like, by the way, because Granger is the kind of hero that, if you look back perhaps months, maybe even 6 months ago, you can argue that he's like the best Retribution marksman so far, especially with if we're given the right rotation. So I think it's okay here in this game.
Okay, but still risky. I mean, there's the threat of Benny Cutie coming in, hitting you with the Dragon's Way of the Dragon.
Yeah.
Or Zapno just really going for the -1. And check this out, my dude. That's Edward not even being able to respond. Less than 2 minutes in, the collapse on the top. Execration punishing that with a 1,000 gold lead and a turret take.
Yeah.
Man, they're not even... Blacklist not able to mirror down bottom. Chakno here being chased out. Man, that's a rock move. Oh.
I understand why Blacklist went for the invade, but the fact that they failed means that their first gambit is already down.
Yeah.
Now, what a good stun, what a good ejector onto Killer. Able to pop the flicker into the Copter Inferno just to keep himself safe. He gets away, but that's flicker burned, and Execration will feel more confident in the map right now. Maybe even go for a push in the middle, or maybe just an attempt to take the turtle, knowing that Cotton Inferno and Flicker is already burned out by Blacklist International.
About that failed take onto the purple at that first minute, right? But first, check it out. Chaknu with the wild charge, gonna pay in blood. Aqua gets him down, but on the beast, gonna drop the revitalize, but fail to capitalize and trade. But still, I think that the tank for tank, we're at 0. It's a wash. I'm wondering now if Killer could go ahead and go for the contest. Throws out the sickles, but to no avail. Oh my God, Dexter with the steal, and he might even take down Zapno along the way. Hate goes down. Edward gets the kill. Zapno taken out by Aqua. Whoa, we talked about narrow win conditions, and I think they're doing it. That's 3 for none, plus the turtle. Blacklist International won that exchange. I got a little mancer here up top, says Edward. Thank you very much.
The Execration was really distracted at that point, and it allowed for Aqua to dish out the damage. Also, they have underestimated the strength of the Hylos. I think that with Dexter and the Honda Beast combo, they were able to space out that part of the map and make a good formation that will allow for Aqua to deal the damage. Amazing pushes, amazing stuns. Overall, narrow win condition met by Blacklist International. And all they have to do now is to push. Continue to stop the hate this time. And now Blacklist International, let's see how they will utilize the little amount of breathing space that they have found with this.
That little win right there in that engage at the turtle den, that's them making the right turn. Like they saw some breadcrumbs on the floor, they followed it, and they're like, this is the right way, let's just keep going.
Exactly. We'll see. Looking better now for Blacklist International. As you can see, Thams is able to farm so much in the bottom lane. Going for a defensive item. Oh, sorry. He's not buying anything just yet. Oh, okay. So he will go Endless Battle this time after deciding to go for the dagger. So Hylos now, I would understand if he goes straight up for Dominance Eyes, honestly.
And it's going to be very good given the carry here.
Yeah. And then for Granger, going for the CD issues. as well. CDR shoes and then going straight for the Blade of Despair. So I feel like
Sad sword.
Sad sword. Leo looks like they want to control this southeast part of the map where the turtle resides.
Yep, and it looks like the second turtle of the game is going to go towards Blacklist International, but they might have to sacrifice mid. This turret's going to go down. Hate gets the kill onto Edward by Natalia, but with a single good decision to focus down onto the wagon and not respond to an assault. Man, Black was able to defend. Look, the turret's still standing.
And Killer, on the other hand, says, okay, now I can push. The flicker, Pattern Inferno, just to make sure that his retreat path is safe.
Yep, that's an insurance cover. Yeah, I'll just pop it anyways. Why not?
I'll just pop it anyways, so that if I get dive or maybe lost, but bad though, this Killer is gonna be ejected up.
And now that mistake is made even more evident. That's where you needed the Cotteret Inferno, but after the ejector by Zapnu, he fails to survive, and I think Execution here, they're primed for a mirror down bottom. They might take that turret, but I think mid needs to be answered first.
Nice defense coming off of far. So look at E2 Max with that positioning. Nobody would have expected him to be in that position, and because of that, they were able to defend. Top lane though, because
Wild charge on Edward!
Edward, that was so close. Now you are trapped. Chaknu, you don't have the wall charge, not even the power of nature, but he used it to actually clear the wave and pops the sticker out, showing who's the boss. And Execution will be happy about that, getting 2 back-to-back turrets bottom lane. With even the defense on top and a defense in the middle. My goodness, Execution. This is not a defense, I mean, this is an assault, in fact. An all-off of Chaknu, attracting the attention of everybody from Blacklist International up top.
I'm loving it, man. I think what we can call that is an alley-oop. It's up and down defense. And Chaknu, man, what a psych out. What a psych out. He almost killed Edward, and he bought some time for mid and bottom to be pushed in. And just like that, it's a rally. Back and forth, back and forth. Execution now in the game once more, taking the third turtle and pushing in almost into the inhibitors. And check up top. Chaknu's been working that turret almost a half health.
Yeah. Nice Guardian's barrier. Well, the Chaknu's Grok, my goodness. This is so creative from him. And how he's able to defend, how he's able to get so damage and get the attention of his opponents, Blacklist International. Because you know what? The entirety of the defense from Chaknu up top with the wild charge onto Edward, there's the Guardian's barrier, the power of nature onto the waves, is able to facilitate for Execution to get to 3 turrets and a turtle, and might even be more. So they will be punished in the middle. That's carrying down E2 Max soon to follow as Edward gets the double kill and gets the sidestep as well. Outsmarts Execution and will be able to run away. You know what? You have to go back to week number 1 when Edward showed us a wonderful Natalia play. We almost forgot it. And Edward says, okay, it's time to reintroduce myself.
Ladies and gentlemen, Edward of Blacklist International, nice to meet you.
And on to the bottom, Benny Cutie with the ultimate. Oh, okay. Killer.
Right.
Okay.
I like how Killer now has discipline. He's like,
yeah.
I don't need to pop the Cotteret Inferno. I flickered out. I'm fine. And he lives another day. But that was close, though. That was close. Don't count out Benny Cutie's damage potential just yet. He does have high and dry. But look at this. Chaknu waiting in the wings. I'm wondering what he's going to do. Just going to go for the power of nature. Wild charge to clear the minions. I wonder if he regrets that. T minus 2 seconds. He's going to get away. Honda Beast cannot use order to stun Chaknu. He does have the ancient gift. And he lives another day. He's back.
More than fine. Next invasion, it's time to get those buffs once again. And maybe go for a play around the Lord. So what they can do is to shove the bottom, shove the mid, and then try to take the Lord this time. And the narrow path of Blacklist International into victory is getting narrower by the minute. It's 10 minutes now. Aqua still having a lot of problems. He doesn't have any depth, but the fact that they have not pushed any tier 2 turret at this point with this Granger lineup means that maybe they're not achieving their goal. Now, Execration very quick onto the Lord this time. There's the Glorious pathway from Honda Beast as they reach the Lord, but it will be taken by the Glock, by Chaknu himself with a wild charge. And Execration, mission accomplished.
Wow, Execration seems to have decoded Blacklist, and they said, mission accomplished. HQ, I'm gonna go back. Let's wait for Lord to come out. Man, this is Blacklist's do or die moment, and so far, despite being ahead in kills, Execration has been figuring them out at every turn. Do note once more, they have no more turrets outside of their base, and they're left to that of the inhibitors or the high ground, if you'd like to call it. And so far, the map is red. Execration has been on the up and up. They've been on the offense since that rally back, and so far you're right, Wolf. The path is just getting narrower. The path to victory on Aqua, and they need to catch Execration off guard right now. But look at this, Etumax, nice clear of the waves. He's really low, wings by wings, and down goes Edward. Hey, being able to get him off, and Honda B's gonna go follow through with the ejector by Zapnu, and Killer, he smells blood. He wants to get Etumax, but next time he's taken out of play by Benny Cutie off camera, closer to the base, and there's the push, the penetrate down bottom. Killer's gonna be next. There is the feathered airstrike. That's a 4-for-1. Hate being the only casualty on Execration. I think it's worth it at this point, despite it being your core.
This might be over though. I don't see Aqua being able to defend this. Look at Chaknu making sure that he's not gonna step out of the building zone of the base. And that's inhibitor turret down top, inhibitor in the middle. Execution says there's no need to rush. We can back down a bit. We're fine. We're good. We got this game in the bag. We're leading by as much as 6K. That's still their buffs. And yeah, you go home, Benny Cutie. It's like the older brother just smacking his younger brother and telling him, "Go home."
Yep, I'll go this way. You go home.
Oh wow.
I think what's going on in Blacklist's minds are exactly that. Wait, hold up! That's the wild charge by Chaknu, plus the Grok block, and here are the smart missiles by Zapnu. Apple gets the kill on him though, making him pay. Down goes her Jawhead. Yetomax gonna follow suit. Killer gets the kill. I'm wondering though if that was a mistake. They engaged at such an odd angle on the Beast of Killer, looking really low, but Killer is regenerating. The sustain from Cotton enough to keep him going another day. But Hate is here, and he's gonna shock him and go like, hold up, wait, we should take it easy as well. We'll get what we can. Etomax and Zapnu, that's fine.
Oh, Benny.
Let's try to claim the map. Oh, but wait! Aqua! Oh! Fine. The sticker was close, but Chaknu finishes the job. 3 for 1. 3 for 1.
Oh my goodness, Chaknu. But that was such a good jump coming up from Blacklist International. Kind of stopped the show. If that one, it was really close. Look at this. Chaknu just using the Guardian's Barrier to kind of delay the minions, making sure that they'll have a better angle at clearing the middle lane. Or maybe look for stragglers. Hate and Chaknu with the Death Brush. Well as this Joed Zapno with the Injector. They're going to go for Edward, the Feather their strike as well. Do they have the damage? Target locked onto the Natalia. We take him down. That means that this is a 5 versus 3 fight, or a 5v4 as the Granger has respawned. All in good for Execution.
And the minion waves are crashing down into their base. Check this out, Wolf. Look at the bottom lane, man. Up top too. If I may say, this is Execution with 10 kills, right? And you can expect Chaknu to be present in a lot of them, but so far, what I've noticed is Chaknu has been pushing a lot with this graph. He's been using the wild charge a lot to clear minion waves. He's been using a power of nature to do the same. And so far, it's been to their advantage. And look at this, Free Lord here, because of the map pressure, Blacklist can't leave their base anytime soon. How awesome is that? It's a versatile new take on Grok. I haven't seen this before, at least not to this extent.
It's really... I guess the term is amazing. It's really shocking about Execution. Nevertheless, what did not surprise me is the fact that Blacklist International are going to be punished with their gambit. I think that at this point in the meta, if you always try to go for like the old meta approaches to the games, you will not win. Especially with Execution doing a comfortable channel the hate kind of style with the Lord base. That's the Farsa taking down the Natalia, and now Ejector onto Aqua. They've isolated the Granger, and there's no one to defend for Blacklist International. You're gonna take it with the smiles, big smiles on Big Bill's face, and everybody in Execution is so happy with this.
Execration, in effect, eliminates Blacklist International. They are going to be moving on through the playoffs, but we are going to be missing out on the agents, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm at a loss for words. I really thought they would go to 3 games here.
Understand why Blacklist International went for that kind of draft. And it's also not only because of them choosing that, but it's also Execution forcing them into that situation. I was talking to Dilar after their game against SGD Omega. And you know what? They said that Toshi went for mashup because Toshi's hero pool is so low. And they have already taken a good amount of heroes away from Toshi. And this might be applicable to Blacklist as well. Without the proper hero to put onto the hands of their final receiver from Blacklist International, maybe that is the reason why they were forced to go for the Granger, and Execration have forced Blacklist International to make bad decisions, and that's also evident in that game. But Leo, maybe tell us any other stuff they want to talk about Blacklist International in respect to their performance the whole season.
I'll respect their creativity. I gotta give them that, especially in the playoffs, wherein they were able to once again rejuvenate the spirits of one Honda Beast. Their lower bracket round yesterday really was quite the sight to behold, and right here today, man, this sweep against Execration. I can only really just give him my best wishes, because I really was expecting a game 3 here, but again, this gambit that they put into play here in game 2 with this very narrow Granger lineup, plus the Natalia, I respect that. Edward on the Natalia, it's one of the first few in the league, in the professional scene, to really make waves, but it just wasn't enough. And with that being said, I just like to thank Blacklist for entertaining us these past few months.
All right. Again, GG's to Blacklist International. Congratulations to Execration. They still have a tough opponent, though. That's going to be later after the next series. So the last series of the day, it's Execration going up against Onyx PH. That's very exciting. But for now, we're going to take it back to the panel where Rockhart, Nomad, and Saya is at. Please take it away.
Thank you so much for the very, very colorful commentary once more from the Animals, Wolf and Leia. Welcome back here on the panelist desk. I'm Rockhart alongside Nomad and Saya. Try to break that down, the way the Blacklist has left the building, apparently. And I gotta say, I really did kind of want a game free here, because I've been watching Blacklist ever since they were EVOs, ever since they were back then in their first team back in MPL Season 2. They have grown from way back then. That was Honda with Killer, I think with Dexstar as well. Or a lot of them actually were, when you would talk to them on the sides, they'd be so humble. They'd be like super, like the new kids in town, like, yes sir, yeah, we did pretty great, sir. But now they just really look like a beast this season. So I just want to highlight that they've grown so much, and I really want to see them soon. Either way, here we are for game highlights for Blacklist versus Execration Game 2. I gotta say, it was messy. And we did highlight this in the draft earlier. They got really given a big one there by the Granger, by the forced draft on the Granger.
Yeah, that forced draft on the Granger was effective. At the same time, it wasn't, because the entire line of Execration here was just that much better in terms of dishing out damage. I mean, you gotta hate just constantly dishing out damage with the carry, because with the true damage, Zapnu just tossing people around, just dueling people left and right. And of course, we have got to remember Itomax, who was just raining down with a feathered airstrike. Benecutie and Chakno were just doing their jobs and making sure that they are kept alive. And Execration just came out on top, cut top of the match because of that.
And of course, this is our smart game MVP right here with the Grok. I told you the levels of threat of Grok in the hands of Chaknu is really deadly. Look at how he received tons of damage and how he protected his teams all through. And you have to take note this, Chaknu really knows how to pin down his enemy team, and that was clearly demonstrated in our game number 2.
Yeah, he really, really does. Like, pinning them down all by himself, by the way. If you guys were so busy checking out the marksman, he was everywhere all by himself doing a lot of the heavy work. And that's the reason why Execration, they could breathe so freely in that fight. I mean, everywhere you go, Chaknu's there. You know, it's like the Spider-Man meme. Everywhere I look, I see his face. That's exactly what happened, right? Except Peter Parker saw Chaknu right there on the top lane in the base, blocking everyone while they were taking Lord, they were taking towers. Chaknu God, man. Chaknu God. Come on. You gotta give it to me, right? Absolutely.
Chaknu God, indeed. And going into their fight later on versus Sonic, ban out the Grok, potentially.
Yeah.
Don't give the link to hate, and just draft better, because this is an Execration that we have never seen before.
Yeah, indeed. So maybe later we'll be witnessing some extremities for both sides of the team. But again, still, congratulations still for Blacklist International for making it thus far. I mean, it's no joke you getting your spot here for the playoffs. And really, Blacklist also showed some good plays. It's just that Execration really demonstrated their plays even better for this time around. So
yeah.
So for Execration, they will be I think they will be facing off Onyx right later, if I'm not mistaken. But for our third series, it's going to be Bren versus Sunsparks.
Gonna be another interesting one. Sister teams knowing each other very, very well. The Bren Sunsparks is one for the books, because I feel like, I don't know, my heart is a little confused. Do I want Bren to win and go for the title once more for a lot of these guys, or do I want the rematch to happen for Onyx and Sunsparks, right? There's so many things that can happen. And again, all that action gonna be coming up to you very, very shortly. Again, but before that though, again, MPL PH Season 5 is presented by Smart. And of course, together with PLDT Smart Foundation in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Text DONATE to 3456. Donations are going to be open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPLPH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and organized by Moonton. And the announcement, you've been seeing it each and every time. Again, it's going to be happening on June 1. Make sure to check out the Smart pages for that as well. And of course, we are pretty much halfway. I think we are close to halfway through this tournament, with a lot of teams already being dropped like a sack of potatoes, like Nomad usually says. And next up, Bren Sunsparks, not one you want to miss. Stay tuned for that. This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 5 playoffs. I'm Rockhart, this is Nomad, and Seiya. Don't touch that browser. We'll be back after a short break.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Hello, Philippines. 안녕하세요. 배우 현빈입니다. 이렇게 스마트와 함께하게 되어서 정말 기쁜 마음인데요. 앞으로 스마트의 가족으로 좋은 모습 보여드릴 테니 저와 스마트 모두 관심 가지고 지켜봐 주시기 바랍니다. 마을 고가요, 스마티스.
Realme 6, 64 megapixels, Pro camera, Pro display. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 6 Pro, 6 cameras, Pro display. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more! Make a switch to Smart LTE and experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Welcome to my castle, my friend. Is powerful. Rock doesn't want to be your enemy. Rock likes sleeping.
You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Monster kill. Mega kill. Killing spree. Mega kill!
Go first.
Unstoppable!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Our strength and courage will be eulogized in the galaxy. Faith is my unbreakable sword.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
You have slain an enemy! Killing spree! Monster kill! Ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy! Mega kill! Legendary!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the MPL PH Season 5 playoffs. It's day 2, and we just witnessed 2 heartbreaking eliminations as we walk into the upper bracket matchup. This is going to be Bren eSports going up against Sunsparks. And ladies and gentlemen, might this be a preview of our main event? MPLPH Season 5 is presented by Smart together with PLDT Smart Foundation. In partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Text donate to 3456. Donation is open from April 22nd to July 16, 2020. MPLPH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors. Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and of course, it's organized by Moontan. In case you guys haven't seen just yet, we are giving away awesome prizes, and all you gotta do is fill in this link, all right? It's bit.ly/MRD30, all right? I think we have just until the end of this series to get your entries in, and you can win yourselves Smart Giga Games all day, Realme Buds 2, 30,000 worth of diamonds and in-game items. But for the grand mythical draws, you can also get yourselves a smartphone. That's the Realme 6's gaming smartphones. And of course, MPLPH signed jerseys and jackets. The latter is a little bit more of my cup of tea since it is one of a kind. It's unique, all right? Only here in the Philippines can you get that, and only through these mythical raffle draw prizes. Once again, thank you to our sponsors, Smart and Realme, for hooking us up with the good. And of course, make sure you get into that link, bit.ly/MRD-30. That's bit.ly/MRD30. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, I gotta ask, might this be a preview of our main event? Because a lot of people out there, a lot of fans, if it's not Bren versus Execration, it's Bren versus Sunsparks. And I gotta ask our esteemed panel here. I'm joined by Wolf and Rockhart. What do you guys think?
Yeah, this is might well be the preview of the grand finals, as many of the fans, maybe those fans with the analysis in their head, always think that this matchup will be of the finals already, just because of how they performed in their previous previous series in the upper bracket, I would say. So yeah, it's easy to say that, but there are many good contentions in the lower bracket, which we may see after this series. But for now, I think we have to focus on this gift of a matchup that we have.
Yep, a gift definitely. Yep. Rockhart, is this a gift you are ready to receive?
I'm not sure, because as I mentioned before in the panel, I feel like Bren eSports versus Sunsparks. You gotta see one of these guys in the finals, right? That's the prediction, at least for a lot of people. And on the other side of the coin, there's Sunsparks versus, Onyx PH that we're gonna be looking forward to as well later on. So my heart is really torn here.
Despite all of the eliminations that we've witnessed throughout the weekend, and we're 2 days in, it's more than halfway through the playoffs. It's still pretty tight. It's still pretty tight up here in the top. And that's what we're going to witness, ladies and gentlemen, the upper bracket semis. And of course, no eliminations just yet, but just the same, this is still a pretty high stakes matchup. Once more, Bren eSports versus Sunsparks. It's a best of 3. And I think this might be the hardest matchup just yet. We weren't expecting the hour-long game 1 earlier, but this right here, it might be a different beast entirely. Let's remember once more how Bren eSports got here as we talk about their lineup. This is essentially the gold medalist crew, all right? It's the All-Stars, Bren eSports, putting together all of the best from the previous seasons and the future in Lasty, Carl Tizzi, Ribo, Few, Coco, and EJ. Boys, let's talk about it. Are there any weaknesses in Bren eSports, at least in the playoffs?
Yeah, at least for me, there's a distinct weakness, and it's not even like a hardcore weakness, like it's a weak link or whatnot. It's more like it became a weakness because of their own decision. Now, very quickly, I want to say that them not activating Few might be the source of their problems, because they have so much talent, but they're putting it on to Carl Tizzi. I understand that Few is taking a little some steps back, but if you think about it, in this game that we have, the meta that we have. You want to activate everybody in your side. So I think for Bren Esports, they need to make sure that they activate Few, the idol of the kids, idol of the
yeah.
youth.
Oh yeah, the captain of the gold medal winning team. Am I right? That's such a big responsibility, and I think that's what you're looking at, Wolf. And maybe they could use him a little more. But how about you, Rockhart? Is that one weakness you think Brenny Sports has, or are you looking at a different angle?
Yeah, when you look at weaknesses, you kind of don't think about Bren, right? But they actually do have a few of those. First off, if you observe from the matches yesterday, and actually in all matches of Bren Esports, when things go according to plan, they go really well. But if they don't, oh my gosh, do they really struggle.
I agree. And maybe one of those things that don't come to plan is when Carl DZ does not pop off. And that might be one angle that Sunsparks here is going to take. Their opponents in this upper bracket semis. This is Kilowash, Greed, JP Reflecia, TLVJ, and Renzio. And here's what's difficult, gentlemen. Here's where I find myself at a crossroads. Because when you're talking about these two teams, they're at the top of our brackets. They're at the top of the leaderboards, and that's literally number 1 and number 2. Brenny Sports and Sunsparks. You can't ask the same question anymore. Why they're strong? Why are they there? What did they do to get there? You have to ask, what weakness could they potentially have that could equalize or, let's say, change the tides of battle for them as they meet in this best of 3. Now, I'll bring you guys the same question here. Sunsparks, what kind of leverage does Brenny Sports have against the boys in black and blue?
So Sunsparks, I think that we kind of explained this previously, but if you look at their team, they're more like the team with the solid fundamentals. Their skill ceiling, though, is not as high as Bren Esports. So I think that if we're looking at what the advantage of Bren Esports will be, I think that they have to abuse the fact that they're better, just mechanically speaking, and individually against Sunsparks. So I honestly, if Bren Esports wants to win against Sunsparks, solidify their fundamentals, but also bring an extra spice by trying to outplay and out micro Sunsparks almost all the time.
Yeah, and on the other side of that as well is actually I would like to mirror that. You know what? It's absolutely correct that Sunsparks has their bare minimum is so high. Like their bare minimum is like 90% skill, 90% power already for the teams of the other teams, right?
Yeah.
But their ceiling, there is something that there is abusable when they reach like at least 25 to 30 minutes of the game. Sometimes some decisions kind of falter out. That's why as much as Sunsparks is highly contested for the championship game, you know, a lot of people are talking about them, I still think they're not the perfect team yet. And if there's any team that can have some of that inside knowledge, it's going to be Bren.
For more reasons than one. Am I right? Because these two teams, they essentially grew up together, and this matchup right here is the matchup wherein it's the highest number of possible two-time champions, right? Coming in from both Sunsparks and Brenny Sport. But I have a question to ask now, and I want to talk about intangibles, right? On the side of Brenny Sports, you have the mind of Coach Ducky. He is, I think we mentioned this yesterday, he's on an international Ducky tour, right? And yesterday, Execration was in the hit list and they successfully executed. But today, man, it sucks to have to battle your own blood, to take out once your siblings in Bren No Limit, now known as Sunsparks. So you got Coach Ducky leading the charge. On the other hand, you have Coach Arcadia, who's, I believe, not as experienced as Ducky in the realm of coaching and possibly in the realm of Mobile Legends. But I'd like to offer, a consolation, a consideration. Maybe the mind behind the operations here for Sunsparks is Greed. Alan Baloy himself. So I want to bring up that potential matchup. What's it going to look like when we enter the battlefield here? The mind of Ducky versus the mind of Baloy.
Honestly, it's hard to say whether or not, because It's a totally different approach. Ducky's mind is outside of the game. Grid is inside the game, which I think might make a lot of difference, right? Because imagine having a coach with a lot of knowledge, like in-game, on the fly, you can decide what your decisions will be. And I think that might be a little bit of an advantage for Sunsparks. But Bren eSports, if they are prepared so heavily with the mind of Ducky heading to this matchup, boy, we will see a game that's won before the game even started.
I'm excited to see how that's gonna come into play. Again, somebody is on the floor for you, and that's Grid, and the other is just like an omniscient watcher, just waiting to have his plans unfold. And I think, despite how similar these two teams are in upbringing and even in execution, that is going to be definitely a game changer. With that being said, let's remember once more how Bren eSports got to the spot they are at right now, at the top of the leaderboards in the playoffs. Road to playoffs for Bren eSports. It unfolds right here.
That is Green na nawala dito. Pwede yung strike from BJ. Coco, mamatay kaya siya. Nalako po na may mortality pa si Paring Q. Takbo! Q and Coco, meron na malaban sila. Sustain is real.
Grabe. Intox Q1 at done. There's no shutdown. Finally gets a kill. At mukhang ito na.
His pick-off and Dusty.
Oh my
Kahit
goodness.
siya yung gumagawa ng plays dito, he did not foresee this. Coco! This is a 3v1!
Decisions dito, hindi talaga commendable. And now Wise gonna be comboed. Like, trying to run away. Tatalon-talon. Nice dodge. Flame shot, pero kita ni Lasty. Ooh, sakit.
Oy! Dinala sa base! Dinala sa base!
Lasty!
Lasty! Naman din. Right now, look at this. They are fighting this. Dilar's trying to get away. Dilar, mga kaibigan, trying to defend. They will defend. And right now, OnlyPH, they still want to fight this. Ito na nga ba yung hinahanap sa defense ng OnlyPH? Oh, my Venus! Tutumba! Pero si Juan lumalaban pa rin and the ultimate is still up. It's still running! And RC win the play! Oh my goodness! Maniac!
But he takes so much damage. All the folks coming in from Valier, Rebo blowing him up, and here comes a blazing duet on to execration. They get stunned. Benny Cutie trying to go after Rebo. He gets taken out. Here comes the Phantom Steed. Can hate turn around, but he's stuck between all the members of Bren eSports, and just like that, 4 members.
And just like that, Bren eSports secures themselves the #1 spot in the playoffs, and all eyes are on them, the All-Star crew, up against the defending champions. This is game 1 between Sunsparks and Bren eSports in a best-of-3. Wolf and Rockhart at your service. My name is Leo. I have a question for you, Rockhart, before we watch exactly how Bren eSports got here. I have to ask you now, who do you think is favored here in this matchup?
I gotta say, very difficult for me, but to decide on this. Thank you so much for putting me on the hot seat. Thank
It's a
you.
hard question.
But,
It's
man,
very hard. I wanted to see if you could give us a little insight.
yeah, knowing Bren, I feel like they'll have something up their sleeves. If you talk to Ducky at least once, and I know both of you have, you'll know this guy, it seems like he plans out breakfast, lunch, and dinner for these guys. So I feel like he already has the semis, the upper bracket, the lower bracket, even the grand finals already planned out in his head. And I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt here. He might actually know what he's doing. And just because of that, I think he might give Bren eSports that drafting edge and, of course, the confidence to pull through.
All right, slight edge to Bren eSports because of how Ducky plans out their meals, including snacks. How about you, Wolf? As we see the draft unfold, we'll get to the picks in just a bit, but do you have an idea as to who might have the edge here in game 1?
Actually, the edge in the whole series, I think I'm going to give it to Sunsparks just a little bit. Watching all their games, I've watched a lot of games all throughout the season, not only once, but more than twice. And the way I see it, Sunsparks always gets the better of Bren eSports in almost all aspects of the game.
Okay, but whenever they met in the season, though, Bren eSports, they got Sunsparks' number, right? But again, let's get back into the draft here. Sunsparks banning out the Claude and the Valier. Bren eSports taking out Selena and Natalia, both very much greed heroes. But we now see the lineups unfold. First half done. What can we say about this?
Now I think Bren eSports are showing us the anti-funnel funnel. The anti-funnel strat is the anti-funnel strat is definitely the Ling, but Lancelot is rising in the meta because of many factors. Number one is it kind of trumps the Ling in terms of like destroying your opposing funnel receiver, and also you can do a lot of micro stuff for the Lancelot. So Sunsparks, I don't think that they'll pick Kufra, or they can actually pick Kufra to kind of answer this Lancelot.
So the Lancelot is, I think I'm very happy to see that we're not really going crazy anymore when people show the Lancelot. I think the reason why it's being picked up recently is very similar playstyle to a Ling. It actually does scale pretty similarly, except for maybe Ling having more uptime, right? Compared to Lancelot, which has to wait for the ultimate to go back up. And of course, it always needs to hit a minion or a target before you can use puncture over and over again. So basically, I see two Lings battling it out. I see swordsmen fighting it out in the air while I'm looking at the draft right now.
Sword fight. Oh, but wait. Are they introducing daggers? Wolf, check this out. Daggers. Rockhart, daggers.
Oh my god.
It's the execution, man. Execution.
It's the execution. It's the execution. It's Obeer, and that's the reverse of Rebo. But real quick. As you see the lineups now, I'd like for you to digest what we're seeing as I talk about real quick the pros and cons of a Ling and a Lancelot. Lancelot has better damage output, I believe, than Ling, but Ling has the CC in Tempest of Blades. Tempest of Blades has the CC, and it allows Ling to jump around, but Lancelot, he's a little more reliable, I think. He doesn't have to hop out after the engage. So those are some things to consider when you're thinking about the anti-funnel strategy that's now happening. But
hard to say.
Real quick, based on the lineups, who you got in this game one?
All right, I'm gonna have to go with Sunsparks because as cheeky and as explosive Bren eSports lineup is, maybe they can fail. It's not a fail-safe strategy, and Sunsparks will be able to punish that.
Okay, Sunsparks for you, Rockhart.
Yeah, Sunsparks, I feel like they're not dilly-dallying. Am I saying that right? I don't think they're not in any mood to play around here with the lineup that they drafted. And there is some potential for Bren's lineup to go crazy, but at the same time, there is a reason why Gushin is not picked that often in the MPL, and we might see it here. So it's going to be a quick Sunsparks for me.
Okay, make it 3 Sunsparks, 3-0. Let's see what Seiya and Nomad think as they're about to call the action. It's all yours.
Well, I personally think that it's going to be a Sunspark game. I don't know about you, Seiya, but we are going to be delivering you the action here in the upper bracket finals of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 5 playoffs. And I am Nomad. Alongside with me is Seiya. What do you think? Is it going to be a Sunsparks game, or are you going to be breaking the norm and make it and give it to Bren?
When I kind of, uncertain of having my own prediction since I think of a first caster for now, but I will agree with the panelists alongside with you. It's a Sunsparks game simply because for this specific playoffs, we really can't afford any more cheeky plays. And it's true, Bren eSports individually can really use this types of heroes with the West. But the thing is, there's also the question of the team play on how they would come and execute this properly. But without further ado, Nomad, this is our third series, game number 1 between Sunsparks and Bren eSports.
And it's going to be crucial to see how Bren eSports would actually capitalize on few on that Gushin, actually. A bit of an early invade here on the side of Bren eSports. Sunsparks will be disengaging. Instead, I think Bren eSports is gonna try to funnel as much money as they can to few. I guess that is the game plan here.
Most likely, because it could be few or it could be the last one. But the thing is, it's kind of evident that the economy is going to be divided for sure. And now we are seeing some aggression from Sunsparks. They're coming on to the top side, 4 people there. And the last resource, tower dive, back away, it's safety. But again, let's see, look at these rallies going through. Easy with the Lowbreaker has a help as the link goes for the first one. Will he get Lassie though? Let's see. Rebo will be forced to stay. He'll watch it, or won't be able to catch him. It goes to Rigno for
This is a very interesting fight. As I say that, the fight is continuing. Nice ejection under turret. Rachel well to take out, almost takes out Reflacia there. That is going to be a Greed falling down. But the HPs of both Sunsparks and Bren eSports this earlier on is low. Like they're not as tanky as they wanted to be because they don't have as much items yet.
Yes.
But moving in, yeah.
But still, it was still an advantage for Sunsparks here. Really, knowing how to gain control of that top side right here with the number of people that they had.
And speaking of numbers, there's a big number here over the top side just to secure few. I guess that would be converted into a turn push unless Lassie decides to use Force of Nature on this, but I don't think he's going to last any longer because that is a 4-man pressure here from Sunspark, securing the kill and eventually securing that turret push as soon as the minion wave comes in.
Yes, so far I like how Sunsparks here is really grouping up or clumping up together and going for these 1-2-1 pickoffs right here onto the top and to the middle side of our lanes. It gives them the economy that they need, and at the same time it kind of shackles the initial strategy of Bren eSports. But again, even though Sunsparks has this quite evident amount of lead, you still really can't neglect them out just yet. Because come the late game, I think Bren eSports can still push this through. But how can they though? If Coco here is going to be guarded with the Guardian's Barrier, Lady will be going in and goes for that kill. But the exchange is going to be real, while Few tries to go for JP but manages to shift into a different target instead. And I think Falling Star Moon will be immobilizing Few. Let's see if Bren eSports can still catch up through. And let's see, look at that, below HP cost. The LCJs foresees the flicker and the highest will go for the cleanup. Reflecia, low on health. Kazu will be taking that kill, and this is yet over. The face is done. Will JP and the others get him? Rebo will be using this flare away, but the last insanity used to pop him up and go for that cornering, and finally, Ling goes for the kill.
And this is how Sunsparks is slowly winning this. JP is sitting at 5-0 with a bounty hunter on that Ling. And JP has been showing a masterful work here as the Ling. But nice attempt there with the Thorn Rose to try to steal a turtle. But I think Coco is the next one to go down. The Reflecia pops out the glorious pathway in order to chase the Rangers here for Carlteasy. Carlteasy almost takes down JP. And Carlteasy just one more auto attack, and that would have been it from him if only Greed was in range. But that's going to be the kill secure. Rebo will be using that Divine Judgment to secure the kill onto Greed. But as I was saying, JP was just really showing how masterful he is on that Ling. But at the same time, Carlteasy on that Lancelot, you really don't want to discount them with that fact that he's just a micro god, Carlteasy.
Yes, indeed. And you could just see how beautifully Greed protected the Ling there, because if not, that would be a good trade-off for the side of Bren eSports. And that was a close call for the side of Sunsparks. But then again, going back here, we are now starting to see a little bit of, the advantages ahead for the side of Sunsparks. And then another pick-off is going to come through. Looks like this is like no break for the side of Skirmish of Fight right here, as Coco will be cornered by Reflecia and Kilowatt. Let's see if they will get a trade-off for themselves. You will be cornered again by the Sling right to go for that cleanup and forcing Bren eSports to go for the tower dive. Guardian's Barrier will be used for this engagement. This is a good discipline for the side of Bren eSports.
Man, JP just came in at the last second just to finish off the job. That's how Ling should be doing things. And 10-4, 6,000 gold in here for Sunsparks. They're really making sure that Bren eSports does not have any room to breathe here. And I think they are going to try to steal this buff from Bren eSports. But that is going to be a complete disengage because they might just focus on the turtle this time around.
And then again, objective-wise, Sunsparks do know how to go for their objectives are really swell in terms of they know how to shove away the members of Bren eSports. And even though that Bren is trying to attest or contest, like this one rather, you know how the retribution is really timely placed by JP right here. The last time he will be hitting down Coco once again and will be having that pick off. And so far, this is getting a bit speaking of dangerous right here, looks like the members of Bren eSports will be forced to back away, and Lancelot will be going for that shutdown on the link. A nice trade off here, but let's see. Kilowatt with 3 people going up against him, and Lancelot might be taking kill, but no, I think it was actually in the hands of the Thons right there.
That was
yeah.
That was on. That was a good kill though. Didn't want to give the kill to Carl TZ, so might as well just give it to Lassie, right?
Yeah.
So he just went straight for the turret and just immediately, I'm gonna die anyway. Might as well not give Carl TZ any chance to bounce back to this game. Speaking of bounce back, Bren eSports, they are gonna try to bounce back here on this fight. They're catching Reflecia here on that high loss. Not really much that they can do because Hylos is one tanky hero. Greed though, no Firaga armor available. We'll be going for the fire missiles. Not a lot in the tank here for Sunsparks. HPs are dangerously low. JP gonna try to secure this buff in order for him to rejoin the fight. Falling Star Moon just to try to catch up onto Few there. And this is going to be a complete disengage from Bren eSports.
That was a pretty risky fight for both sides of the team, honestly. It was really a tight place where you could, really start it. And so far, it's a close call, specifically for Bren eSports, because at this point, I think this is the part where they have to start really compensating themselves for the losses that they have during the first 7 minutes of the game. Because if they let Sunsparks really scale all throughout this game and let the Ling really, get fed up, I think this is gonna be a more transitioning into a one-sided game.
Oh, and just a good solo kill there on the Few. Few hasn't been very effective with that Gushin. And Gushin, Few is actually rolling with Impure Rage as his emblem. But as I say that, Coco in a bit of a tight spot. It's a 2v1. I believe this turret is going to be enough to save him from the eventual death.
Close call too, because the Ling wasn't there in the vicinity for that cleanup. But then again, Sunsparks here, I think they're just really protecting this area here from Santa Turtle so that they could get the objectives once again. And Bren really knows that they might be going for this transition and attempt to get there. But they really cannot afford casualties at this point. But this leaves a huge amount of space for Sunsparks to really go and snag all of those resources for them. And this, I think, what Bren needs to do right here, Nomad, is to really pin down, at least get the players of Sunsparks here one by one, and try to avoid really uncalled for team fight.
I agree. Bren eSports has a lot of catches with them. They got Lusty, just go for the wild charge, will be able to catch anybody off, will be able to knock multiple people off guard, and Rebo will be able to just go for a divine judgment, try to catch KLVZ or JP, and that's something that Sunsparks is completely missing. Yeah, fire sticks are available for Greed, but that's just a displacement and not really a hard CC, and that, I think, is how Sunsparks might lose this game. Bren eSports, they got more catches, they got more CCs, they can control how the team fights go.
Yes. But the thing here, in terms of control, Sunsparks has this in terms of the map domination, and I think this is just really a patient game for Sunsparks and just waiting for that mistake from Bren eSports, because if ever so, specifically this one, if they manage to disperse and catch at least 1 or 2 members of Bren, it follows through. But then again, here Coco just really tossing off Reflecia there just for that disengage. But so far, I think I will remain to what I've said earlier. They're just really waiting for that opening to really wipe out the members of Bren.
And speaking of wipeout, that is going to be JB committing the Tempest of Blades onto Coco. Coco barely manages to make it out of alive there. Gets a double kill here onto JP. Reflecia gets Divine Judgment. That is a 1-for-2 trade, and JP is coming out on top of that with 9-1 and 1 currently on scoreboard. Already having the endless battle.
Yes.
And this is not what we got with Bren eSports. Ling is a problem.
Yeah, there is a specific reason why the sling is priority banned and why the cushion is not priority picked. Because, like what we all said, as cheesy as this looks, it's not really gonna work specifically for the meta that we have right now, and it's already showing signs. And here, JP is having this high level threat against Bren. For Bren eSports, however, they might be opting for a clumped together one huge team fight here onto our middle side. But this is also risky though, because you have to take note of the Esmeralda's falling star moon. If they are too close together and was able to be immobilized by that, I think that's a beautiful team fight for Sunsparks.
Yeah, that's going to be a beautiful team fight. I agree with you. But we are not seeing Sunsparks engaging with a team fight, but instead Bren eSports is the one engaging, and Sunsparks is just reacting purely on what Bren eSports is doing, and that is a sign of good disengagement from Sunsparks. They're trying to counter-initiate. As soon as they counter-initiate, the fight just starts going their way.
Yeah. Which leaves us back to the point where this is going the disadvantage point for Bren, because if they keep going for uncalled for fights, this is going to be the result. So I like it how Greed used his last sanity to show off the members of Bren and transitions to the middle side, but then Esmeralda here will be having a kill of his own. But look at that, the side. While you're pushing that middle side of the tower, there was clashes here and there, but no casualties so far. But okay, Greed here with a low amount of health. Good thing he still has immortality in his hand, but there are still no minions. So Sunsparks here is just really taking their time, transitioning from one turret to another, leaving Bren with no push take. And I think it's gonna be over. Type of stage will be used. Esmeralda will be having kill on his sword with his Raga armor. And again, looking here, it looks like this is game number 1 in the hands of Sunsparks.
Wow, that was complete dominance from Sunsparks. This is uncharacteristic from Bren eSports. We have not seen Bren eSports suffer this big of a loss in the playoffs, for that matter. And it was just completely one-sided. Sunsparks were able to secure objectives, secure big team fights, and make sure that they don't give Carlteasy any chance to come back to the game by giving him kills. And I feel like Carlteasy was the only linchpin here in the side of Sunsparks to really win the game. If Carlteasy went online, could have been a different story, but that's just how it is.
True. And it's also evident the mispositionings of Coco and Few during the skirmishes fights that we've been witnessing, and also how well can Sunsparks abuse the mispositionings of Bren eSports. So that's one thing that you have to take into account for. For this game number 2, I think that Bren should really go back to the fundamentals.
We might have to see the fundamentals. If Sunsparks keeps this up, I feel like Sunsparks can just get a 2-0 victory going into game number 2.
Yeah, but let's see what our panelists think right here. Maybe, Bren eSports could still go for a game 3. Leo and the gang, why don't you sum this up for us?
For the first time in a long time, or maybe even in history, the panel and the casters get their prediction right across the board. Sunsparks takes game 1 against Bren eSports in what seems to be a one-sided matchup. I'm pretty sure there were moments wherein Bren were showing some signs of life, but in all honesty, man, off the back of JP's Ling, our new father here in the league, well, not our father, but he just became a father. We see the inspired assassin, a core player, take over on behalf of his team. And congratulations once more to Sunsparks taking it. And thank you, Nomad and Seiya, for calling the action. My name is Leo, your panel host for today. Wolf and Rockhart here at your service. Rockhart, first let's talk about what went wrong for Bren as we watch our smart game highlights.
Well, I think I have to just echo what I said earlier. There's a reason why you don't pick Gushin in the meta right now, and I think that's been shown to us very evidently. A lot of heroes are pretty resistant to his full combo this time around, and especially in the hands of pro players, it's it's very difficult to actually place all of those Shadow Blade slaughters, right? So I think that's one of the biggest things that went wrong here for Bren. It's basically -1 for a majority of the game.
Yeah, or a 4.5 against 5, if you
Yeah.
will. It felt very lackluster. And yeah, it felt like the real battle was between the Lancelot and the Ling, and then the Gushin was just like, huh? How about me? Can I join in?
Look at me. Yeah, right.
Like
right there.
Yeah, right there, right? Whenever you see the highlights, they're like, so there you go, he gets assassinated by JP underneath his own turret. But Wolf, I gotta ask you now, we're close to the end here of the highlights because the game did end at about 13. What went right for Sunsparks? What did they do well?
Okay, so they did Sunsparks stuff, which really surprised me because Bren eSports kind of just let Sunsparks be Sunsparks this game, which is particularly about invading the jungle. Sunsparks, the way they operate and the way they were able to be successful in MPL Season 5 regular season was because of how they were able to control the jungle. I mean, to say that they invade. Sometimes they don't complete the invade, but the fact that they wound their opponents, if whether or not they steal the buffs, it's already done. The deed has been done, I mean. And that's what they did this time. It doesn't matter if they get or the invade successfully. What matters is they try to kill a few, they try to kill Lancelot, the Gushin and the Lancelot all together. They can't find the farm because they're always afraid that Sunsparks is at their door. And in this game, they have allowed Ling from JP, the recently recent father. I don't know the term. Yeah, but
hard to put into words.
It's hard to put into words. All right, and now 5-0 by 3 minutes or 4 minutes.
Yes,
that's the mortal sin against Ling.
Yeah. But again, we did mention that there were some signs of life from Bren, and I think it came at the point where Carl TZ was able to shut down JP's Ling, which kept him in the game, sort of, by allowing him to catch up in items. He was down maybe just 500 gold to 1,000 until the tail end of that 13-minute bout. But I guess we were all just partly going off of instinct when we said Sunsparks would win this game in the best-of-3 series. But with that being said, I think the mental reset is all the more important. The stakes are high, but both teams aren't exactly fighting for tournament life just yet. They're in the upper bracket semis, and if they do lose this series, may that be Sunsparks or Bren, they still have a chance at becoming 2-time champions. But with that being said, I'd like to remind you guys watching right now that the form for today's mythical raffle draw will now be closed. All right, 3 winners of the legendary prize will be announced after the break, so stay tuned to see if you've won. So that's later on in the day. So if you have filled it in and you want to win yourself some goodies from our sponsors, do stay around. All right, with that being said, the game is about to start real soon here. Wolf and Rockhart, I need to ask you guys, our predictions, they could be everywhere at this point, since anything and everything will happen in the playoffs. That for sure we know. But who do you think is going to take this series? Did you have a prediction prior to this game here? Was it a 2-1 for you? Was it a 2-0?
I felt that if Bren eSports loses the first game, they can take it 2-1 still. It's hard because I kind of want to see the draft first, but I think Sunsparks is going to take this. This road to playoffs for Sunsparks is probably one of the smoother ones. Well, not compared to Bren, but maybe we can see.
Sa early game, magkakaroon talaga ng problema yung Ares. Oh, pero look at this! The funnel! Everything in between! Alaban ng Sword na lang! Rocket will connect!
Lane is so successful on the mid lane. It's Muzican versus 3 members of Sunsparks. Makes that 4. Muzican says you can't take me down. They're gonna shut down on the far side.
Why survive for long enough for the rest of Sunsparks to overdive this?
Bakit
laban dito ng STI. The Times Journey mula dito kay DK, pero Joy may fall down. Andito na yung ating Ling. Ling don't not this. Tama na basic duet mula kay JP. Ang tagal ko nag-par para dito. And STI ngayon, hindi na masatakbo. Naku!
And just like that, we have come to Game 2. This is the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Sunsparks ahead by 1. Bren eSports going to start off strong in this draft, taking out Hylos and Ling, while Sunsparks mulling over their second ban. Their first, though, is Claude. Rockhart, I gotta ask you, what kind of heroes are you expecting here? And will we see Bren possibly get a little spicy as they fight for their spot in the upper bracket?
First off, I was about to say no more Ling, and that is exactly what went down there. Again, people are just so, people have been really highlighting that they should ban out the Ling a lot. I'm actually surprised it went through in Game 1. So maybe if the Ling wasn't present, imagine if the Ling wasn't there earlier, that might have been a completely different story in my opinion.
I believe so. Because it's one thing for you to be a good team and prepared to counter comfort pick like the Ling, but it's also another to face against a championship like team like Sunsparks. It's just like you allowing your opponent, your greatest opponent, their best kit, like the best sword, the best punch, the best armor. You're giving it away to your opponents and hope for the best. You may, in your head, theorycraft that you can counter it, but when the time comes, when it's the actual battle, it's totally different, and you'll be surprised and tell yourself, maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier allowing a Ling to go 3-0, 5-0 even in the early game at some mortal sin, but I think you can shut that down. You can stop that tendency even in the draft alone. So don't give one JP De La Cruz his Ling. All right. So Bren eSports having some good habits right now to possibly even out the odds and see a Game 3. Now in the first half of the draft, we see the Stams picked up as well as the Valir and Atlas. So at least we can see for sure Lasty is gonna have a field day with his Atlas. But Sunsparks now securing the core first here with the carry and giving Greed the Selena. Any impressions so far as we go into the second phase of banning?
Yeah, I think Bren is going back to basics here. If you notice, like these are basically what I would pick if I was going for like a normal ranked game here. So, is this a sign of fear? Is this a sign of maybe small problems coming up? I'm not sure.
I don't think it's a sign of fear, honestly, because what can go wrong with Atlas, Thams, and Valir? That's like straight up one of the best picks, meta picks in public matches, specifically when Ling and Hylos is banned out. This was the Kufra. Then again, Sunsparks, they kind of prepared for this by just showing us the Selena as well as the carry first. I think that's a sign of maturity from Sunsparks. They're telling us, you cannot counter our carry and you cannot counter our Selena, and we haven't shown our hand, and we can counter what's coming from you guys. So Bren eSports, they need an answer to the Esmeralda at this point, and maybe the Selena. So they are considering the Popol and Kupa, and maybe a 1-1 for Karltizi.
Yeah, let's go back to that. I feel like the 1-1 is something that we haven't been seeing a lot, but it's already shown to be promising. So if they lock this in, there you go, right on the docket. It's been so promising in the previous ones. I feel like it's one of those ace in the holes that you've been hiding for the whole tournament, waiting for the right opportunity to bring it out.
Well read, gentlemen, well read. And I think it's not just us who's hoping to see Karltizi do awesome 1-1 things, but I think the crowd is as well. If you guys are enjoying the show, do make sure you share the live stream, and of course let us know in the comments, and tell the world that MPL PH Season 5, the upper bracket semis, are on its way now. Sunsparks, they're looking to lock in a hero for Rafflesia, and they get the Lolita. I think I like this. I like the Lolita. He's got the confirmed stun, able to pin down Carteezy. And now, looking at these two lineups, I just have to say Sunsparks. They picked up and they locked in the Selena on greed. And I'm looking forward to some good greed things. And again, some good comfort picks on the side of Sunsparks. And again, it's safe, but Bren eSports, they have coverage and they could really pop off with the 1-1. Now, let's get into the hard part of any panel, the predictions. Wolf and Rockhart, who do you think is going to take game number 2?
This is weird, but I think this is a 2-0 for Sunsparks. And another prediction, they're going to invade the blue of the opposing blue. Yeah, Sunsparks will be able to get the first blue of Bren eSports.
Okay, very strong words.
Yeah.
And Rockhart, yours.
I have a great counter because I feel like the 1-1 pick really threw off. This is something that a lot of teams have not actually seen a lot, and I think this Sunsparks might not be prepared to handle this yet. I'm gonna go for Bren here.
All right, for the first time, we are split here in this matchup. I would like to say Sunspark because I believe that if all else fails, you play what you know and you play it well. With that being said, we're 2-1 here in the panel on behalf of Wolf and Rockhart. My name is Leo. Let's throw it over to our casters, Nomad and Seiya. Take us through this game 2.
I mean, is it going to be a black and blue victory, or is it going to be a black and gold forcing a game number 3? Who knows? We're here going to be delivering you game number 2 in this best of 3 series. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Seiya, and I just want to find out what your prediction is. You were talking about Popol and Koopa there quite a bit before the camera went to us.
Well, yeah, I will agree with you. Okay, sure, the 1-1 pros there is that she wouldn't get caught, but I don't know. My gut says really, I find the Popol and Koopa pick really iffy for the overall lineup of Bren. It could have been a better there can be a better option here. And okay, there's already Valir as your support right here, so I think there is a better pick for Bren. So to me, I think Sunsparks will be having this.
Well, Bren was the first team that actually made Popol and Koopa work, and it is going to be not actually going to be in the hands of Coco, but instead it's going to be on the hands of Few. And Few was able to just split push on the Popol and Koopa, and that's how Bren eSports were able to get a victory off of that. The real question here is that if Carteezy would be able to pop off on that Wan. That's the number one question in my mind here for Bren.
Yeah, and considering that Bren eSports kind of needs a certain amount of economy for this 1-1 to really pop off, and I'm pretty sure it's in the hands of Carteezy. It can just pull through. But the question is the effectiveness of a 1-1 comes to the mid and late phases of the game. So with that, I think this is where Sunsparks can really utilize their early game advantage here with the Selena on the arrows, provided that the arrows are really on point.
Provided that greed doesn't give out too much HP there, but there is a big rotation over the top side just to shut down Few on that Popol and Koopa, and that might just be a turret conversion as well. And Sunsparks will be forced to fall back as Lusty tries to salvage this top lane. He's down to half HP. I don't think he's going to be overseeing his welcome here, but the rest of Bren eSports are back in action. Carteezy finally level 4 will have the ultimate available, but not going to be committing it just yet.
I don't know about man, but okay, it's given into the situation that Sunsparks had 4 people, if I'm not mistaken, onto the top side, shutting down the Popol and Koopa. But that would have been a good opportunity for Bren eSports to, really decrease the health of the turret onto the mid lane instead of actually going in there for a potential pickoff, because it's kind of evident that they won't make it in time, and Sunsparks would have gone to safety by then. But I think that's also a good discipline for the side of Bren eSports, just really wanting to be responsive onto the top side. But speaking of responsive, it looks like we are just having really pokes and dashes right here onto the middle, and again, still going back to the scaling.
Sunsparks are just trying to get the lane priority here in order for them to secure the first turtle of the game, which is going to be adamant that JP gets the first turtle buff and not when, or Wopol and Koopa for that matter, will be able to melt down the turrets at this point in the game. And that is going to be contested by Coco trying to push back the minion waves in the bottom lane towards the side of Sunsparks in order for them to not start it off. Speaking of starting it off, Lasty trying to start off the turtle there, but he's already down to quarter HP. Going to be forced to back off, and Sunsparks are going to be forced to retaliate here as KLVJ takes down Few. There goes the Numinum Blast, not connected to anybody. Call TC pops ultimate, not catching a lot of people there. Going to be forced to disengage.
This is a very good harassing to the side of Sunsparks, right? You're really protecting the turtle side, not wanting to give the objectives to the side of Bren eSports, and that exchange would really be in the hands of Sunsparks. But going back right here, last Insanity will be used to really pressure up Carl TZ with the blue buff. Let's see, Carl TZ will be getting that free hit right here and gets a kill for himself. But in exchange, the guy will be securing the turtle for the side of Sunsparks. Polito will be using his Guardian's bulwark right here to protect. And again, this is a good transition to disengage because they know that they lack the manpower, so it's best to really keep it safe since it was a good trade-off for them.
Lassie wasn't able to connect with the last, not the last Insanity, but with the fatal links there, and that was a bit unfortunate. It could have caught JP and KLVJ there, but
yeah.
Sunsparks is going to be converting the turtle take into a turret take here, while eSports tries to retaliate as they force Greed back. Reflecia is going to get caught. Luminum Blast not available to catch them off. Bottom lane turret for Sunsparks is still alive, while KLVJ and Coco, bit of a scuffle on the top side.
That was a good usage of Koopa here from the side of Few to really, disconnect that initial engagement coming from that bottom side to avoid any casualties. But going back, I think this is still an objective game for the side of Sunsparks. Really patient. They're not similar to game number 1. They are not the ones who are engaging the team fights. Rather, they're just really reacting or counter-initiating what Bren has to offer. And speaking of this, this is really looking good, really, for Sunsparks because other than the fact that they're waiting for the mid game, they're actually giving JP a lot of space to really go for economies and go for these resource takes.
Yeah, and speaking of resource takes, the turret is going to go down. That's another resource going into the size of Sunsparks, and JP really just trying to farm up and stay as safe as possible here in this game, because once JP loses his touch in this game and just keeps dying, that's when Sunsparks is going to start falling down. A commanding lead by Sunsparks so far, 5 minutes to the game. 3-1 is the scoreline, and JP is in the lead in terms of gold. In terms of gold. Finally securing that endless battle, kind of an early endless battle to add to the fact.
Because the funneling from the carry here is really, optimized. And Calamity Reaper as well for the Esmeralda to add that more damage to the side of Sunsparks right here. But I think this is already evident that we are seeing that Bren is in a bit of a pinch right here in terms of map control and economy. Because if ever so that Sunsparks is still gonna go all through and pushes the second tier turrets, this is going to limit the resources that Bren can take, and I guess this is also a call that it might be impossible for them to contest any more main objectives, like the Turtle or the Lord.
Well, a team fight from Bren eSports, the team fight aspect of Bren eSports here is actually really big, actually a lot better than how Sunsparks is going to be approaching this team fight. It got a lot of catches, a lot of sustains as well, and Rebo will be the utility, what do you call this? A utility disengager, just knocking everybody back on the side of Sunsparks if ever they start jumping in. Speaking of jumping in, that's going to be JP jumping out of the fight. Numinum Blast connecting, not onto many people. That's the trade for Bren eSports. They might just be able to trade this into a mid lane turret, as the Turtle Pit is going to be the hot spot here for Kilowatt for the last Insanity. Forces everybody to stay away from him, but I don't think he's going to survive this. But Reflecia's there to back him off. Selena as well as KLVJ jumping into the backline. KLVJ with a falling star moon onto Carl TZ. Carl TZ manages to survive that. Kilowatt still
on the aggressive. Rafflesia's gonna go down.
The dispersion of the sides of Red Esports is making things shackled here as 1-1 here will be going for Esmeralda here. The outplay is real for the side of Carl Tizia, allowing himself to not get caught by the members of Sunsparks, and this is going to be the knockout followed by the Public Koopa cleanup right here for the side of Sunsparks, and this is a good disengagement. I'm pretty sure this is a good trade-off for the side of Red Esports.
I just gotta say, the micro of Carl Tizzi there in the bottom lane was so perfect. He waited for the last possible minute for him to pop the ultimate as soon as his teammates were in range. He was waiting for it to go off cooldown as well. He's just kiting KLVJ as much as he can, and that would just goes to show how genius Carl Tizzi is in this game.
Indeed, and you know, that was a good take for Red Esports to really compensate for what they have lost into the early minutes of the game. But you have to take note as well that if ever so that JP can still scale through, but this is the replay of how things went through. So the Lolita was already shut down, and they are going to be transitioning here onto the bottom side. But look how Carlitz really waited for the Esmeralda to really pop up the ult before coming in for that kill, and followed up by this knockup from the Populin Koopa, and it goes for the cleanup. And that was just really swell, really enough to escalate their goal here for the side of Bren.
Yeah, Goldswing is slowly turning towards Bren Esports as they try to equalize the goal deficit. Coco, though, is going to get caught. Last Insanity, gonna be popped. Numinum Blast not gonna be catching anybody at all. That is a wasted ult, and Sunsparks are gonna be trying to look for the silver lining in that fight, but they do get Lasty. They don't get the bottom lane tier 2 turret, but that is still something to look forward to, as Few almost dies there on the hands of KLVJ, and the rest of Sunsparks are after Few, and I don't think he's gonna be able to survive that.
That was a good flicker in for Greed, right? They're really greedy, but you know, it has to be done so that they could really shut down the potential scaling that Few is up to for the remaining minutes of our game. But still, this is looking pretty well still for the side of Sunsparks, really dominating on the map control that they have, and they still managed to get that cleanup from Selena right there, really pinning down the Valier. And here we go. 2 members are out for the side of Bren Esports, and for Sunsparks, they don't have a casualty for yet. And this is a good opportunity for Sunsparks if they are not being able to get free hit by the Wan.
And man, speaking of the Wan, well, Carl TC on the Wan is doing okay. He is actually ahead of Carry in terms of gold, but at the end of the day, the rest of the team needs to step up here for Bren Esports. I mean, some of the checklists that we talked about earlier on at the start of the game was that Few was the split pusher. It's going to be a utility Popolin Koopa. We have not seen any good solo split pushes here from Few.
And of course, another thing that we have to take note is that Bren Esports cannot really rely solely on Carl Tizia alone. They really have to give, if ever so that they will rely on him, they have to give him a good initiation onto the team fight. And how can that be? 1, from Lasty's Fatal Links, and number 2, from the containment of Rebo for both Rebo and Coco, and finally the stuns that comes from Few. But how could they do that though? They just really have to bring down the superior members of Sunsparks. But here we are seeing that Sunsparks, especially for the Selena here, just really on point with the arrows.
JP is just melting every single one. Yeah, he's a dad. He's gonna be winning this championship for his kid, and that would be the best weekend of his life if ever that's going to happen. And with the way that Sunsparks has been playing this, that might just be the case, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, I just gotta agree with you with what she said earlier on. Greed was connecting with the abyssal arrows left and right, better than Shinbu.
Oh, I hear a roast. But again, you know, let's focus here on to Bren and Sunsparks for now. And yes, the arrows are connecting for Greed right here, and that is a good play to actually start some team fights. And I just saw earlier that JP has already done deal with the golden staff that he has. So this, I think, can really be good in terms of his free hitting abilities. But again, for Bren eSports, the option that they need right here is that Miracle Punch where they could pin down one of the 4 damagers. Is picking up, pinning down. Look at that fatal link here to really compile the members of Sunsparks. That Saturn will be used to harass the members of Bren going back, but still, it was enough to really disengage for the Lord, and still giving them a bit of leeway to just really go and defend. But up to what extent? Let's see. Sunsparks right here, just applying tons of pressure, dispersing themselves all throughout the lanes, forcing Bren to really just go inside their turf. And while they do all that fiasco, looking here into our map, Sunsparks just getting all the resources they can take.
That mid lane take by Sunsparks could have went their way. Rafflesia's Numenon Blast didn't actually hit anybody, and I haven't actually noticed any good Numenon Blast from Rafflesia. It's crucial that Rafflesia hits with the Numenon Blast in order for them to get a good foothold in a pending team fight, because as soon as the Numenon Blast hits, that's when KLVJ is gonna dive in. That's when JP and Kilowash would just dive in as well and just dish out a lot of damage, and it's all gonna be relying on Rafflesia. You're not gonna be relying on Greed on his Abyssal Arrow, because that's just gonna be catching one person.
Yeah, it's a single target. And I think Rafflesia right here really needs to work on number 1, the angle, and number 2, the timing. He really has to know when can Bren be compiled together to get that Luminous Blast popping. But speaking of engagements, let's see how are the winning conditions for the side of Bren right here, Nomad. It's getting a bit, dwindling, if you ask me.
You need 2 good team fights and then convert it to a push. That's the reset here for Bren eSports, and I'm not seeing any possibility of that happening just now. Lasty and Few. There goes the Fatal Link. Lasty finally connecting with a good Fatal Link. Numenon Blast is going to get canceled, and they are getting retaliated on by Sunsparks. The mortality is going to be popped on Lasty. Lasty's going to fall down. Coco, next one in line. KLVJ is going to be pushing forward, but instead, Sunsparks is going to be focusing their attention on the mid lane turret, convert the minion pushes into the super minions. Kind of overstaying their welcome here, Sunsparks, and now they're going to be paying the price. JP down to quarter HP. Yes, he has the immortality, but that's still going to be a resource that's going to be coming out. That's going to be immortality's getting popped left and right. Rafflesia not in a good spot. KLVJ going to fall down once again. Carlteezy on fire with that ultimate, and now Bren eSports are looking good here, and this is going to be one of the reset conditions that they need to come back into this game.
Yep, and that was really greedy and overcommitted for the side of Sunsparks right here. I mean, they should have went back when they had the chance, because number 1, they didn't have minions on their sleeve to go for that direct push. And number 2, it was already sufficed that they had the good pick off onto the bottom side. It kind of leaves the question as to why they needed to stay any longer onto the mid, which means they just gave Carlteezy an opportunity to really rise up in terms of economy.
Man, the economy here. Speaking of economy, Sunsparks is just really locked on in terms of the economy. 12,000 gold there onto carry, and look at Esmeralda, 10,000. And on the side of Bren eSports, you're only seeing Carlteezy on top with 11k and nobody else. Everybody else is lacking in terms of the funneling department. I mean, yeah, funneling is focusing everything onto your core damage dealer. But Sunsparks has a backup here onto KLVJ.
So it means that Sunsparks here does not really rely on the carry alone, but also the Esmeralda. But here, again, Numenon Blast will be catching 2 this time, but they're quite dispersed. But the Esmeralda will be having a pick up for himself. Let's see if they manage to get the 1-1 here. Okay, 1-1 will be having an exchange on his own. Wasn't able to get shut down and still survives. KLVJ, though, is going to be cornered right here. But still, the Selena has able to really shut down Carlteezy. And that was a 4-man down for the side of Sunsparks right here. And this is looking pretty good, because they are already transitioning themselves to one of the main objectives of this game, going into Lord, and Coco has no choice really but to really defend with all his might.
Yeah, I mean, the death timers are just enough for Bren eSports to minimize the losses that they're going to get here from the contending push. Sunsparks are going to be focusing their attention on the bottom lane and on the top lane, so really, Coco shouldn't die here, and the rest of the members of Bren eSports should not die at all in the next couple of minutes. It's
Yeah.
looking very dangerous for Bren Esports.
Yes, definitely, because there are a lot of sources of damage for the side.
And the Lord is going to make its way over to the mid lane. Going to be imperative that Bren Esports would defend this incoming push. Sunsparks, so they are going to be walking with the Lord. Lassie in the back lines does have Fatal Links, will not be using it just yet. Going to be reinforcing the teammates here. Koopa's going to go down. There goes the last Insanity by Kilowatt. Going to be forcing everybody to disperse a bit while Sunsparks works on the bottom lane turret here. Greed and the rest need to reposition themselves. Over at the mid lane though, HP's dropping dangerously low for Kilowatt. It's not looking good at all for Bren Esports, but Sunsparks, they are going to reset. They're going to disengage. Not a lot of damage being dealt here on the base of Bren Esports. They are going to be taking the bottom lane turret down to at least 2 more hits. Luminum Blast is going to be used to deter Lassie from going in any more. Top lane is going to be worked on by JP and Reflecia. Top lane is open. Bottom lane is open. It's now down to the wire here for Bren Esports. Fatal Links available. Goes for the Fatal Links onto kill VJ. I don't think that is the wisest choice here. There goes the last Insanity in the back lines. Greeds takes down Lassie. Carlteasy goes down as well. The primary damage healer of Bren Esports is not available here. And Sunsparks will be moving on to the grand finals. On this, Bren Esports actually defend this. Kill VJ takes down Coco, and this is going to be it. Sunsparks moving to the grand finals, getting rid of Bren Esports in the process. Wow, that was really aggressive from Sunsparks. They're really hungry. They are still in the road to get a 2-time championship here. And Bren, once again, just like before, they will be brought down to the lower bracket. They will be going up against whoever wins against Onyx PH and Execration. But wow, that fight was the fight that Sunsparks needed in order for them to get the much needed momentum going into the grand finals, which will happen tomorrow. Carlteasy, despite his efforts, will not be enough for him to carry his team to victory. But instead, Greed on that Selena is going to be MVP. I wouldn't say so myself. I'd say the MVP of that game is still going to be JP.
Yeah, well, we have to see for later because, really, the JP here just really knows how to play this game, and if he ever gets really a lock or a target lock on his enemy, he's really sure that he could really take it down.
Take it down, indeed. Bren Esports got taken down by Sunsparks. 2-0 victory there, but I feel like it's the time for Sunsparks. The way that they have been playing, the way that JP is motivated this weekend, I feel like it's too early to tell, but they might just get the championship. I don't know. What about you, Zaya?
Well, that is not impossible. With all the inspiration and the hunger as well for Sunsparks, it's possible. But let's see what our panelists think. Do you think, guys, that Sunsparks would win this all through? Why don't you give us out some hint?
Thank you so much, Saya and Nomad. Ladies and gentlemen, we just witnessed Bren Esports get knocked down into the lower bracket. Sunsparks sweeping their older brothers 2-0. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the panelist desk. My name is Leo. At your service, Wolf and Rockhart joining me here today. Rockhart, before we got thrown into the heat of things, you predicted that Bren Esports could possibly force a Game 3 with the help of the 1-1. Talk us through your thought process there.
It really did look like he was about to, right? Carlteasy on the 1-1. I stand by it. He is such a god in that hero. And I think for a majority of that game, it was being carried by the 1-1, of course, with a little support from the team, but the rest of it was, again, through sheer mechanical prowess. He was able to outplay at least 3 people in one go.
Yeah.
And that's just disgusting. The problem was, again, you can't have just one force against a team of a caliber like Sunsparks. As much as I had so much faith in that, I thought everyone else would step up. They just didn't.
Yeah. I think there was a few, no pun intended, chinks in the chain of Bren eSports armor, despite the phenomenal 1-1 performance by Carl TZ. But as we're going to be seeing in the highlights here, there were a few moments of brilliance from the rest of Bren eSports. I mean, Lasty doing Lasty things, catching Raflesia and the gang off guard. But Wolf, you and I, we said Sunsparks, right? We said Sunsparks.
Yeah.
And there was something else in this lineup, especially in this matchup that told us, hey, it might be a 2-0. And what exactly was that for you?
So technically speaking, I voted Sunsparks because I always feel that in even draft or where drafts there's no distinctive winner when it comes to the lineup, you always will go for the team with a better mechanic. Bren eSports, they do have the better mechanical skill, or at least individual skill, but they don't have what Sunsparks has, which is just really well-polished fundamentals. This clash, Sunsparks attracted the attention of Bren eSport to get that turret. I think that in the next few seconds, we might see that game-winning play from Mr. Baloy himself. It's your boy, Baloy.
Yeah.
Boy, it's Baloy, I mean. Okay, this one. Because I could have sworn Carl TZ is gonna take off and wipe Sunsparks.
Yeah, right there.
Which is nearly dying. But the stun, my goodness. Why am I casting this game? It's just a highlight. But yeah. You get my point. Carl TZ had the license already to wipe out Sunsparks. But Baloy denies it completely with just one stun. It's not even like the longest range. It's almost melee range. But it's the stun that matters. A mini stun or a 5-second stun, it doesn't matter. What matters is greed stopped Bren eSports. And once again, we see Selena as the main problem for Bren eSports for more than a year now.
Yeah, we're going full circle here, ladies and gentlemen. I think it first became evident in season 2 off of Few. How poetic is that, right? That the one player that they now have in their lineup was once responsible for being the pain in their side, and now once more through this player right here, our smart game MVP, Selena's on greed. It became, again, their weakness. It's their kryptonite, if you will, the poison, and they're still lacking the antidote. Man, I think to just encapsulate what happened here, I just gotta say, all you need is greed. It's Baloy, boy. And if you allow greed to do greed things, you're in for a great time, all right? So, once more, ladies and gentlemen, Sunsparks here going with the 2-0 sweep, knocking Bren eSports down into the lower bracket. Don't worry, I know a lot of you guys are fans of Bren eSports, and you'll see more of them. Don't worry, tomorrow before the grand finals, they'll be having a battle, and you will still have a chance to see them in action. But we've got so many people who joined our legendary lucky draw, and right now we are about to award these 3 winners. All right, I believe we were in the thousands who joined. All right,
41,000.
41,000. 41K. Congratulations to Mada Dane, to Clinton, and to PG Mac. All right, you each win the legendary prizes for today. So we will make sure that the organizers on our side here will be contacting you to give you details on how to claim your prize. So please kindly wait. For those who didn't win, you've got one more day to join in, all right, to win those legendary prizes. So watch out for tomorrow's little draw and instructions on how to win and get a chance to win the grand mythical prize. All right, thank you once more to Smart and to Real Me. An amazing series, boys. I would have never thought in a million years it would have been a sweep, but again, I'm just human, and I'm sad. I didn't trust in the Baloy. I didn't trust in Greed. It's ridiculous. But again, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more series for the night, and I believe it's going to be another nail biter because be an elimination match. Once more, on behalf of our panel here, my name is Leo. This is Wolf and Rockhart. We'll see you when we come back. Again, stay with us. We've got one more matchup, and that's going to be Onyx PH versus Execration. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, MPL PH Season 5 is presented to you by Smart. Together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS, text donate to 3456. Donation is open from April 22nd to July 16th, 2020. MPL PH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors. Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and all this is organized by Moonton. We'll be right back. Y'all should go grab some dinner, a nice cup of coffee, some tea, or some cold pop, and enjoy the very last of Day 2 here at the MPL PH Season 5. We'll be right back, and we'll see you on the other side.
Game to be great? Now you can with a new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Hello, Philippines. 안녕하세요. 배우 현빈입니다. 이렇게 스마트와 함께하게 되어서 정말 기쁜 마음인데요. 앞으로 스마트의 가족으로 좋은 모습 보여드릴 테니 저와 스마트 모두 관심 가지고 지켜봐 주시기 바랍니다. Mahal ko kayo, Smarties.
Face.
Realme 6, 64 megapixels, Pro camera, Pro display. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Cameras, Pro display. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Welcome to my castle, my friend. Is powerful. Rock doesn't want to be your enemy. Rock likes sleeping.
You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Monster kill. Mega kill. Killing spree.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Our strength and courage will be eulogized in the galaxy. Faith is my unbreakable sword.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree. Monster kill. Ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Mega kill. Legendary.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL PH Season 5 playoffs. It's day 2, and we just witnessed Sunsparks sweep arguably one of the strongest contenders for the crown this season. Actually, our number one seed just got knocked down into the lower bracket just like that. My name is Leo, your panel host, joined by these handsome gentlemen in Wolf and Rockhart. We would like to remind you that MPLPH Season 5 is presented by Smart. Together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS, text, donate to 345. Donation is open from April 22nd to July 16th, 2020. MPLPH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and this is all organized by Moon Ton. Back to the action, gentlemen. Are you over the 2-0 victory of our defending champions, or are you still gathering your marbles? Talk to me.
Yeah, I think Wolf might be a bit on a bit of a pause there. Me personally, I've been on morning. It feels weird to be morning, but I feel like Sunsparks might have ended that way too fast or way too soon. We didn't actually see a really fair fight.
Yeah. You know what? I would honestly say that I have gathered myself together, but it seems like me not activating my mic means that I haven't. But nevertheless, I'm excited for this matchup. It's Onyx versus Execration. I still feel that Onyx belongs to the Grand Finals once again, and I want to see them in the Grand Finals because I think they might be the only team that can challenge Sunsparks like that. So, Onyx PH, I'm favoring Onyx PH in this matchup, but Execration showed us today that they can pull something out of their bag of tricks and maybe win it against Onyx PH.
You're right. And there are a lot of factors coming into play here in this last series of the night. One is fatigue, and I'd like for us to talk about that. There is this elephant in the room wherein, the factor of game one of the day is a record holder, right? But before that, real quick, let's go ahead and tell you guys all about our grand raffle draw here. The legendary and the mythical prizes. Y'all could win yourself some Smart Giga games all day. Realme Buds 2, 30k worth of diamonds and in-game items. Or as well, if you are going to be joining the mythical draw, then it's going to be 300k worth of diamonds and in-game items, a smartphone from Realme 6, the Realme 6 smartphone, and of course, MPLPH signed jerseys and jackets. Next raffle is going to happen tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. Once again, thank you to Smart and Realme for these gifts, and of course, hopefully you guys are enjoying because this is a little extra. This is essentially the garnish to the main event that is the grand finals tomorrow. So hopefully you can join us once more for that. But as I was saying, again, these thoughts are so hard to pin down because so much is going on in our heads. And in this next matchup, it's going to be the battle between the contenders from last season to one who just honestly deserves the title just as much, right? That's Billy. Give Billy the trophy. Is
hashtag.
Yeah, the hashtag that's been going on since season 4. So with that being said, I think it's time for us to get to know these teams just a little more. Once more, I said that the first game of the day, the hour-long battle between Onyx PH and SGD Omega. I just wanted to know if you guys think this will be a factor going into this lower bracket finals, the best of 3 between Onyx and Execration. Wolf, I'll talk to you first. As a broadcaster with a coaching background, how do you think it's going to affect the boys in black and yellow?
Definitely. I think that even if you say that, if you ask, the players whether or not are they fatigued or not, they will not be answering with a yes. But you know that if any player came from a grueling grind of 54 minutes, because 54 minutes in one game is totally different from playing 54 games of 3 straight games that will total to 54.
Yeah.
Because every game that you can reset your mind. But when it comes to a 54 game, and I think that's evident in the number, the following game, that they have it stressed out. So it's gonna be up to how OnlyPH will do this. Fortunately for them, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that time, I mean, they do know how to grind really long hours for sure. Like in team practices and in their streams, because geez, I see these guys stream all the time, right? But it's a completely different scenario when you're faced off against the highest caliber teams, the high pressure situations. An hour of non-stop high pressure, what must have gotten into these guys? And I hope they've recovered from it already.
What do you think the key is to recovery? What do you guys think they should do here for them to essentially perform the way they did in game one? I mean, that was amazing. I think they pulled out all the stuff and Fuzaken on that Grok really just did amazing things. Do you expect, that's one question actually, do you expect Fuzaken to play here, or it might be Jay?
I think, this is weird. Maybe they reserve Jay for the next series, the following series, because Jay plays Selena. So in this game, it might be just Fuzaken. Because what they'll do is they are gonna fail Fuzaken if they are first pick of the series of the game. I mean, they will snatch the Grok away from Chaknu. So that's probably what they'll do here. So I don't know. That's a wild guess. That's an answer just for the sake of answering your question.
The wild as that is, we'll have to bench our thoughts on PH as we talk about their opponents here. Execration. Man, channeling the hate, funneling the hate, whatever you like to call it, seems to be the order of the day for these guys. Again, as a team, especially led by Billy Alfonso and the staff, it seems like they've been primed for championship for 2 seasons now, maybe even longer than that. So, Carl, Rockhart, I gotta ask you, my dude, what are their chances here, especially against Onic PH?
I think they're a little more fresh considering their matchup earlier. Actually, these guys would definitely really want. These guys are the ones who really like long games, because one of them is like the OG ML streamer, right? Like I feel like Zapdos is one of the OG ML streamers. His stamina is probably going to be on top par. And not to mention, they had pretty short matches as well. They should be a lot more fresh than Onic in by a long shot, right? So I'm thinking they might have a great chance here. And again, if Billy has enough fire in him to actually take this, they might just take it over the top, my friend.
Yeah, I agree. And you mentioned another aspect to Zapnu's character here, Billy Mr. Stamina Alfonso here. That could come into play, and especially mentioning one of their core players here, Benny Cutie. During the few times that they actually put him in the core role in the regular season, we did know that he's the safer player. So I think he would actually benefit longer games, right? He would be safer and he would feel a little more secured in engaging against Onic PH. With that being said, Wolf, I gotta ask you, how are you feeling, man? You talked about how Onic could recover and how that hour-long match earlier today could have affected their mindset and their morale going into this longer day of broadcast. I'm feeling. So I'm gonna throw you the same question as I did, Rock. How are you feeling about Zapnu and the rest of Execration's chances to move up through the playoffs?
It's kind of a roll of a dice, specifically when you're talking about mental fortitude between the two teams. Because Onic PH, the way they operate is that they have one commander. And if the commander, as well as the rest of the gang, kind of hates each other, or at least feels a little bit tilted, if you compare how they react with Execration, because what Execration does is just they're just all over the place, and they do things on their own. It might be for their good, actually, because Onic PH, the way they react to being tilted is that they just straight up autopilot. Their minds go AFK, and I think we see this many times on the games that they lose. It's not like they are trying anymore, because Execration, when they get tilted, they try harder. You get what I'm saying? Onic PH, when they get tilted, they go with a mentality that, okay, let's just take it next game.
Yeah.
As they say in Filipino, laruin na lang. Just
Yeah.
play it. Right? That's just basically their mode when
Yeah.
they get into those tough situations. And now, Onyx PH is a great team that really likes to put you on tough situations.
Yeah.
So we're going to see that probably.
Yeah, and I think the English term for that is they're no longer playing in the playoffs; they're just playing ML, right?
Yeah.
This is no longer an
Absolutely.
elimination rounds. This is just ML. So with that being said, hopefully we don't go the distance. I mean, at least in that sense, like an hour of ML, that's just tiring. At least, even for the viewers. So with that being said, let's go ahead and check out how Onyx PH ended up in this very spot in the playoffs. This is their road to the playoffs. Check it out.
Oy, pero yung nga lang po sa case, dalawa na stun doon, patay pa nga dito, ang isa pa.
Kill out to Wise.
Oh,
Indian
yeah,
base
naku.
guard. Daan gumagapang sa base.
Nakuha na huli! Nakuha na Wise! Walang immortality! Yung kailangan niya lumitas! The dash is there for Wise! That's it, the main damage nila for SGD Omega is gone! Nahuli na kagad! Wala na yung force ng SGD Omega. Triple kill for Wise Onyx PH! They're inside the base!
Dogman locks down Jay on that Natalia. Great hook in, but everyone else from Onyx, they are seeking revenge.
Too difficult for the side of STI. They don't have their core damages right now, and this is an open space to just go for some kills. And just looking at that, this
Your team.
And now we have the draft. Execration versus the Onyx PH. Execration on the play here, going to be taking out Thams and Popol and Koopa, while Onyx responds with their own ban. They don't want to see the Claude. How do we feel this matchup is going to go, boys? Is anyone favored?
Oh dear.
Is anyone? Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I think if you're gonna be looking for favored, if you put them on form, like if they're both on form, usually I would definitely go for Onyx. But at this point, I feel like, especially with the confidence that they got from their win earlier, Execration feels a lot better about this matchup, and maybe because of mentality, because of their mindset, they might have a slight edge over Onyx this time around.
Yeah, I agree. I'd like to build upon that. If we're just going to base on season performance, then and stats as facts, then yes, Onyx PH. But you're right, Rockhard. There have been some factors throughout the day that may have changed the formula. So I'll agree with you, Onyx PH on paper. But right now, Execration, they got the X factor. They got that swag coming into this lower bracket finals and essentially elimination round. Wolf, what about you? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm gonna double agree with that because when it comes to playoffs, when it comes to any kind of league, especially when the playoffs is separate from the actual group stages, and by this time it's MPL season 5, it's 2 weeks. You have to remember, you throw out the window what you learned from the MPL group stages because the playoffs itself has its own meta, and the great teams that really become champions for MPL always derive from their momentum. And I think Execration, they should be riding that. Do not overreact to what Onyx PH does. Maybe when Onyx PH does a cheeky pick, just go with your own picks or own style of play. And the Execration, they can defeat Onyx PH for that. Because I can't say that Execration is lagging behind in terms of mechanical skill compared to Onyx PH. Execration, they have people who can step up. They have Hate, they have Zapnu. They might even be able to surprise Onyx PH in this one.
Again, cheeky picks, guys. Spice. That's been the magic word for today. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And here in this kind of matchup, man, there's so many factors going into this. And of these two teams, which do you guys think would be the first to pull the trigger when it comes to adding flair to the draft?
Right, there's no question. No question about it, bro. I feel like you already have that. You have Benny Cutie locking in the Kaja already. Obviously, he's not gonna use that, probably E2 Max, but you know this is the team that wants it. and they're going to be sword fighting again. So,
Oh yeah, you're right.
yeah, another sword fight is in our hands, my friends. So it's gonna be the one that the team that pulls the trigger first will definitely have the edge in this matchup, just because of the picks right now.
Yeah, we've seen this play out in a previous series, but yeah, I think we're here trying to make differences. We want to see something else that would lead to a better result for at least the team that does eventually go for it first. Second phase of banning here, Onyx PH taking out the Terizla
Yeah.
and Execration respecting that Angeling combo. What do you have any thoughts on the Terizla?
Yeah, the Terizla is a comfort pick for Execration. And Onyx PH, knowing how they operate, they never really want to give your comfort picks, except if it's a Ling. For whatever reason, they might not. When they're going up against Sunsparks, it feels like they can't find the ban option, the disable option on that Ling. But yeah, aside from that, apart from that, yeah, they do ban comfort picks for whoever they are facing. I like this Farsa actually.
But you know what?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? The Ling without the Angela, we've seen this fail yesterday. I think the only time the Ling failed is because there was no Angela. So that might be one of the key factors here that we're looking for. Maybe that's why they left the Ling out and then banned out the Angela on last rotation to bait this.
Sicilian.
I like this Sicilian. You know what?
That's a Venus Sicilian.
That's a Venus Sicilian. So imagine this: your Farsa and your Lancelot, even as flashy as they are when it comes to their mobility tools, you kind of know where they're coming from. Specifically, the Thorn Rose. You know where it starts and you know where it ends. And if timed correctly, this Sanguine Claws, it's gonna destroy Execration. So I like how Onyx PH picked the Hylos as well as this Sicilian. So I think I'm gonna have to favor this lineup if you're gonna ask me my prediction, because Jawhead and Uranus, this is just standard picks for them. So this is comfort and creativity, at least for Onyx PH.
All right, at the same time, comfort and creativity. Very rarely do you get that lethal mixture. And that's you calling it for Onyx. How about you, Rockhart? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Onyx seems like they know what they're doing here. To be honest, they're forcing the Ling even though there's no Angela because they know it can still work, despite its track record. I have huge confidence in the picks of Onyx. I feel like they have drafted very, very well. No holes in the armor except for what I mentioned. So it's gonna be Onyx for me.
Okay, I agree. Let's call it a day and say Onyx all the way. 3-0 here from the panel. Let's see what what Nomad and Seiya think, because Rockhart's here alongside with Wolf. My name is Leo. Let's go ahead to the caster's desk and call the action.
Rockhart.
Hey, Rockhart. I am actually Nomad, and I'm with Seiya, and this is going to be game 1 in the do or die series here for Onyx PH and Execration. It's best of 3. The entire panel said that they are gonna go for a 3-0 Onyx on their end. I'm gonna go for Execration here. I don't know about you, Seiya.
To me, I think I go Onyx for heroes of our queen, and to top it all off, during yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, the Angela was proven to be independent, can be utilized independently even though there is no link. But this time, I think this is how Oni can prove to us as well that the link can, get himself some good footing.
Yeah, and we did see a couple of Ling versus Lancelot matchups where it's still a bit of a coin toss for me if it's going to be a Lancelot coming out on top, if it's going to be a Ling. Well, almost more than likely it is going to be Ling. But with that being said, I like how they went for the Farsa pick here for Execration. I also like the Basha pickup. It's been a while since we've seen Basha. And I feel like that is going to be one of the crucial factors here in terms of going into the team fights against Onyx PH. Now, with that being said, I kind of want to dive into the game and see how the initial rotation is going to be for Onyx PH here in order to stop Execration from even getting a chance to get a foothold in this game.
Yep, but without further ado, Nomad, this is our fourth series of the first game between Execration and Onyx PH. So this is going to be pretty interesting because looking at the positioning of our teams, Onyx will be going for a compressed route, while Execration here on the other hand will be sticking to the fundamental lane in terms of.
Ooh, it's a Zapnu Grok and a Chaknu Baksha. That's interesting to note. So we're not gonna be seeing the immortal Grok there. But as that's happening, a bit of a scuffle here for the blue buff of Execration. They're gonna be disengaging.
I think so far this is pretty still stale for both sides of the team, because as early as this to really engage in team fights is pretty risky, and if you're going to really engage it, you have to be really confident to pinpoint your target. But now I think gold is the priority here. The same thing with XP, and that is what both of our teams are focusing on right now.
Yeah, Hate going in for the initial spike of 200 gold ahead of his entire team and 100 ahead of Wise. They're gonna try to funnel as much as they can, everything that they can towards Hate. And they're gonna stick together here, leaving Zapnu all alone in the top lane, fending for himself against that Ling, and Uranus trying to stop him from pushing out. While it's happening today, going to be hiding in that brush just to get information for his team.
This is a pretty interesting rotation for the side of Onyx PH on the other hand, because yes, I get the prioritization wherein Ling gets the resources here and all throughout, and I also get that they are leaving the Dilar here onto the top side behind face to face with Zapnu here. I think they're just really going to stay there on the top for quite some time, while we will be witnessing some action here into the middle lane. And speaking of action,
it's going to be
that was a fresh pick for the side of Execration.
Fresh pickoff indeed. It is a 1-for-1 trade. They will be able to secure Wise. No, not yet. Almost connects with that.
Oh, with a little break of health. Run, Mama, run. And that is what Wise did in a very close call.
Yeah, you know how tires sometimes get dislodged from your wheel, from your car. I think that's what happened there to Wise. Almost got hit by a tire that's running at 100 miles per hour. Speaking of 100 miles an hour, Glorious Pathway is going to be enabling Onyx PH to run 100 miles an hour here as Execration tries to hunt for Wise. There goes the Tempest of Blaze being committed defensively.
That is a question, because if that Tempest of Blades is pinned down in a wrong direction, that would have been a pickup for the side of Execration. So, okay, that was a bit of uncalled for, but going back into the game face we have right now, Execration so far is the one into bringing the momentum here against Onyx. And Onyx, of course, we still can't count them out right now, because in terms of the visual here on the objectives, they have it, and they will be coordinating out the members, especially the Benny Cutie right here. It's a bit dispersed, but still will be taking a pick up with the Sandwich Claws, followed by the battle with the exchange, but then Lancelot will be having that cleanup there. So that's 2-1 in favor of Execration, because after that, they will be transitioning to the turtle. But here, looks like Oh My Venus and Chaknor are just poking each other out, and Oh My Venus really dancing swiftly, and really lucky that he wasn't really hit by Chaknor.
But that was actually good zoning from Chaknu, just preventing Oh My Venus from being able to pop his ultimate near inside the turtle pit. But with that, that's going to be the turtle game being secured by Execration, and the mid lane turret going down as a trade for the top tier 1 turret there for Execration. Now, Glorious Pathway once again being committed. The piece of bat from Oh My Venus will be securing the kill onto Etamax. Zapnu's gonna go down as well. This is how Onyx PH is equalizing things. Execration shouldn't be giving away free kills to Onyx PH.
They kind of overextended their turf right there in attempting to getting that blue buff. And, like what you said, this is the way how Onyx would compensate things. Just really taking advantage of that overcommitment. And the transitioning from that jungle side to pushing turrets is something that Onyx has in their checklist, because other than locking in the main objectives, they also want to consider here the map control, so that it would be, there's a lot of space. If there's a resource, and speaking of resource, look at that beautiful by that Lancelot right here, and there wasn't enough reflex for Onyx to actually go and respond, and will be to disengage instead.
They need to control hate.
Mm-hmm.
They need to control hate. That's what Onyx PH needs to do here. Hate does have the turtle buff, which means this top lane turret is gonna melt. Speaking of melt, that is how D-Lar's HP melted.
Yeah.
Turtle
It took him a
resurrecting
split
soon.
second, and then he's no longer part of the fight. And meanwhile, Kaja gets the pull onto Iaku. Their side catches him off guard. Here comes the Tempest of Blades catching a Farsa. There goes the knockoff with a wild charge, but not a lot of people are alive here for Onyx PH. They are going to be backing off, and it's now a 3v3. The Turtle is down to low HP. Turtle's going to be secured by Hate. Wise, next in target here, next in line here for Hate. He goes away from D-Lar. D-Lar's still on the wide chase. Chaknu's going to be able to protect him. They're going to rolls to just manage to survive that D-Lar chase down.
A very close call for the Reigns back there, and I was about to say earlier into that team fight that I think it would be best if the Onyx PH would have burned down first the turtle buff that was in the hands of Hate before engaging into any team fight, but it was a break of too late, as they can't get one member of Onyx PH. But to retaliate that, Onyx PH is really getting pickoffs here and there. But you have to take note, for the side of Onyx PH, they really have to control or prevent Hate here, because if ever he scales a lot with the kills that they're giving him, this might be a potential, game for execration.
Oh, look at the damage because of the Sanguine Claws from Oh My Venus. I mean, there are a lot of people here there are a lot of members here from the side of Onyx PH and Execration that are starting to become a problem, and that is Oh My Venus as well. The Sicilian from Oh My Venus is something that you need to control. Speaking of control, there goes the Doris pathway to control Chaknu and Zapnu here. Tempest of Blades not going to be connecting to anybody. Zapnu finally falling down, and this has to be a disengage from Execration. They're overstaying their welcome here. Turtle's going to be spawning in about 30 seconds. That's going to be the wisest, the best decision that Execration can go for here. Shove out the bottom lane and the mid lane, go for the Turtle. That top lane engagement should not have happened that way.
Ooh, if I'm not mistaken, that was the steel buff. Correct me if I'm wrong, but again, going back right here, this is the thing that they're trying to control for the side of Onyx PH. But if you noticed earlier, there were a lot of people onto the top side, and the only one remaining was Grok, right? I think for Onyx PH to make this work is to transition or to change their target hero, and that is what they're gonna do. Really canceling out the core damager first by getting Hate into the early phases of the team clash, and now they will transition. Now right here, I think Onyx PH has the time on this tower diving with no hesitation. Link will be going in with the Tempest of Blades onto that tower, but manages to disengage enough to really make the HP of E2max and Zapnu really low, and time for them to disengage. And this is a good counter back for the side of Onyx PH with that Sanguine Claws, goes for the kill, and they're not really over, because Ling right here is on killing spree into that tower dive.
Execration should not have chased there. If they wanted to come back into the game, they should have just went out with that turtle buff, backed off, reset it, wait for everybody else to come back to life. That chase by Zapnu was totally unnecessary. He was already down to low HP, and Oh My Venus just managed to connect the best Sanguine Claw to catch Zapnu, manages to erase him. And because of that, Onyx PH converted that kill into a tier 1 turret and a tier 2 turret in the mid lane.
Yes, I agree with you on that because, and that's also a thing for Onyx PH to really, kill down first the core damager of Execration, which was hit onto that attempted turtle take. And yeah, like what you said, I think Zapno should, that's where the salty Splatoon really gets in for the side of Execration, getting a bit greedy. And speaking of greedy right here, looks like Ling will be taking, and Uranus as well, will be taking that a bottom tier turret all throughout, allowing them more space into our map right here, and which limits Execration's resources take right here.
All of a sudden, Hate's lead is no longer in question here. There is about 2,000 to 3,000 gold difference between him and Wise is slowly becoming a problem here for Execration. There are minimum chances for Execration to catch him in on the ground at this point. And every time he goes to the Tempest of Blades, oh my Venus is gonna be there to back everybody up, to catch everybody with the Sanguine Claws and force them inside that Tempest of Blades, dealing the maximum amount of damage for Onyx.
And which is what Onyx PH would essentially do, and especially in big fights that Execration has to offer. But the winning conditions for Execration right here is to, number one, I guess really deny Ling from actually getting into a fight or actually killing him first. And number two, to avoid really being all greedy and salty, because if they go in there one by one, trying to force something out, it's not really gonna work from them and will be advantageous for Onyx.
Yeah, the sour moves, as to what Leo said, should not have been in play here. Glorious Pathway here at the bottom lane. Your inhibitor turret is going to go down. Not a lot of HPs going down here. Inspiration, beautiful with that disengage. Manages to salvage what is left of their inhibitor turret. Onyx PH is going to be opting to reset here.
And reset because in terms of patient waiting, I think it's inside of Onyx because, like what I said, they have the map and they just really, they don't need to rush into really pushing the turrets that they have right here. I think the optimal way for Onyx to go all through is to just get the resources and probably wait for the Lord to spawn. Or if there is a mistake coming from the Execration right here, I think that's also one good way into really getting pickoffs one by one.
I kind of want to see Zapnu and Chakno really
connect.
Yeah, with their wild charge and Chakno just knocking everybody up. That's what I want to see here from Expiration, because they have multiple initiation tools.
Yes.
That's already written in stone. They have multiple initiation tools, but I'm not seeing very good initiates, especially from Zapnu.
Because they're dispersed all throughout the map. If you notice, Zapnu was constantly onto the top side, while Baksha here is, really focusing on the roam. So whenever the team fights are here, it's either one, it's lackluster in terms of manpower for the side of Execration, and number two, looking at right here, if they are individual or alone in a certain area, and you see that Onyx PH has a lot of manpower there, it only goes to show that Onyx won't hesitate to really take advantage of that tall. So there's one thing that you have to, and that's one thing you have to consider as well.
Yeah. A lot of things that they really have to consider here. But let's try to figure out the win conditions here for Execration. I mean, how would Execration bounce back from this? Onyx PH is already dominating this after the 6-minute mark of the game, and the longer we go, the longer the bigger the lead is going to be for that Ling. How would Execration bounce back for this?
I think go and let Hate be in a position where he could target the squishier heroes of Onyx PH. I think that it could be the Sicilian, but he has to be very precise on this one, because we know how Oh My Venus could really place the Sanguine Claws in a very accurate manner. So he has that one factor to really look out for. And number two, yes, the Chak and Zap connection. Chaknu has to do his usual ways by pinning down members of Onyx PH with the Guardian's Barrier, followed by the Wild Charge, and of course at the same time with the Boxer utilities that Chapnu rather can bring. Zapnu, I'm sorry, was the one with the Grok.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tall order for Execration now. It's hard, it's doable, but what's going to be the mental fortitude of Execration going into this fight? You know, how can they meet the expectations to bounce back as we go back into the game here?
Mm-hmm. And looking here for the side of Onyx PH, I think they are already going in a sturdier pace. I think they're ready to actually go for a potential engage, but focusing still onto the objectives by getting some turrets, and will be split pushing this anytime soon. Applying pressure, but Farsa doing a pretty good job in actually shoving it away. But again, Benny Cutie was in the verge of actually getting himself picked off, but luckily manages to come through. But here, though, this is a good defensing abilities of Execration, and Onyx has to be, a little bit more, let's say, dispersed in terms of giving that split pushes.
The Execration, they're in the back foot here. They can't do split pushes unlike Onyx PH, because Onyx PH is already pressuring the base here for Execration. 10 seconds until the Lord. That's the next possible objective here for Execration that they need to secure. But then again, they can barely get out of their side of the base.
Yeah, because of the map control that Onyx possesses, and if that's Execration's target, that's the same thing for the side of Onyx. Speaking of that, another engagement, Uranus will be taking a kill for himself. Edomax will be forced to actually disengage himself with that break of health, and that leaves -1 member of Execration. And now again transitioning to the Lord, that is the main strategy for Onyx right here. But it looks like they will be opting for Zapnu first and really taking that pick off right here, securing another kill and another XP. But this is not yet over. Edomax will be forcing himself to back away because of Wise's plan. But looking at that, who got the Lord? It was Execration who actually secured themselves on the Lord there by the long run, Nomad. But I think they need to really act fast. But the downside of this is Execration is already down to 2 people. Middle lane is already exposed.
Yeah, this is the Luminous Sword, and they need to make sure that the Execration needs to make sure that they survive this fight. Onyx PH at the brink of getting this game #1. Feathered Airstrike is going to be committed. Zapnu should not be overextending his welcome again together with Chaknu. They don't have enough firepower there. Goes for the Wild Charge, knocks a lot of people off guard, but the amount of damage from Onyx PH is just way too much. Hate's finally up. They should have waited for Hate in that team fight in order for them to at least have a chance to come back here. But Execration manages to barely survive there.
They engaged in an untimely manner wherein the 3 other members were into the base defending their turf. That was, I think, a miscommunication for the side of Execration, in which, simply Onyx went for the opportunity, and that was a beautiful divine judgment by Benny Cutie. But up to 1 policy templates blades will be used right now, and look at that damage coming from Wise right here with another pickoff from himself, and Hate is really going all alone. That was 3 members of Onyx PH.
This is game.
Yes.
I don't think Execration would be able to defend this push. That's a GG. Game number 2 is going to be in the works here for Execration.
And this is still a good effort for the Force to actually push them away, but I think this is not enough, because look at the damage that the Wise is inflicting, and just really securing this base for the side of Onyx PH is the thing to boot. And this game number 1 goes to Onyx PH.
One more game for they potentially face Bren eSports tomorrow. If they win this, Execration though, they went up against Onyx PH before in a best of 3 series, and it's always Execration losing the first game. The second game they bounced back. Will that be the case here, or will we have another 2-0? I don't know. If Onyx PH keeps this up, we may just see another 2-0 victory.
Because yeah, this is like a throwback of what happened before, right? So I think in terms of draft, it's both fundamental for both sides of the team. Very Onyx and also very Execration. But I think there are some tweaks that is needed to be done for the side specifically of Execration, because one, they have various stuns, they have various kits up on their sleeve. It's just that they are more dispersed, and number two, it was really messy.
Really messy indeed, and I kind of want to see a good draft from Execration in game number 2. I want to see a game number 3, to be completely honest with you, but I kind of want to see what the panel has to say in this fight. What actually went wrong there, Leo, Rockhart, and Wolf?
Rockhart is with us, and the other bespectacled gentleman is Wolf. My name is Leo. Thank you so much, Nomad and Seiya, for calling the action. And that was game 1, taken by Onyx PH in quite a decisive manner up against Execration in this lower bracket elimination match. Let's try to digest exactly what went down here. And Nomad put it in quite the words. You know, he said that there was a messy draft on the side of Execration, and I think as we were watching the game off stream, it was quite evident that we agree. I think that's true across the board. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a messy draft, but even the players who played the specific hero is even messier. Imagine like a side laning Grok. You have also another side laning Kaja, and your Kaja and your Grok not even supports, not even played as supports. Your supports are Baksha and Farsa, right? So it's a messy draft and even messier gameplay. But I would say Execration to kind of give a little bit of applause to Execration, because they are showing up for whatever reason. Some superstar form, I would say. And you know what? I know that you haven't asked me this yet, but if you're asking me what Execration can do to eventually overcome Onyx PH, they need their superstar trigger right now. It's a superstar trigger is more like a factor that's played out in other games, particularly in sports. But I think it's much more applicable here. Zapno, Chakno, and the rest of the gang, they need their superstar form now. They need to be like Super Saiyan 70. I don't know. I don't understand that reference and that much. But yeah, I know you understand me. They need their superstars now.
Yeah, I agree. They need to go if you know what I mean. But Rockhart, as we're watching the game highlights here, our smart game highlights, I gotta ask you, what went well here for for Onyx? What went well for Onyx PH here against Execration? What did they do exactly that put the nail in the coffin for game 1?
Is Rockhart still here?
We'll hear from him in a bit.
Yeah,
but,
I think I'm still talking right there.
There you go.
There you
go. All right. Hello.
So the
Hi.
superstar, right after the draft, we said it. Oh my Venus, he got the Sicilian again, and it really did so much. He was on security guard mode, as we were talking about earlier as well. And even though Wise, a few decisions like that would have been weird, they really showed up that they can actually pull off clutch fights in very messy situations, which is where Execration really likes to shine. And they have been given a dose of their own medicine, I think. Scrappy as these fights may, which we know is Execration's territory, Onyx PH definitely played into that.
Yeah, I'll give you that. That it wasn't as much of a sweep as we expected, given that Execration was playing odd heroes in odd positions, and Onyx PH, they were playing comfort heroes to amazing proficiency, just extreme effectiveness on the board. And of course, our smart game MVP would be Wise on that Ling 916. Just doing wise things as you will. I don't think there was much in the way of shutting him down in this matchup. But at some point in that game, 16 minutes, I think, when Hate stole the Lord from Onyx PH, was there any way you guys think that could have turned the situation around?
No, I think that if ever, that's just a way for them to live to see another minute, to say the
A
least. But
minute.
here's the thing, right? As good as those games, as good as those plays look like, you still have to think about it in a macro perspective. And Onyx PH, they are way ahead. Their future was secured already. I mean, yeah, they no. We have commented that Onyx PH is the gods of macro, at least in MPL PH Season 5. And it's really evident on how they tackled that game. At many points in that match, there were many times, actually, that Execution were getting tough breaks. We're getting good pickoffs. But no matter what happens, Onyx PH still at least stays at par when it comes to economy, or even just a little bit. Then the lead piles up a little bit and a little bit. Those positive trades that always favor Onyx PH in the economic level is always higher than what Execution gets. So yeah, if you answer me, if you ask me whether or not that play can change the times of the game, unfortunately it can't, because Onyx PH, they have established their fundamentals so well that Onyx PH will have to steal like 5 lords in a row to win that game.
Yeah, as weird as that, as much of an exaggeration as that sounds, that's absolutely correct. There were so many times where Execration were showing off their strong mechanics, like so many times. Like I could tell they were maximum effort individually, but this is where the team effort, the team mentality, when you think as one and you walk as one around the map, it really does show. And ask any veteran player, most of the time, 90% of the time, teamwork will definitely trump mechanical skill over and over.
Yep. And I think that little point we were talking about earlier, how that 54-minute game could be affecting Onyx PH, I think the effects have worn off. I think they're back to tip-top shape, and now we can expect once more the gods of macro in MPL PH Season 5. Plans within plans within plans across the board, despite having Lord stolen from them, an early push from Execration led by Hate. I really do think that we might be seeing a sweep here. Ladies and gentlemen, Execration, they're grabbing onto to dear life. They need this. Billy man, it's been so long since he first competed in the MPL. And let's see now, look back at Season 5 exactly, how Execration ended up in the playoffs. Let's take a look at the road to the playoffs for Execration.
Tumataas in pa si Zapdo under the Ramsey. Wala nang pagpatuloy si Paring Toshi. Tapos punta sa get lead. Huli ka agad, mga kaibigan. Toshi gonna be going down. Hayes here casting the Feather Air Strike. It doesn't matter though. Sagot siya ng Leopard doon. Tapos, ladies and gentlemen, tumatay ang ating Kimi. Hey, ladies and gentlemen. For an Execution, what is this? Kalig.
Dabi sa trap, giving the full information dito. Pero it's only a trap nga naman. Nilapag na dito ni Hate Tempest. Tinitas na ang isa dito. Kill wash. Medyo pulado. Sa double kill. Susunod pa ata. Sunod-sunod lang damage. Pero no-hold niya rito.
At hindi na nga dito. Mapaawat ang ating elimination. Pababa. Ubos. Pagtubos. Sabi.
Finishing his feather there. Like it's gonna connect. Chaptu once again. Hitting Mixu. Mounting Potter and range.
They don't have like a Grok or a Diggy to help him out. Now Zabdo holds a jump from Chakdu once again, pinning them down to the base, to their own base.
the road to the playoffs for Execration is not one that is smooth, nor was it sound, but nonetheless they made it here, and they're holding on to dear life, ladies and gentlemen. Up against Onyx PH, they are down a game, and this could be their last. Welcome to Game 2. This is the draft. Onyx PH on the play. Execration going to be answering back. We have now made it into the picks, but first, let's discuss the bans. Onyx PH taking out the Ling and the Selena, while Execration does not want to see Claude or Tam. Gentlemen, Rockhart, Wolf, talk me through this. What kind of lineups might we be seeing here in this do or die match for Execration?
For Execration, I think it's just going back. Let's just go back to where we were. Let's play with our comfort. That is what we've been known for. That is what we have been doing to win. Why are we straying away from that? Let's stop experimenting. Let's get to brass tacks and just give Grok over the Jock.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm surprised that Onyx PH banned out Ling and Selena altogether. I honestly thought that they could get one and take another. And now they went for Uranus, and they are kind of giving Execration very good drafts, like very good picks, I would say. Esmeralda in combination with the Joy makes it sure that Esmeralda counters Uranus and also allows for the Joy to be comfortable. Now, this is the dilemma, because Onyx PH, when they do this, it's usually because they have a plan against it. They put in the live bait, banning out the heroes that they could use, and then putting out a hero that Execration might focus on. So, do not be surprised, guys, if Onyx PH is gonna show us something that's really surprising.
Yeah, more like yesterday in the SGD and New Level matchup where Chu was forced into the Claude pick. The only pick they had left, it's Onyx PH doing the same thing to Execration. As Admiral Akbar said, it's a trap. I wonder if Execration is going to be walking into this one as Onyx PH picks up the Hylos and the Popol and the Koopa. I love how Onyx PH really keeping their cards close to their chest, not revealing exactly which core they're going to be going into with this.
Your team is banning.
It's a Kimi ban from Execration. I like it because Kimi as well as the Popol and Koopa would be really strong for Onyx PH.
Disastrous for Execration base.
Wow. Is this a Lancelot ban?
I think
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I think we're not gonna see the sparring, the swordsman duel it out, but
no sword fight.
Lancelot ban's a little too far, isn't it? I feel like we might be able to be more comfortable with. There you go. Kufra might be better.
Yeah.
Execration. As I said, I think Onyx might also be reading that Execration, when they start losing, this is what they do. And I think the draft might show that they're just gonna go back to what they were. Like exactly right now, this is definitely gonna be either Billy, Zapnu on the what do you call that? On the Terizla, but this time around they went for Xborg. Maybe he goes for the Jawhead.
We've seen Chakno on the X-board before, so yeah.
I just want to say that I like what Rockhart said. When Execration is off of a loss, they always revert back to status quo or revert back to what they used to be. It's like they're turtles that when poked, they just get inside their houses.
Yeah.
The
really
house.
evident. Oh, there you go. This is why I said I didn't want to ban out the Lancelot, because I think that they might consider Hanzo, and they will. Oh my.
The house that Billy built, the house that Zapnu built, Execration now, they're gonna stick it close to their chest now. As much as Onyx PH tried to shield the Hanzo, they had to pick it up at this point. It's their very last pick, if anything. In Execration here, they're gonna play a Season 4 lineup. This is a Season 4 lineup through and through. You got your solid supports, you've got your offlaners, and of course you're gonna funnel into this carry. And the Onyx PH, man, just showing us the new hotness in Hanzo, debuted yesterday in the MPL by Bren eSports. Looking at these two lineups now, I need to hear it from you guys. This might be Execration's last game. Is this turtle-esque setup wherein they just go back and retreat into what they know, what they can do well, enough to keep them in the playoffs. Rockhart, real
It might
quick,
be.
talk
Yeah.
to me. What's your prediction?
Man, I think that's an Onyx 2-0. As much as I really want to see Execration go for game 3 here, they've been read. This is basically Onyx reading what exactly they have researched about Execration. It's coming true. If I were Onyx right now, oh my god, they did exactly what we thought they would. And you know, they might have something ready for it.
It's a trap. It's a trap,
trap.
man. I can totally see the trap now. Wolf, gotta hear from you real quick. Which team do you favor in this matchup based on Game 2's draft?
Yeah, I am alive, guys. This is just one of my forms. Don't
Hello.
worry.
Yes,
Onyx,
you're good.
I think this is straight up Onyx PH. The Hanzo is the only spice in this lineup, but the rest is just comfort for the members of Onyx PH. Look at Iakno in this specific game. They will be able to win it.
All right. I guess it's going to be unanimous, as sad as it is, man. The panel thinks Billy will not get a trophy this season. But with that being said, the action still has to unfold, and anything can happen. This is the playoffs. Let's hear from Nomad and Seiya and hope for something good.
Billy will still get a trophy. I feel like it's going to be a game. We're going to have a game 3. That's how I feel this. That's how my heart feels this. But of course, we're going to let the action unfold and see what the teams want to happen. Of course, this is game number 2 in this best of 3 series. Onyx potentially may go up against Bren eSports tomorrow in the lower bracket finals. And we're going to be delivering the action. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Seiya. How are you feeling about this matchup? Are we going to get a game number 3? Or is it going to be a black and gold versus black and gold tomorrow?
To me, draft-wise, I am liking Execrations, but there is the mysterious factor for the side of Onyx here that I just really, my gut feeling says that something bad is, or something so good that it's bad that's gonna happen when Onyx PH comes into play. So to me, I will be agreeing with our panelists right here. I think this is a 2-0 for Onyx PH. But let's see, because this is game number 2 between Onyx PH and Execration.
You guys are not trusting your hearts in this. Billy will be getting his trophy, and I feel like this might be the case. But on PH, though, we're gonna have to see if they will allow that with the rotations here from Oh My Venus on that Popol and Koopa. Will be trying to deter Execration from coming out of their bottom side jungle. And again, if you're going to be taking notice about the map, Oh My Venus has been rotating left top to bottom without any problems in all of the games that they played.
Which is your usual go-to strategy, especially if having this kind of setup. Speaking of setup, looks like N2X will be cornered by 3 members of Onyx PH, and Jay will be getting that first blood. But again, I think this is not yet over, but that was a close call for Hate right there by actually getting picked off by the Hanzo.
And yeah, speaking of Hate has to go online. Hate has to pop off here. We're already seeing Chakno in his grok. This is his, as you may call it, his natural territory.
Natural habitat.
In his natural habitat, Chakno. Of course, Chakno is good on that grok, but the rest of the team has to step up. I'm kind of impartial with Zapnu's X-Borg here, but yeah, there are times where Zapnu's X-Borg were really good. But when at times like these, they should have went for the Onyx PH route and went for comfort picks. Don't you think so?
Yeah, I agree with you on that, because in a matter of consistency, I think it's a bit shaky for Zapnu's export right here, because yeah, it would have been nice if it was really comfortable on his hands, and like the Churizla per se, but it really gives me that that question mark factor for this Hanzo, because this could be how do you coin it, the linchpin if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm.
Did I say that right?
Yes, you
That
did.
could be one of the listing of Onyx PH right here because it's very interesting, and the positioning of this Hanzo is just really on point. That really gives this amount of threat to Execration.
And the only viable person to actually hunt down Hanzo here is going to be Benny Cutie. And Benny Cutie is in no position at this point in time to actually contest Hanzo. They need to at least get 2-3 items in for Benny Cutie to be able to deal with Hanzo for that matter. And the fact of the matter is, Wise and the rest, I mean, Omega Venus and the rest of Onyx PH are doing a good job just keeping Wise safe, like keeping everybody away. But this this game is still too early to tell unless Execration decides to pop off.
Yeah, and popping off they might be because Oh My Venus here might be going for the Koopa for that stun, and that will be a no hesitation tower dive and might be going for a kill, but okay, I thought for a split second that he could have still survived. But again, going here into the bottom. However, that was a little strand of hair of HP, and Chaknu was into the range of the turrets, and that is a pickoff for the side of Onyx PH once again.
That was too sour, bro.
I think he had sour strips earlier.
I think he did. That was uncalled for. Yeah, that was good. You brought Wise down to 1 HP, literally one bar, one auto attack. I mean, he could have went for the Guardian's Barrier, potentially hit him. Could have been the case, but he's not. Chaco's not living the 8G lifestyle, so to speak. Not running the execute on the Grok. So the sprint on that Grok for Chaco is going to be the case here to catch Wise.
Yeah, but okay, true. Grok will be the focus. But speaking of focus, look at this one. The ghost, or how do we call this? The demonic gnome of Hanzo. Yeah, Numa. I'm sorry, Nomu. Of Hanzo right here. If you look at the damage, you have to take note that was one of the tankier heroes of Execration, meaning at early as 4 minutes at this point, we are already seeing how Wise really scaled through. But speaking of scaling through, Execration might be going for a little bit of a push here into the top. Onyx PH will be taking advantage of this positioning of Execration by getting the objectives.
And they're going to be training that out for a tier 1 turret here. Zapnu, again, low on HP, forces the last insanity to escape the grasp of Wise. And Zapnu should really just be backing off. There's no way that he can fight that.
That was unfortunate quick off for Execration right here, and as early as 5 minutes we can already see a huge difference between Onyx and Execration. Oh, this is a bit of a sticky situation for the side of Execration right now, because in terms of resources, Jay was the one who was able to get the blue buff of Execration, and in terms of positioning, why I'm still putting it into question as to why they are scattered off. Meanwhile, Onyx here is just, being low-key, being, grouped together and getting just skirmishes, fights all over.
And that's going to be another pause called Zapnu is really not performing. He's not performing to his best here at this point, where it all matters for, mind you. Everything matters here for him now. And man, it's not looking good. If he keeps this up, just giving away free kills to Onyx PH, it might just be the end of their run here.
It started off with the iffy position of Chaknu being way too deep into our map, and finding himself really going towards the range of the turrets, allowing a free kill for Onyx PH, and then it kind of followed through when we are already seeing some mispositionings happening from Execration. Okay, I understand that there are the carry and the Esmeralda is on top. Esmeralda, I think, will be like a protection per se towards the carry, but there's one thing is that the carry is not given enough space. Number two, if two people are already in the top area, that leaves a lot of space into the other lanes that Onyx PH can abuse, and that was the turtle take earlier. So this is a very different gameplay for Execration comparing to what we had during the previous day and even earlier.
It's really disappointing to see how Execration is showing up in this game. It should really not be this case.
Yeah. I mean, if ever so that they kind of are in a pinchy situation, but not as early as 6 minutes in.
Yeah, and even if we're gonna be talking about the draft here, Execration's draft is okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here. Is this Execration just feeling the pressure, or are they already feeling defeated after that game number 1? What do you think?
The irony of this is that Onyx PH was the one who really exerted more amounts of effort regarding that 54-minute game earlier during our first series. In which case Execration should be the one to feel a bit more pressure. But on this case, however, it looks like the grouping up together tactic for Onyx PH is still coming into play, getting that pick off Benny Cutie from the top, and against while Jay and the Uranus here is into the turtle side. So far, Execration here kind of is forced to back away because look at that top. It's already being pushed. This is really giving, this is just, really Onyx dictating or controlling this game rather.
Looking at Iaknu already having that Blade of Despair, turrets are gonna go down fast with him. And if it's going to be an Oh My Venus on that, Popolin Koopa, it's going to be split push galore for these two guys. Wild Chart's gonna be forced by Chaknu. He's not gonna be able to escape the grasp of that Koopa. And man, Execration, they're falling apart.
To me, this is really sad to see because this is, I think, one of the best drafts of Execration. Really comfortable, and they're your go-to Chaknu with the Brock. But the fact that they are not able to position themselves in a way that they could at least pick off or engage in skirmishes fights is really uncalled for, Nomad, because if you notice the pattern of Onyx PH right now, they're always grouped together. They're roaming, they're grouping up together, and still focuses on the objectives. Well, Execration here a bit messy. If you saw earlier, they wanted to attempt for that turtle steal, but with the top side being pushed, it was a very good reason for them to just really back away and defend.
The silver lining here for Execration, though, I just gotta point this out, is that carry Hate is currently leading in terms of gold, way ahead of Wise. So if Execration can hold out as long as they can, Hate would be online because Hate hasn't died yet in this game.
And that is where we could see the efficiency of a carry come into the late phases of our game. I think Hate just really needs to earn up a lot and to really position himself in a very safe one where he could free hit freely. But the thing is, looking how Oh My Venus utilizing the Popolin Koopa right there. If you saw earlier, right? You mentioned this that Chaknu's Grok was slain by Koopa, right? So that is one thing that you have to consider. And here, limited resources are, forced for the side of Execration. And again, we are seeing the ghost of Hanzo just really shoving it on the top side. Meanwhile, here onto the middle, we are seeing another fight right here. The Immortality will be popped up, but a knockdown will be used and Pylos will be going for the cleanup. Guardian's Barrier will be used to pin down Jay, but Jay, with the help of his ult, still manages to get that movement speed to go back. And this is the time wherein Execration gets messy. They are forced to back themselves away and gives a lot of leeway for Onyx PH to really go for pushes.
Pushes are something that Execration needs to do too. They only secured the tier 1 turret on the top lane and then nothing else. Not even able to secure a single turtle in this fight.
Yeah, this is okay. So the troll right here is going to be a little bit of overextended there, especially when he was alone. that was I guess that pickoff though still isn't suffice enough to actually go head to head for Onyx PH right here, because look at the gap. They are on 4K gold. In terms of objectives, Onyx has the upper hand. Okay. Right, the glorious path will be used. There's the knockup right there, and you can see the health really dwindling into those health bars. Urus will be going for the kill. Hylos with that cleanup. Tower dive will be in no hesitations for the Koopa. And let's see, it's a bit scattered right now, and Chaknu and Benny Cutie will be forced to be merging themselves together. But then Falling Storm is going to be used against Dilar, and the Wild Charge will be used to really escape that potential pickoff for Onyx PH. And I think with Dilar's really getting crunch here back there, just really shoving away the members of Execration so that Onyx PH can secure this Lord.
You know how there are games where you know it's already done the minute the game started.
Decided, yeah, it's decided.
Execration had signs of life because of their draft, but with the way that they have been playing this game too, I don't know. I don't know what's happening there.
I think I don't know. It's similar to your feelings right now. My heart really wanted Execration for them to actually make this work, because it's one of the best drafts that they have. Really comfortable, really fundamental, and they have it. They have the balance of the early, mid, and late. But the execution, however, and come to the gameplay, it's really scattered, really messy, and unfortunately, it's not really polished enough to, like what I said, at least pick off one or two members of Onyx PH.
Man, I would have preferred a Terizla there so that their team fight would have been on point for Execration. If Zapno were on a Terizla, some of the big team fights here that we saw in this game could have went towards the side of Execration, because Onyx PH in most of the team fight have been grouped up together. And one good penalty zone would just change the tides of battle. But instead, we have the Last Insanity. Yes, it has an AoE effect, but it doesn't have the disable that they need. The only disable that they have here is Chakno if he goes for the Wild Charge. And even then, will Onyx PH be grouped up to go for the Wild Charge? And as I say that, there goes the Glorious Pathway. A bunch of ultimates are going to be committed here all at the same time. On the side of Onyx PH, not a lot to do here for Execration. They are on the back foot. The defense of a lifetime is now here as Oh My Venus secures the kill onto Hate. The primary damage dealer is down here for Execration. Lord doing his job, just swinging out a lot on Execration. Minions are crashing in. Execration low on HP. Immortality is going to be popped there onto Max, and this might just be it. Execration will bid their farewell. Actually, they managed to defend this. Dilar, no minions available here for Onyx PH. Still barely alive. Zapno falls down. They're going to be going at it. Wise using his Numa, yay! And Onyx PH. Onyx PH, they're going to be going up against Bren eSports tomorrow, and goodbye to Execration.
Very exemplary victory for the side of Onyx PH. Very one-sided, and for Execration, still, congratulations for making it thus far, but the road ends here as Onyx PH will be moving forward to our lower bracket finals. If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow to face off Bren eSports. So it's gonna be a battle of black and gold.
Indeed. Now, what's going to happen here is that Onyx won this game, and one important note to fact here is that we're already sure that there's going to be a two-time champion.
Yes.
There will be two-time champions at the end of this playoffs. Now the question is, would it be Jay and Fuzaken? Or would it be the 4 out of would it be the Sunsparks roster, or would it be 4 out of the 6 Bren rosters? I don't know. there's really nothing much that we can talk about here because that was just a complete stomp by Onyx PH. Not a lot to do here on the side of Execration. They weren't in form. They weren't playing the way that they have been playing at the start of the playoffs. Even then, with the best draft that they can even go for, they still lost the game. What do you think happened there?
I think it's just really mispositioning all through. Carry wasn't given space that he needed, and really messy, really scattered me. There were a lot of shots that are so uncalled for, and I think it breaks my heart to to really say that Execration lost, especially in this type of manner. But let's see how our panelists think about this. Leo, Wolf, and Rockhart, why don't you give us a gist of what happened?
Execration has been eliminated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the panelist desk. My name is Leo, joined here by Wolf and Rockhart. We just witnessed Onyx PH, despite going through an hour-long game in their first series today, sweep Execration, who arguably was one of the bets for this season because, again, Billy Alfonso, Zapno has been playing in the MPL for so long, and hashtag give Billy a trophy has been a chant that everyone has been screaming ever louder, especially in the recent weeks since Execration secured their top bracket finish. Boys, before we discuss how Execration's run has ended in this game, let's talk about how Onyx PH clutched their win here. I mean, the draft, it was pretty clear that Execration went back to their old ways, stayed comfortable, but it was Onyx, on the other hand, who got a little spicy. Let's talk about how they succeeded.
Yeah, I think it's easy for me to say that this is all about comfort for Onyx PH. And if you're following Onyx PH since MPL season 5's group stages, you would notice that this is like exactly how they want to play. In games that they are winning dominantly, this is exactly how they operate. The draft almost looks the same. Maybe perhaps only the Hanzo is the extra flavor in this match, but it didn't feel like that because it's just literally Wise on a different hero. But the rest of the other members are playing what they have been playing. Oh My Venus as a support, or this time utility support with the Popol and Koopa. Dilar and Iaknu just doing Dilar and Iaknu things. So in the end, Execration cannot ever win against an Onyx PH that's comfortable.
Yeah, even if you juxtapose the Hanzo for a Kimi, like that's just it's the same one, right? It feels the same. And comfort heroes galore as well for Onyx, but it's a kind of comfort hero that kind of really works against Execration.
Yeah, let's check out the smart game highlights here. I'd like to disagree. If it was a Kimi, it might have played out a little more different, and I would have given the late game to Execration if they got there, right? If they got there, but instead, Execration showing a little bit of fight despite walking into the trap set by Onyx PH in the draft, banning out the Kimi and allowing Wise here to stretch his legs and play with that Hanzo. Yeah, this was quite a quick match, sub 15 minutes. Let's talk about how we were worried earlier on that if this did extend into upwards of 30 minutes, maybe, just maybe, Billy and the gang could have held on for dear life. How would you think this would have played out if we did not crown our winners, and if Venus here was not named our Smart Game MVP on that Popol and Koopa with a 2-1-8? Can you talk about that before we digest this hero right here?
So this is I think Venus, compared to the MPL Season 4, Venus showed us at least 3 different types of Venus. There's an Oh My Venus that just goes on and heals his teammates. And I think that's long and gone now.
Yep.
There's the Oh My Venus that deals the damage to his opponents, like the Sicilian. There's an Oh My Venus that pushes and facilitates for kills, and that's Popol and Koopa. And there's also a Venus that tanks. So Oh My Venus, honestly, if there's a character development award, you can give it to him.
Yeah.
And not just character development, but complete versatility to be able to master all of those aspects of becoming one of the best supports in the country.
Yeah.
Well played. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I was going to go off on a tangent where that was actually expected. I kind of foresaw that with the kind of performance that Venus played in that game, eventually I think he would have gotten MVP. Yeah, definitely. Hanzo was just doing Hanzo things on Wise. But on the other end of the spectrum, let's talk about Execration here. There was this factor of their all-star trigger, their star power mode, if you will. And I threw this your way earlier. Maybe they'll let Billy play the core, but alas, we're not gonna see Billy lift up a trophy here in season 5. Man, how could it have gone well for Execration? What else could they have done, you think? Speaking in retrospect.
Yeah. It's easy to say for me to say that they should be drafting a little bit more creatively, to say the least. But it's hard to do that. Obviously, any drafter or any team captain or any coach can just pick up a hero like Karina, for example, and say that this could work. But before you can be creative, your players need to be masterful of that hero. I'm sure that Onyx PH, before they put in Hanzo on Wise, they have trained well for this and they have studied the ins and outs of the hero before they actually use it. For Execration, probably they have been using a lot of heroes for sure. I mean, I don't doubt the players and how creative they can be outside of the MPL. But when it comes to like professional level grade or professional grade hero mastery, you need a lot more from Execration, and I think that's probably what they are lacking at. Now, Leo, if you're asking me what could Execration have done differently, the only answer for me is more preparation, and unfortunately, they cannot fix that in just 2 weeks. From the group stage.
Yeah. 2 weeks was too little time, and Onyx is just on a whole new level, and because of that, we are gonna have the C Execration drop off. Rockhart, you've been in the MPL for as long as it's been around. Tell us, is this as good as Execration has become, or could there have been more, possibly?
Yeah, this is actually the best. I think one of the best iterations of Execration that we've seen in a while. Even way back on MPL season 1 when they were not called Execration, but the same play, almost, it always revolves around Zapnu and him trying to get that ring. I think I was super confident it could have been, the hashtag could have been true here, but and again, you are fighting against 3 of the most scary teams so far that we have witnessed. I think, again, international caliber. Maybe way back then, if they were this strong, they would have actually taken the trophy already, like way back season 2, season 3. But maybe they got so strong right now at the time where so many other like superhuman teams have already risen up, and they got strong in the wrong moments. But this is as close as we can get, I think. And if next season is any indication, if big changes are to happen to Execration, there's still a lot that this team can achieve.
Yeah, I agree. And I think our top 4 here going into the playoffs maintained their top 4 slots, right? This is Execration in the 4th place, getting knocked out by Onyx PH at 3rd. Sunsparks having confirmed their slot. I think that's the only mix-up that happened, because tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, Bren eSports is going to be facing off against Onyx PH to secure themselves a slot in the grand finals with our defending champions waiting. Oh man, it's poetic. It's really just the way it should be and the way we saw it coming. And tomorrow, to open up the day, it's going to be Onyx and Bren fighting toe-to-toe, and the champion just waiting. I think Sunsparks are going to sleep well tonight. They're going to have a good rest and prepare to give us another championship caliber show. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this lovely Saturday evening for some MPL eSports action. MPL PH Season 5 is presented by Smart. Together with PLDT Smart Foundation in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Text donate to 3456. Donation is open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPLPA Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech GR official headset partner, and organized by Moonton. Tomorrow, we're also going to be giving away some awesome prizes, so make sure you stay tuned for that. A chance at thousands worth of in-game items, smartphones, Realme Buds, and of course, signed jerseys from your favorite MPL teams. But with that being said, tonight we're going to have to sign off. Join us tomorrow for another elimination round and, of course, the grand finals. On behalf of the panel and our casters, Nomad and Seiya, Wolf and Rockhart here. My name is Leo, and we will see you guys tomorrow. You'll have a great night, and thank you for joining us once more. Let's watch the top 5 plays of the series by Realme. See you tomorrow.
Get 1 gig data all day, every day. For Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories,